Of course, we have this ability in A, and we are more confident. We have had very pleasant cooperation in the past. And you know something about this? Xiaoya nodded with a smile. Specific ways of cooperation? Wu Hao finally took it seriously. Seeing Wu Hao's attitude change, Xiaoya smiled, and then signaled the assistant to distribute the prepared materials to them, and then she took a copy and opened it and said to Wu Hao, "The specific cooperation method is the same as before. You provide the technology, we provide the funds, and we share the shares. We can choose to cooperate on the basis of Albatross Logistics, or we can establish an independent company independently. Cooperate on the basis of Albatross Logistics Technology Company, then we will transfer some shares to you. Choosing this method is relatively simple. Everything is ready-made. We can start immediately after we have discussed the conditions. Albatross Logistics Technology Company has a mature operation management system. On this basis, it will be more convenient to carry out related project construction. If you set up a separate company, then everything has to start again. The advantages of doing so are independent operation of the accounts. We prefer to cooperate on the basis of Albatross Logistics Technology Company. Of course, we also respect your decision. What can we get? Wu Hao thought for a moment, then asked. Xiaoya smiled and said, shares. Shares of Albatross Logistics Technology Co., Limited. At present you account for 4% of the entire company's shares. If we cooperate, we will transfer a part of the shares to you, so that your shares account for 20% above. It has become the second largest shareholder of the company. Oh, Wu Hao shook his head. It's impossible. How can there be such a good thing in the world? I give you two choices, or only give shares. But I require that the share of the share must reach more than 35%. Or the share plus money. 35%. This is absolutely impossible. Do you know what the market value of Albatross is now? And it takes so much at once. I dare the lion to speak. Xiaoya shook her head again and again. The market value is all false. It is only true when the money is actually in hand. And the Albatross has not yet been listed. Wu Hao smiled. Xiaoya frowned. 35% is too much. You have to take so many shares at once. What about the employees' equity incentive plan? And what about going public in the future? I can take part of the employees' equity incentive plan in proportion. As for listing, this does not seem to affect it. Of course, it is also possible to transfer some shares at that time. Wu Hao smiled back. Xiaoya shook her head after hearing what he said, then looked at him and asked, what about the second plan? How much do you want? Wu Hao looked at the other with a smile and said, it depends on how much money this technology has in your eyes. Xiaoya thought about it, and then spit out a number, 50 million. Wu Hao did not respond, but stretched a lazy back. If you just come to make me happy, then now the goal has been achieved. Can we break up? Hee hee. Xiaoya smiled and looked at Wu Hao and said, as far as I know, the sales of several products you launched this year are hot. It can be said that the profits are full and it seems that there is no shortage of money. There is no shortage of money, but more points are always good. Besides, although we make more money, it is faster to spend money. Do you think how these technologies come from? Do you fall from the sky? Wu Hao replied angrily. Of course, only Wu Hao knows whether to make money or not. But how can he be poor without crying in front of the rich man? I'm afraid I won't give you too much. You also know that now Albatross funds are all used for expansion and construction, and we can't raise too much funds at all. We have money in A, but we can't invest in Albatross well. We have many other projects that are also very funded. Xiaoya shook her head and said to Wu Hao. Wu Hao said angrily when he looked at the other side, if you don't give the shares, you don't get the money. Are you asking me to open it up? It's okay for Ares. If so, don't talk about it. I didn't say no, but you asked for too much. Xiaoya shook her head. Wu Hao looked at each other with a speechless voice. You have to find out. Now that I have the initiative, you come to your door. I hope you can understand the truth. Now Heot technology is not the original Heot technology. I have many choices, not just you. Of course, we also look at the growth of HAO Technology. Now you have also become one of our largest partners, which was difficult to imagine before. Xiaoya nodded. She looked at the young man in front of her, and she was very emotional. When she first saw it a few years ago, she had grown to the point where she needed to look up. Perhaps this is what Teacher Ma often talks to them. www.mentalnovel.com. A new generation replaces the old one, and the new one is better than the old one. She feels that she is really old, even if she is not convinced by this old word, and even has become a taboo for her or countless women. I can see the young man's spirit is full of excitement. She can't help feeling a little sad. Their time has passed. Wu Hao also calmed his tone and looked at the woman in front of him and said, as a long-term partner, we certainly hope that this good relationship can continue. It is a very great company, and we are honored and willing to cooperate with such enterprises. But the premise is that equality and mutual benefit must be achieved in order to achieve a win-win situation. There are many companies that come to us at the moment. In all fairness, I still hope to cooperate with you. After all, we have dealt too much with each other, and we can still be considered acquaintances. They always have some feelings. So I hope you can come up with a cooperation plan that is representative of your sincerity, and we will talk about it at that time. Xiaoya sighed secretly after hearing what she said, then nodded. Well, we will discuss it as soon as we go back and try to come up with a new cooperation plan as soon as possible. Wu Hao waved his hands with a smile, and then stood up and said, I'm not in a hurry. I will stay in Zushi for a few more days. Just hand it to me within this time, otherwise you may have to go to Anxi to find me. I heard Xu's words. Xiaoya thought for a moment, then smiled at Wu Hao and congratulated. In this way, President Wu's trip has been very rewarding. It's nothing more than a fuss. It's better than you. Wu Hao shook his head humbly. Xiaoya, Poppy. In the applause of everyone, Wu Hao and Prince Maha signed the relevant agreement with each other and exchanged the agreement. Prince Maha, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, Wu. Prince Maha gave Wu Hao a warm hug, and this scene was captured in the camera by the long-awaited reporter. This is Wu Hao's first contract after they participated in the Pearl Air Show, including 70 aerial patrol alert drones, 50 ground unmanned patrol vehicles, and 30 underwater unmanned patrol submarines. In addition, there is a complete set of intelligent security systems and other associated equipment and related services, with a total contract value of $165 million. Compared to some large weapons and equipment sales contracts, the US $165 million is naturally not only mentioned, but also a very good result. At least according to the standard of ordinary ground equipment, this price is enough to equip a mechanized infantry battalion, which is still a very tyrant. Although the contract has undergone a very intense negotiation process for a few days in the middle, fortunately, progress has been relatively smooth. On the one hand, this is not a big contract, and the other party does not have much money. On the other hand, Wu Hao also wanted to win the first order urgently to open the situation. So the two sides also communicate better on some differences, and basically give up to each other to reach a consensus. For Wu Hao, they won $165 million so quickly, which translates to more than 1.1 billion yuan, which surprised many people, and also caused many people to re-examine this enterprise that officially entered the military industry. Therefore, the signing ceremony and related leaders attached great importance to the signing ceremony. Not only did they come to attend, they also called for a number of media reporters. Of course, for Wu Hao, this $165 million is worthless compared to the main business revenue of HAO Technology. Although it is already very profitable, more than 1.1 billion yuan have been converted. It also made him regret that this arms is really a profitable business. Just in response to the old saying, a cannon rang, and the gold was extremely promising. No wonder the old United States and major military powers are so enthusiastic about developing military industries and selling weapons and equipment everywhere. This is really profitable. Prince Maha, The first batch of 30 drones and 20 drones will be delivered to you by May next year. And we will send professional technicians to assist you in the installation and commissioning of the system and related staff training. As for the subsequent drones, unmanned patrol cars and submarines, we will deliver them to you by June 2024. Wu Hao explained to Prince Meihe with a smile on his face. Prince Meihe smiled and embraced Wu Hao's shoulders and said, "Ha ha, Wu, my friend, I believe in your credibility. I ask you again to come to Carville, and I assure you that she is definitely a wonderful country. It will definitely make you linger. Of course, I will go if I have the chance. But I have been longing there for a long time." Wu Hao laughed. Say ha 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 ha. Xiao Wu, congratulations. Wang Lianggong, Deputy Director of the Science and Engineering Bureau, walked over and said kindly towards him. To this old acquaintance, the old parent officer of the competent department, Wu Hao naturally couldn't be taken lightly, and then greeted with a smile. "Oh, Director, thanks to your help and care. Otherwise we would not be able to win this so quickly contract." "Oh, what you care for and don't take care of, it's all your fight." Wang Lianggong waved his hand and said, "I've taken care of more people, and I haven't seen anyone fight for it." He said that Wang Lianggong came to him and looked at the white robes in the distance, and whispered, "Come on and work hard to get a few more orders in these people's hands. These people are all fat and oily owners." More than 90% of the exhibitors participating in this air show are working on their ideas. "You have to work harder." Wu Hao nodded, then looked at the group of white robes in the distance and the people who occasionally greeted them and laughed. "I think this competition is really fierce." Wu Hao narrowed his eyes, and then said to Wang Lianggong at his side, "These people are still very interested in our intelligent unmanned inspection security system. At present, we are also actively contacting these people. It is only in terms of commercial negotiations. We don't have much of a problem. But in other respects." Wu Hao didn't say everything, but Wang Lianggong knew what Wu Hao wanted to express, so he waved at him. "You just talk to them, and we will take care of other aspects." Speaking of this, Wang Lianggong couldn't help expressing his emotions. This air show is getting bigger and bigger, but the order volume has been declining year by year, and most of them are for fun. Now these people are getting harder and harder. Orders that can be placed at the air show are not easy. As the competent authority for the import and export of weapons and equipment, we have also endured considerable pressure. Wu Hao nodded when he heard the words. Why did Wu Hao in Wang Liang's dialect know? But these problems were not solved by him, so he naturally would not say anything. "Director, I heard that in addition to the export subsidy www.mtnovel.com after the contract was won, there are related special subsidies. When will this be set aside?" Wu Hao turned the topic. "Haha, your company's annual revenue is hundreds of billions. Do you care about this subsidy?" Wang Lianggong nodded with a finger and cursed with a smile. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Mosquito legs are also meat. Besides, this is not what we deserve. Rest assured, you are indispensable." Wang Lianggong smiled, and then directed at Wu Hao, "Your smart unmanned surveillance system and aerial surveillance alert drones have performed very well. Not only these people, but even the military and police. The department has also developed a strong interest in this. Turn back and you prepare a set of equipment and send it to the capital." "You mean?" Wu Hao said in surprise. "If the military and public security departments really value their equipment, it will definitely be a great joy for them. The orders from these two parties alone are enough for them to digest in the next few years." Wang Lianggong shook his head with a smile and said, "Because the character hasn't been written off yet, please send it to the test first. But don't have too much hope. At present, you only have this intention, and what the result is still not good. Understand that I will arrange for people to send equipment over after I return to Anxi. It is our honor to participate in national defense construction." Wu Hao said with a smile. "Haha, this awareness is still quite high." "Yes, keep it up. Many people are paying attention to you. Wang Liangong praised. Thank you, director. I will continue to work hard to improve. Wu Hao answered with a smile. This time he shined at the air show. It is impossible not to be noticed. Wang Liangong's words were actually telling him to pay attention to him in all aspects and not to make mistakes. Intelligent Unmanned Patrol Security System Aerial Patrol Alert Drone Song Chunming Li Weigo Luo Kawili Electronic Prosthesis General Abdullah Mr. Suha, Prince Meha. After the stimulus of the First Order, several other interested countries and Wu Hao gathered their contacts and negotiations more actively. I am also affected by these countries. Wu Hao also ushered in many other representative teams. Many of them are following suit. Among them, they are really capable and not many can buy such high-tech equipment. On the one hand, these countries are relatively poor compared to those big dogs. So the money basically comes to buy critical weapons and equipment, like hard tanks, artillery, armored vehicles and the like. On the other hand, high-tech equipment like this, which does not reflect much combat power, is of no use or cannot be used for these countries. Wu Hao naturally knew this, but it made people warmly welcome them. Although these countries do not buy now, it does not mean that they will not buy in the future. These are all their potential customers. I really did, as Wu Hao expected. These people showed a very warm look in their eyes. But after asking the price, they shook their heads one by one, and then left with some reluctance. In the words of an on-site reception salesperson, some members of the country delegation have been here for several days. The rich emotions in his eyes moved him, and he couldn't help saying more. He finally left helplessly and walked to the booth of a company selling artillery over there. Their second order came from Mr. Suha, who was the first to question their equipment. However, the contract for this order is not large. It only has more than $60 million. It cannot be paid in full. It is required to pay half of the cash first and the other half to be paid by oil. Although they have some headaches for such a request, it is not impossible, because our country has an oil import and export trade with this Mr. Suha's country. The money can be realized through oil. In this regard, the Science and Industry Bureau will help coordinate this. After all, they have done this kind of thing more than once. However, this did not excite Wu Hao for a long time, and all his eyes were now focused on the General Abu. Although the negotiations between the two sides are still going on, they are still very fierce. But it is undeniable that this order is large, much larger than the previous two orders combined. So not only Wu Hao, Wang Liangong of Science and Engineering Bureau and the organizers of the exhibition are very concerned about this contract, and are actively promoting this contract. At present, the main differences between the two parties are still related to technology transfer, followed by the relevant delivery period and the delineation of follow-up services and related obligations, and finally the money. According to preliminary estimates, if this contract can be finalized, it may be as high as $300 million or $400 million. Of course, this number is definitely worthless compared with the large contracts reached by other companies, but it is also a very good achievement. It can also be said that it is the largest trade order for private enterprises after entering the military industry. Contract. General Abu, this is our greatest sincerity. Wu Hao rushed towards General Abu on the opposite side. Until now, not only eloquence, but also the willpower of both parties originally thought that General Abu was the best to talk about, and Saudi was also the most tyrant, but did not expect it to be so difficult to talk about. The other person is really rich if they have money, but they may be too accustomed to money, so some are too difficult to serve, and the requirements are a little bit more. Okay, Wu, so be it. General Abu nodded, and then stretched out his fingers at Wu Hao. 200 drones are in a 1+1 model. 100 of them are sold directly to us. The other 100 are sold by you. Give us parts for assembly and production in our country. You must provide technical guidance until our factory can successfully produce these drones. As for the 100 unmanned patrol cars and 50 underwater unmanned submersibles and other supporting equipment, All of them are produced by you. All orders are required to be delivered by 2025. And you must provide 5 years of after-sales service and upgrade work to ensure that we solve relevant technical and use problems at any time. The last 5 years is too long. For 2 years, we will provide you with 2 years of after-sales service free of charge. After the 2-year period expires, we can still provide you with related after-sales service, but you need to pay us a certain service fee. 2 years is too short. In 5 years, we are willing to pay you some additional services. Abu Bonus shook his head. Okay. That's fine. Wu Hao smiled. Now that the money is given, everything is easy to say. General Abu Bu also smiled when he heard Wu Hao's words, and then whispered to the 2 assistants sitting beside him. Wu Hao is also the same here. After finalizing these contract terms, it is finally the most critical price. According to the related order list, Wu Hao's calculated price on their side is $4.2 billion. This price naturally has moisture, and now it depends on the other party's pricing. After a brief discussion www.mtlnovel.com, General Abu said to Wu Hao seriously, Wu, after our careful discussion and calculation, $400 million is our highest acceptable price. Wu Hao and all the team members here are a little dumbfounded. How can we talk about it and simply agree to forget it? Although their offer is $4.2 billion, this is only an initial offer. According to their tone, talking about $3.5 billion is already a big profit, and even lower. They can accept it. No, I did not expect that the other party directly gave a price of $400 million. This T is a big dog. Wu Hao directly locked the page that the team did not understand, and then held back the joy in his heart, and tried to squeeze out a bit of dissatisfaction towards the other party. General Abu, this price is too low already. $5.5 billion. This is our final quotation after careful calculation. It can't be lower. You know, this is 200 drones, 100 unmanned patrol cars, and 50 underwater submersibles. This does not include the rear control system and other supporting equipment. In addition, there are related production lines and service costs that you require. Woo, we have all these included, $400 million. This price is very suitable. General Abu shook his head. No, General, you may not know our domestic prices and the work of senior computing staff. This is very high. Although Wu Hao and the team members involved in the negotiation are very excited, they can still take a serious look as much as possible during the negotiation, and even individual dramas show a kind of anger and sorrow. At present, it is certain that the US $100 million has been secured. As for how much it can be raised, it depends on the ability of everyone present. For everyone, the larger the contract amount, the higher their bonus. So team members started to argue with each other's team. Woo, billions of dollars. This is our bottom line. General Abu said solemnly at Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head and said, General, this price is really too low. In this way, I take a step back. $100 million. This is definitely a very sincere price. No, this price is still too high. Wu, plan your so-called R&D expenses. The price of these drones and other equipment is actually not worth much money. You should understand that. He shook his head. Wu Hao nodded and laughed. Of course I know that what you are talking about is only the manufacturing price of it, and there are many that you have not counted. For example, this intelligent unmanned patrol security system and aerial patrol alert drone are the most valuable. It's not the drone itself and these devices, but this smart security system. We can't just sell you drones. What's the difference from ordinary commercial drones? This intelligent unmanned patrol security system and aerial patrol alert drone believe that you have also done a very detailed study. Compared to other similar products in the world, it is undoubtedly one step ahead. Within a short time, Other it is difficult for competitors to catch up. We will also make continuous updates to the systems you use to ensure that they are always in a leading position. With this drone, it means that your country's vast desert land and long borders can be used for patrols. Just refuel it and then perform simple maintenance. It can work silently without complaining. It is more reliable, cheaper, and more loyal than soldiers. It will not complain, it will not mutiny, and it will not escape. I believe that this intelligent unmanned surveillance system will definitely not disappoint you. Of course, we decided to buy it just after seeing these advantages. Abu Bonus smiled. Well, my friend, I can raise the price a little bit more, but you must guarantee that we will deliver one as soon as possible. Yes, we have to get this equipment before other countries. Regarding such advanced weapons and equipment, we still have some doubts in China. I need this drone to shut up these people. Wu Hao didn't answer immediately, but thought about it for a while, and then said, so, General Abu, for 3 months, I promise to deliver to you the first 12 aerial patrol security drones within 3 months, 6 unmanned patrol vehicles, 3 underwater submersibles and related ancillary equipment. With this set of equipment, I believe it is enough to prove its excellent performance to many people in your country. As for the remaining orders, I guarantee that we will deliver them to you as soon as possible within the contract period. 12 are too few. I want 24 drones, 12 unmanned patrol cars, and 6 underwater submersibles. General Abu shook his head and immediately reported his request. I heard General Abu's words. Wu Hao repeatedly waved hands. Impossible, 3 months is too short, we cannot mass produce in a short time. In addition, we have other customer orders to complete. We can add money, but this equipment must be delivered within 3 months. General Abu looked at Wu Hao firmly. Wu Hao thought for a moment, and then said, $1 billion. We will deliver the first order within 3 months. $1 billion. Abu stretched out his fingers. $1 billion. $1 billion. Okay, we each make a concession. $100 million. For 3 months, I promise to deliver the drones to Saudi Arabia. Hearing what he said, Abu immediately stood up with a smile, and gave him a big hug. Wu, my friend, thank you. Where, General Abu, I should thank you for giving us this large order, although it is not easy. Wu Han held back the joy in his heart. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two sides hugged again. Although he was very uncomfortable in this process, but who let the other party be the customer and their god? No, it should be. What is it? Wu Han smiled and sent the Abu group away, and the people present couldn't bear the joy in their hearts any longer, and cheered. Wu Hao watched the excited crowd and then pressed his hand, then gave a hissing gesture. Low key, they haven't gone far. Hee ha hee. Everyone present laughed lightly. Wu Hao also laughed and said, okay, everyone knows the confidential manual, and the contents of the negotiations will never be leaked. The trade in weapons and equipment is special, and the consequences of leaking are clear to me. I not much to say. Now let us say something happy. Everyone can work hard to make this contract. First of all, the bonus is definitely indispensable to everyone. You all have a share. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Long live Mr. Wu. Wu Hao pressed the hand with a smile. In addition, everyone is working hard these days, and a trip to Zuxi cannot be in vain. In this way, I heard that the seafood here is very good. I treat you tonight. Everyone goes to try its seafood. General Manager Wu. Long live. Thank you, Mr. Wu, who is so handsome. Wu Hao said a little speechlessly. Am I just handsome when I treat guests? Yes. Several young employees could not help but shouted. Amount. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Wu Hao's blackline www.mentalnovel.com, everyone laughed. Wu waved everyone away, and Wu Hao's phone rang at the right time. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Lianggong's hearty laughter came. Ha ha, Xiao Wu, congratulations, billions of dollars. Your boy really dare to ask. Oh, director, we didn't expect the other party to be so generous, and there was not too much entanglement in the money. Wu Hao couldn't help but raise his lips. Did I not say that? The other party is rich. Wang Liangong smiled. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. It is rich, but it is the owner of some wealth and pride, and it is a bit too hard to serve. Fortunately, everything goes smoothly. In the end, this order was taken. The rich people have a lot of problems, which is understandable. Where do you guys come from? Who asked for a meal from Xijiang? Who specially invited a team of chefs from Xijiang? Wang Liangong smiled and comforted. As soon as he heard the other person say this, Wu Hao was happy. Some companies have tried many ways to please the big dog. One of them was a team of chefs specially invited from Xijiang to make a table. In the end, the General Apu didn't buy much, because they brought his own personal chef directly. All the ingredients were brought in by air from Saudi, and he didn't go at all. Zhengong J0. Alas, latest website. At this point, Wu Hao's trip to the Pearl Air Show has come to a successful conclusion. Of course, things are far from over, and some negotiations are still going on. However, in a short period of time, there should not be much results. Wu Hao also let go of the following people directly. As for himself, he was ready to return to Anxi. After all, there are still a lot of things over there. I'll give you the finishing work over the Pearl City. Don't worry too much and come back when you're done, Wu Hao said to Xiaodong. After some consideration, Wu Hao decided to leave Xiaodong to take charge of the follow-up work. On the one hand, they are packing and consigning these products back to Anxi this time. On the other hand, they are doing other negotiations and the like. Rest assured, leave it to me, you can go back with peace of mind, Xiaodong said with a grimace. In the exhibition these days, except for some big things that require Wu Hao to come forward, other things are basically handled by Xiaodong. Because of the outstanding performance of the product, he has also become a red star in the air show, which can be described as endless scenery and spirit. Wu Hao nodded and said nothing. Sometimes speaking too much is a kind of hypocrisy, and they don't need to say that. Compared to when they came, Wu Hao didn't attract much attention when they left, and this was in line with his mind. It was just a few twists and turns on the plane. Several other first-class passengers came to chat, and several flight attendants came carefully to ask if he could take a picture together. Wu Hao passed away a few words for those who made up the conversation. As for a few beautiful flight attendants, Wu Hao agreed very easily. The reason why he is so refreshing is not because the other party is beautiful, but because he has to raise his hand. After all, it is not a loss to him. For a while, after several hours of flight, the plane finally landed at Anxi Airport. Despite being lost on the plane for a while, he still feels tired. During his trip to the air show these days, he is indeed very beautiful, but behind the scenery is too much hard work and hard work. Basically every day except for a variety of entertainment and schedules, followed by some meetings. After returning to the hotel, we had to convene a meeting to discuss the next day. So he can take a short rest every day, sometimes it may be 3 or 4 hours, and sometimes he may not even have 3 or 4 hours. What he wants to do now is to go home and take a hot bath, then take a good nap. Mr. Wu, I will take you home to rest. Li Wenming sat on the co-pilot and turned his head to Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head with a weary look, and then yawned. Go to the company first. The time for several projects is tight this time, so let's arrange it earlier. Okay. Then you take a break. I will call you at the company. Li Wenming nodded. Wu Hao nodded slightly, then looked at the secretary Shen Ning, who was sitting behind him, and couldn't help laughing and joking. How are you running with me these days? Shen Ning, who was looking down at his mobile phone, suddenly heard Wu Hao's voice, and he couldn't help but startled, then shook his head. It doesn't feel like it's a bit tired. Tiring is for sure, and future work will definitely be more tiring than this time. How about, is there any confidence? Wu Hao asked with a smile. Shen Ning looked up at Wu Hao, then shook his head very decisively. Nothing at all. Wu Hao, with black lines on his face, looked at the girl who was rising in the corner of his mouth, and said a little, you are really upright. After taking a vacation for 2 days, take a good rest at home. You are not allowed to go out. You must return with blood after receiving the vacation. Really? Thank you, Mr. Wu. Shen Ning's eyes lighted up, then he stood up in excitement, drew his head to the roof of the car, and then rubbed his head with a horse grin, and then smirked embarrassedly. Wu Hao shook his head, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Then Shen Ning, who was in the back row, looked at Wu Hao's eyes closed, raised his cell phone, and then secretly pressed the shutter. If you let me know you send the photo, you're dead. Wu Hao squinted. Suddenly hearing what he said, Shen Ningjing almost didn't hold the phone, and then quickly looked at Wu Hao. Seeing that he really closed his eyes and rested, he was relieved. With a slight snoring, she couldn't help smiling at the photo in the mobile phone, and then directly put a frog head in the camera special effect to the position of Wu Hao in the photo. Looking at the frog head in the photo, Shen Ning smirked. When Wu Hao was awakened by Shen Ning again, he found that the vehicle was almost going downstairs. This puzzled him a bit, why the vehicle didn't go to the underground parking lot. But when he saw a large group of people standing in front of the company, especially the big fat man in the lead, he shook his head angrily. This must be Jiang Jun's fat man's idea. Poppy poppy. With applause, Wu Hao stepped down from the car. Jiang Jun took the lead, clapping and laughing, saying, "Welcome General Triumph to return, everyone is working hard." The former sentence was for Wu Hao, and the latter sentence was for those team members who followed Wu Hao. "Why did you make such a big move?" I said low-key. Wu Hao looked at the crowd who greeted him and frowned. "Oh, it's low-key enough. We didn't invite reporters, and we didn't have any celebration party. This is just a welcome ceremony that everyone volunteered for." Jiang Jun explained with a smile. Wu Hao waved his hand and said, "I'll take my heart, let everyone disperse. Let's do your own business." Jiang Jun heard what he said, and Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com spoke a few words to everyone, and then quickly followed Wu Hao into the company, followed by several department heads. Jiang Jun laughed. After catching up with Wu Hao, after working hard for several days, I thought you would go home and rest directly. Why did you come to the company? I'm not assured of some things. I still come to the company to tell you. This time the orders are tight after all, so we have to produce as soon as possible to deliver on time. Wu Hao nodded at the employee who greeted him and then rushed with Jiang Jun and several others said, "Don't you already say this on the phone? I'll just arrange it." Jiang Jun was puzzled. Wu Hao shook his head slightly and said, "Things have changed a little. In this way, I think everyone is here. Simply go to my office. Let's have a meeting and I will tell you something. To be honest, I'm very tired now, and arrange well early so that I can go home and rest so that you don't bother me." He. Jiang Jun and the crowd present laughed. Latest website, because it is an informal meeting, the location is also selected in Wu Hao's office. In fact, in addition to some regular meetings and formal meetings, Wu Hao will basically do this kind of informal occasions. After the secretariat staff served tea to the crowd, they immediately chatted. Jiang Jun rushed to Wu Hao and asked, "Tell us about these orders. Can arms sales really be so profitable?" "Good guy, more than $700 million, equivalent to more than 5 billion yuan. Which is not even enough. What about export subsidies and shift subsidies? This time we made a lot of money." Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when they heard what Jiang Jun said, and their faces were full of excitement. As soon as the news came back, "We still don't believe it. This money is too profitable. No wonder so many companies have to enter the military industry after breaking their heads. Or is it General Manager Wu you have the vision?" Slap to fart. Wu Hao waved with a smile. "This time we can win these orders, mainly due to the excellent performance of our products. To be honest, if we really want to compete, we must not compete." You don't know, this group of West Asia people wore white robes to navigate the air show, and other exhibitors were like the wolf who looked after the fat sheep. In order to please these people, some can be said to have done everything. For example, this time an exhibitor invited a few chefs from Xinjiang to have a feast. As a result, they had their own team of chefs, and all the ingredients were shipped by air from Saudi. They did not buy his account at all, and the exhibitor almost scolded his mother. Ha 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 ha. Everyone heard his words and laughed again. After the laughter stopped, Wu Hao then said, "We have taken the order, but how to complete it is a difficult problem. The contract we signed with Saudi Arabia is to deliver 24 drones within 3 months, 12 unmanned patrol cars, and 6 underwater submersibles. In addition, there are carvels and other customers. So for us, there is still a lot of pressure on production. Military products are not stricter than ordinary products, and the requirements are more stringent. Quality is the key." Dong Yiming, who is rare in the company, also nodded worried. "So I have to find a reliable person to be responsible for production." Wu Hao nodded and looked at Lin Jianliang and said, "What good candidates do you have?" Lin Jianliang bowed his head for a moment, then said, "How about He Jinshan?" "He Jinshan?" Wu Hao thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "He is now the deputy director of the production department," and asked him to take charge of this aspect of production, which is a bit too small and useless. "I also think Lao He is not suitable," Dong Yiming also said. Lin Jianliang thought about it, and then said to Wu Hao, "Then Huang Wenjun, although his temper is a bit hot, he is still very reliable. The work is serious and responsible, and the work is a good hand. Let him take charge of this project. It's more reliable." Huang Wenjun and Wu Hao also had the impression of this person. Veterans opened an early factory to produce and process some parts. Later, the factory went bankrupt due to the financial crisis and owed a lot of debt. In the end, I only got to work to pay off the debts, and I quit several companies because of his hot temper. At first, the personnel department was still a little worried about such a person, and he was in a state of uncertainty. In the end, Wu Hao recruited him. I have to say that Huang Wenjun did a really good job, which also made Wu Hao have a deep impression on him. I did not expect that Lin Jianliang now pushed him out again. Wu Hao thought for a moment, then nodded. "Just let him, so you can talk to him first, and call him after you have made a deal. I will explain for myself." Lin Jianliang responded, "Okay. I'll talk to him when I go back." After confirming the candidate, Wu Hao turned to Zhang Jun and said, "You immediately start to arrange for production and put it into production as soon as possible." 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. This is also the first time we mass produce this drone. I don't know what problems to encounter. It is better to start earlier. Rest assured, I'll arrange this. Zhang Jun packed the ticket. "Well, that's all right." Wu Hao nodded and smiled. The leader of the Science and Industry Bureau revealed to me that our system and the drone military and public security departments are more interested in this. So there is the Pearl City side. The set of equipment on display will be shipped directly to Jingqing and tested by the other party. I will directly hand over this work to Zixia Dong, and you will follow up. Leave it to him directly. Can he do it? Zhang Jun froze a moment, then he felt a little uneasy. To be honest, he was surprised that Wu Hao's attitude would change. We must know that Wu Hao had a lot of opinions on Zixia Dong because of the previous events, and even sent him directly to produce batteries. Unexpectedly, this time Wu Hao not only took Zixia Dong to the air show, but also made him responsible for such important things. What can't work? Don't try it. Never. He has done a good job at the lithium battery factory for more than a year, and it's time to give him a load. Wu Hao shook his head slightly. In fact, there is another reason Wu Hao did not say in front of everyone, that is that he lacks people now, and urgently lacks the kind of talents who can stand alone. Although Zixia Dong has many problems, he is still very good in ability, which is also an important reason why Wu Hao can activate him so quickly. Okay, I will follow up on this matter closely. Zhang Jun nodded, then looked at Wu Hao and smiled. Do you say it is possible that we can get a big order from the military and the public security department? www.mtlnovel.com. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. We are just a private enterprise. If this equipment can really pass the test, I am afraid it will not be our turn to produce it. Of course, it is still possible to participate in production and related assistance services, and the above will also give us some compensation. Seeing the slightly disappointed expression of everyone, Wu Hao smiled and comforted, but we are still very hopeful in the Public Security Department and some other departments and places. This time I received representatives from many places. They very interested in this system and drone. However, don't expect too high. The domestic price of this equipment cannot be too high. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, it's already making a lot of money, and the cost of research and development has come back long ago. Now selling one is equal to making one. What's cheaper? What's more profitable? Zhang Jun waved with a smile. Everyone laughed when they heard what Zhang Jun said. This is indeed the case. Although the domestic price is relatively low, it cannot bear many customers. If it can sell thousands of planes, it is also a large number. When the Spring Festival of 2020 is approaching, on behalf of myself and my family, I wish all my book friends, Happy New Year, all the best, happy family, and most importantly, good health. In the coming year, thank you for your support and love. In the new year, I will continue to work hard and continue to work hard to write better content to give you back. By the way, I will send red envelopes to the group every new year and some holidays. Those who are interested can pick up the group and there are many more. Love your little ones. The latest website, after explaining the relevant matters, after listening to a simple report by Zhang Jun and others, it was determined that the company had no major issues. Wu Hao immediately sent the crowd away, while he stretched out and prepared to go home and sleep well. Zhang Jun sent him to the elevator and looked at his somewhat embarrassed complexion. He couldn't help but care. Go home and have a good rest. The company's business is mine. Contact me at any time. Wu Hao patted the guy's strong back, then walked into the elevator. By the time he got out of the underground parking lot, Li Wenming was already waiting at the elevator entrance. Seeing this, Wu Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Did I not let you go back to rest on vacation? Why haven't you left? Li Wenming smiled and walked over to open the door and said, I'll take you home and go back to rest. You. Wu Hao shook his head, then turned into the car. Li Wenming smiled, and quickly ran to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. General Manager Wu, go home or go to the subsidiary company? Wu Hao thought about it, then shook his head and said, go home first. Okay. Li Wenming nodded, then drove the car out. All the way, Wu Hao returned to his home in the city after saying goodbye to Li Wenming. This is not Wu Hao's house at Yanming Lake, but Lin Y's house. He has lived here since Wu Hao was exposed and harassed at Yanming Lake's residence. Compared to the house in Yanming Lake, the house on this side is relatively large, with a duplex structure, with a total of 300 or so flats, which is also considered a luxury mansion. It's just that Lin and Lin haven't lived here very much, so the house is always empty. Lin Y returned from studying abroad and lived here briefly for a few days. Welcome home, sir. Opening the door, the breezy sound of Coco came from the smart speaker. The lights in the living room turned on. The air conditioning and fresh air system turned on, the TV turned on, and there was a somewhat naughty image of Coco inside. Coco, help me get a can of beer. Wu Hao yawned as he sat on the sofa with his butt. Okay, sir. The smart home robotic arm that stood by, then moved to the refrigerator and opened the refrigerator. After taking a can of beer and closing the refrigerator door, he slid to Wu Hao and handed him the beer. Wu Hao took the beer and opened a sip. With the stimulation of this cold beer, he couldn't help getting up. Sir, the bath water has been put in. It is recommended that you take a bath first, which will help relieve physical fatigue and soothe the body and mind. I see. Wu Hao stood down, walked upstairs to the bathroom, and asked, Lin Y has those schedules for today. When will you go home? I'm contacting Miss Lin's personal assistant, Ninai, to get Miss Lin's schedule today. Do I need to contact Miss Lin? No. Wu Hao shook his head. Just ask the schedule. Okay. Inquiries. Ninai reports that Miss Lin has no special schedule today and should be able to get home from work on time. I see. Wu Hao smiled when he heard the words. When he thought of Lin Y, who had been away for more than a week, Some part of his body was excited. After entering the bathroom and taking a good shower, Wu Hao refreshed and walked downstairs after changing into clean clothes. Looking at the time, Lin Wai should be off work soon. Wu Hao, who was not sleepy, rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. Opened the kitchen refrigerator and found that the ingredients inside are very fresh and should be purchased by Lin Wai in the past 2 days. Wu Hao smiled, and then picked a few favorite ingredients and began to clean them. After washing and steaming the rice, Wu Hao started to prepare the stir-fry dishes. 1 tomato egg, 1 sweet and sour pork ribs. This is Lin Wai's favorite. So whenever he is free, he will basically make it for Lin Wai. The girl seems to be particularly fond of this sweet and sour taste. If it is not without fresh fish, he will also make a squirrel mandarin fish. Stir-fried one of his favorite garlic sprouts. And then there is a beef with green pepper and beef, and then boiled a mushroom and corn chicken wings soup. There are only 2 of them at home, so 4 dishes and 1 soup is enough to eat, and it is a waste. After doing this, he took off his apron and smiled, then poured a cup of tea waiting for Lin Wai to get off work. He didn't wait long. After about 20 minutes, he heard the door open. When Wu Hao was about to get up to open the door was already open. Lin Wai looked at the light inside, and her mouth could not help rising. Entering the house, seeing Wu Hao who had stood up and smiling at her, Lin Wai could no longer hold back the maneuver in her heart, and rushed at him. Seeing this, Wu Hao quickly rushed to catch Lin Wai who came over. Lin Wai embraced Wu Hao's neck with his hands. His legs were clamped directly between Wu Hao's waist, then he bowed his head and kissed Wu Hao warmly. To be honest, this action is not good at all. Lin Wai, holding 100 pounds, had to respond to the other party's kiss with enthusiasm, which made him breathless. Okay, I can't breathe anymore. Hurry down, Wu Hao urged. I don't, you let me hug again. It's heavy, you've gotten fat recently. Wu Hao joked with a smile, feeling the softness in his hands. No, I weighed it yesterday. Lin Wai gave him a white look, and snuggled on his shoulder. Please, more than 100 catties, come down. Hungry, my meal is ready. Wu Hao was helpless. Lin Wai glared at Wu Hao before unwilling to get out of Wu Hao, and then ran towards the dining table briskly. Wash your hands. I see, why are you even more nagging than my mother? Lin Wai muttered, but still obediently washed her hands. By the time she washed her hands, Wu Hao had served the food in the insulated plate. Looking at the food on the table, Lin Wai couldn't help picking up chopsticks and adding a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs to eat. Good to eat. Wu Hao gave Lin Wai a glass of wine from opening the red wine www.mtlnovel.com and handed her, come, have a drink and celebrate my victory in return. I see, I heard you got a big hoarder. Lin Wai took the red wine and said to him, come, congratulations on your victory in the first battle. Thank you. Wu Hao picked up a wine glass and bumped into one of her, then said with a smile, taste it. See if my craft is going backwards. It's delicious. Lin Wai picked up an egg wrapped in tomato juice and ate it. Slow down, nobody will grab you. Wu Hao picked up the spoon and filled the bowl of soup with a few words. You eat too. Lin Wai picked up a piece of hot pot meat and handed it to Wu Hao's bowl, then looked at him with some distress. Look at you, you look so bad. You must be up late. This work can be, but not too desperately. If the aunt is sure to see it, it will be distressed again. Book guest reading URL. When I woke up, the sky was bright. The jade had gone, the fragrance was still there, and it was turned over and over again, making it difficult to fall asleep. He got up and walked into the bathroom, took a comfortable shower, and Wu Hao, who was refreshing, walked out. When he came downstairs, he noticed that the food was already on the table. Wu Hao smiled slightly, then went to the dining table and sat down, opened the insulation box, and found Lin Wai's carefully cooked breakfast inside. A few teeth of golden brown oil cake, millet porridge, boiled eggs, and a few side dishes. Wu Hao, who had been tossing all night, was already hungry, and watching these things could not help but appetite. and immediately ate. Coco, is there any important news today? Sir, 5 relevant important news have been screened out for you. First, the current Pearl City Air Show ended successfully with a total turnover of $24 billion. Our domestic enterprises performed well and won important big orders. Second, due to recent weather changes, influenza has appeared in some parts of the country. The health department stated that it is necessary to strengthen prevention, pay attention to hygiene and cleanliness, maintain indoor ventilation, and go to areas where people gather as little as possible. Third, the national football team may usher in a 15-game losing streak. Hearing the report of Coco in the speaker, Wu Hao shook his head slightly, and immediately took the chopsticks back to the kitchen for cleaning and packing. After finishing all this, he poured a cup of tea and sat on the sofa to enjoy the leisure time. Sometimes he actually enjoys this kind of life alone. A person, a cup of tea, sitting quietly, do not think too much, try to let yourself go. However, this time did not allow him to enjoy it for too long, and soon, Coco's voice broke the tranquility in the living room. Sir, Miss Lin is on the phone. Oh, coming. Wu Hao turned back and raised his lips. I saw Lin Y's figure appeared on the TV screen in the living room. She was wearing a grey professional dress today. She looked very neat and capable. And she was very overbearing. Wake up so early, why don't you sleep a bit longer? Did I have breakfast? Wu Hao nodded and smiled. I woke up. I ate breakfast, which suits my taste. Well, that's fine. You have a good rest at home today. I will come back from work early to accompany you, Lin Y said softly at him. Okay, I want to make something for you, Wu Hao asked Lin Y. Lin Y heard what she thought, and then shook her head. Forget it, don't worry about it. Let's order takeaway. Hey Dilao, the weather is just right, Wu Hao said with a smile. This season is a good season to eat autumn mutton and eat mutton. Otherwise, let's go out to eat in the afternoon. I know a clear soup lamb hot pot and barbecue, which is very good. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Lin Y's eyes brightened, but hesitated a little. Isn't this bad? You have a rest today. It's all right, there's nothing to go out for dinner. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. Hearing his words, Lin Y put a smile on her face. That's okay, just the two of us at night, and then go to the movies together after dinner. No, I don't have a VR device at home. Why should I go to the theater to watch it? Wu Hao was puzzled. What we want is an atmosphere, and the movie resources in our VR glasses are only released in home theaters. I heard that the newly released movie is very good recently. Let's go and see it together. Lin Y rushed in the video, he said slightly coquettishly. Yes, let's go and see together. Even so, Wu Hao put his mind elsewhere and didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Y's keenly discovered this, and then asked him, what's wrong? What are you thinking? Nothing. Wu Hao shook his head and said, I'm thinking about movie rights. You mentioned to me before that I want to set up an online VR movie theater line. How's it going? Hearing Wu Hao suddenly talk about the business, Lin Y also smiled, and then shook her head seriously. It's going on, but the resistance is a little big. Now whether it is a movie production company or a publisher, we have online VR. The movie theater line has some doubts. On the one hand, we are worried about the security of our online VR movie theater show, whether there will be piracy and affect movie playback. On the other hand, in terms of profitability, they are worried that there may be less division of accounts than offline theaters. The other big resistance is the theater line. We set up an online VR movie theater line. This is completely digging their feet. It can be said that they have broken their financial path, so these people are naturally anxious. Wu Hao nodded his head. These two issues are really troublesome. After thinking for a while, he immediately said, technically, you can rest assured that with our current technology, it is difficult for others to use our channels to expose piracy. This way, in order to dispel the doubts of these film companies and distributors, we can give these people a promise that if there is a source leak and piracy problem in our online VR movie theater line, we will compensate all the losses. As for the offline cinema line, you don't have to worry about it at all. They can't help us, It's not a one-dimensional thing at all. New things are born, old things will perish. Once our online VR cinemas are online, it will be a huge blow for these offline theaters. At that time, can these theaters survive? According to you, isn't the offline cinema line going to be finished? Is there really no room for it? Lin Y heard a frown. This industry is huge enough, and I don't think many people want it to fall. And if it falls, I'm afraid it will have a great impact. Or don't do it too far. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, relax. Although our online VR movie theater line will bring a heavy blow to the offline cinema system, but it is not enough to completely eliminate them. After all, some of the advantages of the offline cinema line cannot be realized by our online VR movie theater line. If we carry out transformation and upgrade in the future, it may not be impossible to survive. Hearing him www.mtlnovel.com, Lin Y nodded and said, I think we should try water first. Just as we have cooperated with several movie companies on several movie and TV drama projects, I plan to use these movies and TV shows online. Try water online at VR cinemas. On the one hand, test the security of the online VR movie theater line, and on the other hand, look at the revenue situation. In this way, we can not only find the basis for related measures behind us, but also show those movie companies and distributors who are still anxious and hesitant. Yes, Wu Hao nodded and smiled. You can have a ceremony, be a little high profile, and use this to test it out. See if there are those charms jumping out, so that we can deal with the target accurately. In this case, then you must get the appearance, so that you can have enough attention and influence enough. Lin Y smiled immediately before her eyes brightened. Yeah. That hits me again. Wu Hao was a little speechless, but immediately agreed. Latest website, I have to say that Lin Y's action is very fast, and it took less than a week to prepare related matters. Relevant online VR cinema online and new movie and new TV release ceremony officially started. About this online VR cinema line, because of Lin Y's previous hype, it is now well known by many people. Therefore, this release ceremony attracted the attention of many people and naturally attracted a lot of media. Compared to traditional media, the lineup of entertainment media is larger and more beautiful. This is how culture is concerned, especially a major event in the film and television industry. So the degree of attention can be imagined. The guests invited this time are also very heavy in the entertainment industry. In addition to the chief executives of the major film and television entertainment companies in the circle, there are also the chief executives of the publishers, as well as the main creators of the film and TV series and partial starring. Although these film and television entertainment companies and distributors are hoping to call a few more stars to help the platform and strengthen their momentum, on the other hand, I also want to take this opportunity to recommend outstanding star actors to Hail Technology and Weibo. In fact, these stars are willing to come, because on the one hand, they can increase their chances of appearance. In particular, the appearance opportunities on many important occasions can be said to have a strong appeal to the stars. This release ceremony is a big event in the circle. There are many heavyweight guests, and I even heard that Wu Hao will be present. If they can enter the market and make friends, it will play a significant role in promoting their future career development. On the other hand, these stars are also rushing to resources. Now these actors and actresses are talking more and more about resources. If they don't have resources, they can't grab good scripts, let alone play important roles. So we can see on TV and in movies in recent years, many of the plays are starring new young actors and actresses, while a bunch of old actors are supporting actors. The reason is that these young men and actresses have these resources in their hands or behind the agency. The old opera bones naturally couldn't keep up compared to these stars and actors. The chief executives of major film and television companies and distribution companies have arrived. In addition to sharing a cup of tea, the second most important purpose is to meet Wu Hao. If you can get online, it is even better. The first is the issue of profit distribution. Although there are some concerns about online movie theaters and movie companies and distributors, but everyone is equally clear that this is a huge market and it can be said to be a huge cake. Now it depends on who is able to grab more and who gains higher benefits. The purpose of the release of these movies and TV shows, this micromedia, is also very clear. It is nothing more than a demonstration and testing activity. On the one hand, they are at ease. On the other hand, they are trying to test the response of society and the market. Because of this, these people are willing to see the situation in person. As for Wu Hao, everyone knows that he is a young and talented person with a very high net worth and very promising prospects. The film and television industry relies heavily on the support of capital, so from the perspective of various film and television companies and distributors, Wu Hao and Haolt Technology are definitely a high-quality source of gold. Secondly, the purpose of these people is to have a sense of temptation. Although neither Haolt Technology nor Micromedia has clearly stated that they want to enter the film and television industry, these movies and TV series are undoubtedly being introduced to the outside world, and the film and television industry release some signal inside. Therefore, the purpose of these people is to try to see if Haolt Technology, a capital giant, is going to enter the film and television industry. If not, it's all a joy. If this is the case, then they should prepare in advance, whether to welcome it positively or reject it collectively, whether it is to reach an offensive and defensive strategic alliance or to kill it in the cradle. Each of these people present has a different mind. For many entertainment media reporters, their purpose is even simpler. That's news, and the headlines they dream of. With the increasing influence of Haolt Technology, it has now become a dominant player in the domestic technology industry, and its influence is huge. Wu Hao, who created this miracle, is also the same. His actions have always attracted outside attention. It's just that Wu Hao is relatively low-key and rarely shows up in public. And even if they show up, they won't be able to interview them as entertainment media. Despite their status in the entertainment industry, their media reporters have a high status and treatment. But out of this circle, there is no advantage, and it has even become the object of scorn. Everyone refers to this group of entertainment reporters as paparazzi. This time, it is said that Wu Hao will show up in person, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for these entertainment reporters. If I can be interviewed, then this year's entertainment news star may really have his share. Of course, these are not important. What is important is to be able to win a large sum of bonuses. Even if Wu Hao didn't show up, it would be a big event for Haolt Technology and Micromedia to enter the film and television industry with high profile. So how could these entertainment reporters let it go? Not to mention entertainment reporters, even some regular media reporters have arrived. The focus of their attention is why Haolt Technology chose to hold such a high-profile launch ceremony of online VR cinema lines and movies and TV series in this festival. Secondly, if Haolt Technology really enters the film and television culture industry, what impact will it have? Also, at the Pearl Air show, Wu Hao has not been interviewed by many media, which made everyone very frustrated. I'm here to interview him for some breaking news. The film and television entertainment circle is somewhat different from other circles. It seems that no matter what kind of activity, a red carpet and signing ceremony must be held. So the release ceremony was chosen in the evening, and all the afternoon time was spent on the red carpet. There are even media and some live bloggers who have opened live broadcasts to show the public a lively scene. www.untlenovel.com. The first person to come is definitely the creators of the various casts, and then the stars participating in these shows. Finally, the chief executives of these film and television entertainment companies and distributors. Naturally, these bosses cannot come alone, and they also found a beautiful, handsome, male star as a female companion, and this also caused the arrival of some star fans, and also made the whole venue more lively. Wu Hao and Lin Wei finally stepped onto the red carpet. Today, for the first time in their lives, they are somewhat nervous. Wu Hao appeared casual in a casual suit, and Lin Wei put on a dress very solemnly, or from the hands of Lao Go's famous designer, which made her look a lot. As soon as they walked onto the red carpet, the flashing lights kept them blinking. Journalists who waited for a long time on both sides stretched out their microphones and started throwing various questions at Wu Hao. It was just that Wu Hao was not moved, but pulled Lin Wei on the red carpet and walked slowly towards the venue. Latest website, the ceremony officially started in a lively applause. Today, the protagonist of this ceremony is not Wu Hao, but Lin Wei. As for him, it was always noticed by many people. Wu Hao sat smiling at the guest table and looked at Lin Wei, who was on the stage. Today, Lin Wei is very confident and very touching. She embodies the graceful, touching, capable and elegant temperament of a successful woman in the urban workplace. Against Wu Hao's background, she became the envy of everyone on the field. Some film and television company directors and distributors bumped into the wall after Wu Hao and turned around to come to Lin Wei. The following is Mr. Wu Hao, Chairman and CEO of Hao Technology Co., Limited, to speak on stage. Poppy Poppy. Under the applause, Wu Hao stepped on the stage under the guidance of Miss Etiquette, then walked to the microphone stand, took off the microphone and smiled at everyone. First of all, thank you for coming to the launch of this online VR cinema line and the launching ceremony of new movies and TV series. I am very glad to see so many big names and stars in the film and television entertainment industry. To be honest, I was the first time to have met so many stars in close range. It really made the scene bright and shining. Regarding our VR series products, it has been released for 4 or 5 months and has achieved very good results. I am honored to announce here that as of 3 days ago, that is, 5.2149 on November 13th, the global sales of the main device in our VR series, that is, VR glasses, reached 16.5 million units. To PayPap, there was a warm applause from the audience, and many people talked loudly. I can see that everyone is still surprised by this number. I did not expect that Wu Hao announced such a breaking news as soon as he came on stage. The applause gradually fell, and Wu Hao continued, I can assure you that this is definitely a real number, because this number is also directly linked to taxation. We never dare to hide it, nor dare to exaggerate. In addition, our product user community has 300 million registered users worldwide, of which 160 million have registered domestic users. There are tens of millions of daily active members in the community, and it has become one of the most active community forums in China. At the beginning, our community was just sharing experience and feedback among users. As the user community grew larger, the content of the community became more and more abundant. Users are no longer limited to communication between products, but cover a wide range of fields. In order to manage the community well, make it a positive, healthy and civilized community forum, we set up a company focusing on content operations outside Hao Technology, which is Micromedia. YY, General Manager of Y Media, is my girlfriend. Everyone knows this. Because of my relationship, she carried a lot of rumors, including everything that was said, what vases, and relying on men. What I want to say is that I will never seek private because she is my girlfriend, and my girlfriend Lin Wei is even more unlikely to rely on a man's superior vase. Micromedia can have today, all of which were created by her. Because of my busy schedule, I rarely interfere with the company's operations and basically leave it to her to handle it. What you see about our user community content and most of the VR series products are from her writing. It is because of this that she has won the respect of many people in Micromedia, including Hao Technology, which I can't do by myself. Lin Wei, who looked at him with an affectionate look at the audience, smiled Wu Hao, and then continued, it is natural to pay a lot for such outstanding results. Hard work is inevitable. In fact, she doesn't need to work so hard. Even without me, she has a very fulfilling family. There should be no problem in a carefree life. But she didn't. She studied hard from an early age. Not only did she enter a famous university in China, she also chose to study abroad at a famous university. After returning, I didn't feel comfortable entering the parent company or have a carefree life. but chose to work to say what I gave her. In addition to confidence, I am afraid it is a stage to give full play to her talents. At first I was definitely worried, afraid she couldn't handle it. But I didn't expect her to do very well, better than I expected. I'm happy, but at the same time I regret it. Glancing at the interested people, Wu Hao laughed. Because of work, we are all very busy, which makes our time together very short. To be honest, this is really true for a pair of lovers who are in the love stage. It's very hard. Fortunately, we are relatively young. At this stage, the main energy is still focused on career. Of course, career and family must be taken into consideration, and we are trying to balance this. After a round of applause, Wu Hao also started to enter the topic. In the past, we could only watch movies in the movie theaters when watching movies, and we could only choose to watch them on TV. With the development of technology and the spread of the internet and computers, we have a second option, which is to watch these movies and TV shows on the internet anytime, anywhere. Now with the development of VR immersive technology, we have a third way to watch. Using this VR immersive technology allows us to watch various movies and TV shows in real life. The advancement of technology naturally brings the public a better viewing experience, but it also generates a lot of problems. www.mentalnovel.com. The first, movie viewing quality, and the second is the industry's most concerned and sensitive piracy issue. First of all, the quality of movie viewing. Although we have the internet, but limited by hardware facilities, our internet movie viewing experience is not as good as a professional cinema, especially some 3D stereo movies, and the kind of experience that the big screen brings to us. As for the TV series, there is not much difference between watching on the computer and TV. Of course, watching the audio-visual experience on the big TV will definitely be better. With the use of VR technology, we can make up for these hardware defects to the greatest extent, making it the best listening experience, even more than professional cinemas and large-screen TVs. For example, the screen size. After using VR immersive technology, we will no longer be limited by the screen size. In theory, you can make as much as you want, as long as you come over. The second is a better 3D effect. Professional movie theater viewing will be limited by ambient light, and shadows will make the angle different, and the quality of viewing will be affected to varying degrees. The VR device does not have so many problems. It can present the most original and realistic 3D stereoscopic effect of the film to the audience with the best relaxation, thereby bringing a more shocking and experienced audio-visual experience. Latest website. The last point is convenience. With this set of equipment, you don't need to go to the cinema. You can watch related movies at home, and even use our equipment. You can watch with 3 or 5 friends. Speaking of this, Wu Hao paused, and after glancing at the audience, he continued, only, for a long time, network resources have lagged behind and cannot be synchronized with the cinema line. Generally, it is the cinema line after the play is completed. It is the turn of the online theater to play it. Even TV series are difficult to show at the same time as the TV stations, and they are usually delayed for several hours. The biggest reason for this result is piracy. Although we pay great attention to copyright management, we still cannot prevent piracy. Shortly after many movies were released, pirated resources appeared on the internet, so much so that publishers are now trying to do everything possible to prevent piracy problems, such as converting a large number of 2D movies to 3D, so that to a certain extent, it can prevent sneak piracy. Of course, there is another reason, that is, 3D movies are more expensive than 2D movies. Although this can prevent piracy, it sacrifices the quality and comfort of viewing. Forcing a 2D video to 3D is actually not very effective, and many people are voicing it. This is the case for cinemas, not to mention the internet. As long as there are videos playing on the internet, such as being pirated, this is already a rule. In order to avoid piracy and attract viewers, some video sites on the internet have now turned on the barrage mode. In order to attract the audience, sometimes a movie attracts not only the content of the movie, but also various kinds of barrage when watching the movie. And today, Wuhao raised the tone to everyone in the audience. We will launch our elaborate online VR cinema line in the virtual world of our VR equipment. The main purpose of this online VR cinema line is to solve the previous series of problems. Let our users watch high quality and excellent film and television content for the first time. Our online VR movie theater line will be directly connected with film and television companies and distributors, so that new movies will be shown in our online VR movie theaters as soon as possible. In this way, synchronous playback will inevitably cause many people to worry. On the one hand, it is worried that this method is prone to piracy, which will harm the interests of distributors and other offline theaters. On the other hand, offline cinema is hesitant. Our online VR movie theater line is bound to touch some of their interests. Let's talk about the piracy problem that everyone is most concerned about. Please rest assured in this regard, because it is played with our equipment, and we have sufficient confidence in technology to ensure that resources are not leaked out. Our VR system is a closed-loop system. Compared with the open internet, it forms a more closed virtual world. This virtual world has very detailed rules and systems from the very beginning, and the related management and control methods are very advanced, sufficient to cope with various possible crisis situations. There is no problem in dealing with piracy. Secondly, our online VR movie theater line adopts the relevant streaming media playback technology developed by ourselves. Not only the playback picture is smoother and clearer, and more importantly, it is forbidden to record, which means that the movie you are watching cannot be recorded, so that the source of the film is avoided. As for the physical plug-in recording that many people worry about, everyone is assured of this. Our device has a built-in eye tracker, which is also activated when playing a movie. The video will automatically terminate if it is not worn by the person. This not only prevents the external plug-in recording, but also facilitates the user to wear it. For example, if you suddenly go to the bathroom while watching a movie, then you can directly take off our VR glasses and the movie will automatically stop. When you come back and put it on again, the video will replay and seamlessly connect, thus improving your viewing comfort. Pop-up. At this, everyone in the audience applauded. Wuhao's introduction somewhat reassured a number of film and television company and distributor executives, and nodded in approval. And Wuhao, on the stage waiting for applause to fall, then went on to say, "Here, we will also solemnly promise that we will set up a 10 billion insurance fund. All the piracy issues caused by our film source leak, we will make a single claim settlement for the issuer and the film side. Please rest assured." After hearing Wuhao's promise, everyone below applauded. This is undoubtedly giving everyone a reassurance and finally letting everyone worry. As for the offline circuit, it is certain that it will be affected. However, what I want to say is that we are not replacing the offline circuit, but to supplement it. After all, there are many other functions of the offline circuit. Online theaters cannot be replaced, such as high-quality services and social functions as a theater. After a few words, Wuhao quickly changed the topic and said, "This time, we will have several investment and cooperation TV series and movies that will be released on the VR cinema line online. This is a bold attempt by us and a brand new attempt by the entire industry in this field. I hope this attempt will yield very fruitful results as a way to inspire industry confidence. For these TV series and movies, we have adopted a new production technology, which not only shortened the entire production cycle www.mtlnovel.com but also brought the picture effect to a new level. The first is special effects. The special effects of these movies and TV series have definitely reached the peak of domestic and international special effects films. This is not bragging. We will release related trailers soon. Everyone will know if you take a look. The second is the realistic 3D immersive effect, which allows you to experience the magnificent scene in the movie. This movie viewing experience is definitely difficult to achieve with traditional 3D movies. This can also be experienced in our VR promotional videos. The last is interactive and immersive. With our VR glasses and wearable interactive devices, you can even interact with some of the characters and scene objects in the movie, as if you were in the movie. In addition, you can even choose a character in the play to choose your favorite plot according to your wishes, and you can even participate in the plot. That's right, this sounds like a game, but it is indeed a new movie viewing experience. Enough novelty, enough excitement, and real enough. Alright, let's open this magical door together. Latest website, WooHow's speech is over. The next part is the release of several movies and TV series. The headquarters released 3 movies and 2 TV series. Among them, the 3 films are 3 themes: Xianxia, military warfare, and now urban. All 3 films use the latest panoramic 3D shooting technology and use VR real-world model construction technology to produce special effects in the post. Not only has the manufacturing cost and time been greatly reduced, but the picture has also been greatly improved. The first is the Xianxia movie, which is adapted from the popular Xianxian network. It is about the rise of an ordinary cultivation family. The film is limited, and it is certainly impossible to adapt it all. Therefore, only part of it is adapted, that is, the part where the protagonist goes down the mountain to perform the task. In fact, the overall content of the movie is very simple, that is, it tells a series of twists and turns stories that the protagonist goes down the mountain at the command of the patriarch to perform the task. As a special effects movie and a stunt movie, the director and producer weakened the movie content. Instead, the focus is on the special effects picture, so the biggest advantage of this movie is the picture and the shocking audio-visual experience. This movie will also be the first of 3 released this time, and will be released immediately in their online VR cinema. At the launch ceremony, the official trailers for these 3 films were released online. The people present also watched the trailers of these 3 movies through VR equipment with all the netizens and VR users who watched the live broadcast of the conference. In order to satisfy so many people watching at the same time, WooHow also specially brought out their newly developed VR glasses equipment. This VR glasses that came out this time is different from the product that was previously released for sale. It does not have a host or a connection, but uses wireless transmission technology, but only a pair of VR glasses and related supporting headphones. This is WooHow's new VR glasses product, developed for collective users, that is, one host supporting multiple VR glasses. 70 or 80 people at the scene, each with a pair of VR glasses, and only one host really supported these VR glasses. One host supports so many VR glasses at the same time, which has great requirements on the performance of the host and even the entire system. Another is the high-speed wireless transmission technology used by VR glasses, which not only minimizes the latency of the picture, but also makes the picture very smooth and clear. The first is this fairy tale movie. The beginning of the trailer is the protagonist's family residence, a fairyland like a blissful land, in which the mountains are undulating, the clouds are misty, the waterfalls are turbulent, and the flowers are strange. It's too real, it's really beautiful. Although this content is only a few tens of seconds, it has already satisfied all the imaginations of people in the wonderland of the true world. This is followed by a picture of the protagonist practicing his sword in front of his cave. This content shooting and post-production team adopted panoramic 3D shooting, that is, multiple 3D cameras were used to cross-shoot the protagonist. Then the pictures taken by these 3D cameras are combined together in post-processing, and then post-production. The effect achieved in this way is that when watching the scene, the audience can be in it, watching the protagonist practicing sword with his own eyes. Even the audience can turn around and look up to follow the protagonist's jumping figure, which is very real. Then the protagonist accepted the mission of the patriarch, and then the royal sword flew down the mountain to perform the mission. In the process of the royal sword, the first-person and third-person interspersed pictures were used to make the audience feel as if they were flying in the royal sword in person, which was very exciting. The following is a series of fighting plots. This drama also broke through the restrictions of traditional martial arts, and fairy night fighting really achieves the immortal Xianxia fighting method of fighting. Each move is very clean, especially in the final fight against the Bzhang cannibal demon. The picture was very shocking, and the people who watched it were surging with blood and their hearts were surging. The entire trailer was only 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but this shocking effect reflected in the picture made everyone feel addicted. Even after a long time after the end of the broadcast, everyone had not responded. This was followed by a military war drama, a drama with a very unique style, using a large number of first angles for shooting. The picture and its vividness are very substitutive, especially in the trailer. In the evening, the bullets fired by the machine gun on the enemy's position made all the viewers unable to resist and wanted to avoid, which was very exciting. The third urban drama is mainly interactive. Viewers can choose different plots according to their preferences, so as to promote the development of the entire plot backwards. From the trailer, this is a story about the growth of young people. The audience controls the protagonist to do a series of things through different choices, such as job search, such as graduation defense, and then a girlfriend and so on. The whole story is relatively easy and funny. There are many old-fashioned ways, but this interactive method adds a lot of fun to this movie, which makes people laugh. As for the 2 TV series, they are adapted based on popular internet IPs. 124 episodes and 112 episodes are elaborate online dramas. These 2 dramas are no different in plot and structure from the big hit online dramas on the internet, but a lot of 3D effects are added to the special effects to make them more realistic, shocking and more gorgeous. Although the production quality of these 2 online dramas is still somewhat inferior to that of the previous 3 movies, but from the perspective of production quality and picture effects, it is enough to kill many large production special effects movies currently released. To PayPap, after a lively applause www.untilnovel.com, the release ceremony officially ended. The crowd left the scene intently, then went to a reception party hosted by Lin Wei. Not only were the guests on the scene, but also all the audience who watched the live broadcast of the release ceremony. Too shocking, too real. This is the consensus given by the vast majority of viewers after watching these trailers. Many viewers watching live broadcasts through the traditional internet, although unable to appreciate the shocking feeling brought by VR glasses, were also deeply impressed by the shocking pictures. Some netizens have left messages and want to immediately place an order to buy a VR device and come back, for nothing else, just to be able to see this shocking effect. As for VR equipment users, in addition to repeatedly reviewing these trailers, they are also asking how the online VR movie theater line should be used. In particular, many people are worried that such wonderful dramas are afraid that the paid price is too expensive. In case it is really like some websites, it is really a daddy to get paid on demand. Latest website, at the reception, Wu Hao and Lin Wei were naturally the focus of the audience. In this regard, Lin Wei really enjoyed the feeling of the stars and the moon, but Wu Hao didn't like it very much. But anyway, for entertainment, even if he doesn't like it, he must deal with these bosses and stars who deliberately and take advantage of opportunities. He doesn't know the thoughts of these people, but he doesn't have any thoughts about investing in the film and television industry. So after these people's abacus failed, they had to rush to Lin Wei again. Although Y Media will invest in some film and television projects in the future, it will not make a profit from this. Its main purpose is to promote online VR movie theater lines. In the foreseeable future, the online opening of the online VR movie theater line will inevitably lead to a fierce conflict with the traditional offline cinema line, so the competition for excellent film resources is very important. In the long run, their online VR movie theater line is definitely dominant. However, in the short term, the strength of traditional offline cinemas is still very large. How they want to break through and grow stronger, I am afraid it will take some trouble. This is just like the scramble between the network video platform and the TV station at the beginning. and the TV station must be powerful at first. The network video platform is just a new thing and its strength is very small. It is as easy for a TV station to crush them as it is to crush an ant. But with the popularity of the internet, online video platforms are also growing. So far, it can be said that it has competed with the TV station's chamber, and it is comparable. Even now, the network video platform has a tendency to suppress the TV station. In addition to some powerful satellite TVs, many local TV stations and even some satellite TVs have begun to support them. Hard to maintain. It is an indisputable fact that the impact of the internet has indeed caused the decline of traditional TV broadcasting channels. This can be seen not only by WOWOW, but also by these film and television companies and distributors. So this is why the bosses of these film and television companies and distributors have worked hard to come to Anxi. In a happy and peaceful atmosphere, the reception was over. Lin Wei took the opportunity to start discussions with these film and television companies and distributors on the subsequent in-depth cooperation, while WOWOW focused on the online VR cinema online. In response to the price issues most concerned by the internet and usernames, Weibo and Hao's official Weibo quickly responded. In this response, the operation mode of the entire online VR movie theater line and the related charging standards are introduced in detail. The online VR movie theater line is said to be an online theater line. In fact, it is not much different from the general online video playback platform. It is a video resource playback website. However, in the virtual world, it appears in the form of a virtual movie theater, giving people the effect of watching movies in a real theater. The online VR movie theater line uses VIP members plus tickets to watch movies in two ways. The price of VIP members is 20 yuan per month. All users who purchase VIP members can watch all the newly released VIP episodes without restriction, and these episodes will not be charged separately in other ways, and will not generate additional costs. Ticketing for movie viewing is mainly aimed at movies released with online VR cinema lines, which is also aligned with offline cinema lines. As with the offline theater line, all films released will be screened using box office splitting. 50% of all proceeds during the effective screening period belong to the issuer and the film owner. Of course, in order to attract a large number of movies to join in at this stage, the VR movie theater line is screened online. WOWOW took the initiative to increase the split between the issuer and the film owner to 55%, while they kept only 45% of their operating expenses. This is absolutely unacceptable for the offline cinema line, because the accounting ratio of the offline cinema line is generally 6 or 4, or even more. The number of theater lines is 6, and the issuer and film side are 4. Sometimes filmmakers and distributors take the initiative to reduce the split ratio in order to obtain more and longer release opportunities. More than 30% of them, and some of the videos with delayed keys are even more than 20%. WOWOW's decision seems to be a loss for them. In fact, it attracted a large number of films to be released at the beginning stage to expand platform resources. In addition, this is also a marketing promotion method. At the beginning, it is necessary to equip with a lot of money and attract a large number of viewers and users. Of course, they can't really lose money. Let us not talk about whether they can make money on box office accounting and online VR movie theater operations. Even at a loss, there is no problem. You know, they have already made a lot of money by selling hardware equipment. The release of these movie contents is actually to attract more consumers to buy their VR products. In this respect, they are not losing. Not to mention some extra income in the operation of the platform, such as advertising revenue. Currently, they price movies released on online VR movie theaters between 10 and 20 yuan. The specific price is still negotiated with the film producer. The production cost and quality of the film are different, and the ticket price is different. Although the filmmakers and distributors are given the right to independently price within a certain range, it does not mean that they can set prices arbitrarily. If the quality of a movie is not good, but they set a high price, then few people will be willing to watch it. Therefore, filmmakers and distributors must make reasonable pricing based on the quality of the film to attract viewers to the maximum extent. As for VIP members, you can discount on the basis of the original fare. www.mentalnovel.com. The higher the members level, the cheaper the discount will be. From the initial 20% off to the lowest 50% off, it can be said that the longer the VIP member opens, the greater the discount. This is also to maintain the number of VIP users to a certain extent. Instead of thinking over and over how to cut the leak over and over, to tap the maximum value of these VIP members. All purchased videos can be viewed for an unlimited number of times within a prescribed period, usually 2 days or 48 hours. After the deadline, you have to buy it again. Of course, if you buy it again, the fare will be more favorable. The reason for this is to protect the interests of the filmmakers and distributors. After all, one ticket can only watch one movie in the offline theater. On the online VR movie theater line, Wuhao set it to 2 days, which is somewhat unfair to the film and distributor. Of course, compared to the limited screening period of the offline theater line, the online VR movie theater line can be unlimited and can be shown for a longer time. In this respect, filmmakers and distributors can obtain more revenue through a longer screening period, which indirectly makes up for their previous losses. Latest URL. Of course, these movies cannot always be paid for. As with offline theaters, a screening period will be set, but this period may be longer. When these movies are released in the VR cinema theaters online, they will be converted into VIP member movies for free for all VIP members to watch. As for ordinary viewers, if you want to watch, you must recharge your membership. If you really don't want to open VIP members, then you have to wait for these movies to be shown to all audiences. Just like the 3 movies and TV series released this time, the Xiaxia movie and 1 TV series will be released for free for all users. The broadcasting rights of this movie and a TV series have all been bought out by Y Media and Hayo Technology. The buyout costs are also very expensive, and they have spent a total of nearly 7 or 8 billion yuan. The reason for spending a lot of money to buy out movies and then show them for free is to advertise their online VR movie theater line and attract audiences. Secondly, it is to promote their VR equipment, which can be regarded as a huge advertisement. Sure enough, the effectiveness of this advertisement is still very good, and their VR series product sales ushered in a new peak. Many netizens and users themselves are very interested in these movies and TV series made specifically for VR equipment. Some clips of the trailers of these dramas have also been edited repeatedly, and then spread rapidly on the internet. However, because the visual effects in VR glasses can only be seen by users, what is seen on the ordinary internet is just a flat screen. Because of this, many curious netizens can only go to the nearest Hayo Technology offline official experience store and offline sales outlets to experience, which also makes the already popular offline experience stores and major offline sales outlets ushered in the peak again. Even some sales outlets have also made related restrictions, and only release a certain number of reserved experience places every day to avoid too many people in the store affecting service quality and normal operation of the store. And these experienced netizens have sent their own experience to the internet, and together with many other users have become a hot topic on the internet. More and more people's discussions have caused more attention to these films. Users not only in China, but also in Southeast Asia, South Korea, South Asia, Europe and other regions, as well as many netizens, have developed a strong interest in this. Maybe these people don't understand our domestic traditional culture, but the gorgeous and stunning visuals brought by this promotional video make a lot of foreigners sigh and sigh. This is like opening up a brand new world. The public's attention has also made these plays appear in the mainstream media, and some of the more influential media abroad have reported. Even so-called experts have warned that this is a cultural invasion and a cultural war, so that countries can prepare for it and ban these movies and TV shows from flowing into the Western world. It even proposed to severely restrict Hayo's VR equipment products, prohibiting it from using its own equipment to play content that does not conform to Western values. Well, it's the same old threat theory, although ridiculous. It is really believed by many of you. Even the culture minister of the infant country had to come forward to respond. In the words of the Minister of Culture, as long as the content of film and television works does not violate the laws and regulations of the infant country, as well as ethics and universal values, then these film and television works should be screened and broadcast in the country of the infant country and protected by law. At the same time, the relevant competent authorities of Laos also made relevant responses. The content is similar to that of infant countries, which is roughly the meaning. With the statements of these two major European countries, there will be no problem in broadcasting these movies and TV shows in Europe. It's just that the genres of these plays this time are mainly for domestic users, and they do not take care of overseas users. Therefore, if they want to expand overseas markets, they must absorb more excellent films from overseas countries. After all, under the current circumstances, our domestic cultural influence is still very limited globally. Many countries and many people still have a lot of misunderstandings and even discrimination. This of course requires us to explain and clarify. But this process cannot be rushed and needs to be done bit by bit. With the continuous export of domestically produced excellent cultural works, these misunderstandings and prejudice and discrimination will gradually disappear. If you are in a hurry and use too much force, it will cause the other party's alertness and even resistance. Sometimes a cultural invasion is more fierce than a gun, because it is usually invisible, untouchable, and imperceptible. When it comes to real power, it will really be more devastating than a tragic war. We have suffered a great deal in this respect. With the cultural influence that has been painstakingly managed over the years, the country has acted wildly in the world. Among them, the biggest and most significant effect in the world is actually the film industry of the me country. These films are constantly exported to countries around the world, and they continue to promote their universal values and culture. It was not felt at first, because this influence was carried out subtly, but over time its invasion, destructive power and influence gradually emerged. Take two of our most common and typical examples. For example, the red and blue blood strips we play in the game. The blue that everyone thinks of first must be the righteous side, and the red one is the enemy side. This is the power of cultural invasion. The concept of this red and blue camp can be traced back to the Cold War at the earliest, because of the opposition between the East and West camps, so the two camps of red and blue appeared. This also deeply affected the social production of the film and game industry in this period and later, and gradually formed a global consensus. The second one is the white wedding dress in the wedding. In our traditional culture, white is not flattering, and festive days must wear red, because red is auspicious. Due to the influence of Western culture, people are gradually accepting white wedding dresses. www.mentalnovel.com. Even now every girl is required to wear a wedding dress, which has also made white wedding dresses the standard wedding dress. What's more, some people who admire foreigners think that red festive traditional clothing is bad habits and feudal heritage. There are many related examples, some of which are not suitable for this. But indeed, we have been subject to targeted cultural invasions by foreign countries. In recent years, our country has also noticed problems in this regard and has made many measures. On the other hand, with the continuous development of our country's economy and culture, our people's sense of identification with traditional culture has continued to deepen, and has gradually evolved into a trend of cultural revival. However, this is not enough. We just resist and contain the cultural invasion of the enemy. There is no better way and strength to spread our own culture better, and this way of spreading out is not smooth, but has encountered many bumps. The most famous one is probably the Confucius Institute. Previously, we actively spread our traditional culture overseas and achieved very good results. However, this is still obstructed and even suppressed by some Western countries. It can be said that the form is not optimistic. Latest website, with everyone's eager anticipation, the movie is officially released on the VR Cinema line online, and the TV series is also broadcast simultaneously. Although everyone knows the wonderful degree of this movie and TV series through the trailer, when you see the feature film, you can't help but be amazed by the stunning picture effects. For a while, this movie and TV series not only appeared on various hot search lists, but also became the topic of full-name discussion. This also makes many people sigh that it has been a long time since a movie or TV series could reach such an empty place. It seems that the Shaolin Temple and the later Pearl of the Pearl reached this scene before. Taking advantage of the popularity of this movie and TV series, the sales of their VR series products have skyrocketed and become extremely hot. And affected by this movie and TV series, their VR series products are no longer confined to younger groups, but spread to older groups. The implementation of sales data monitoring shows that the number of middle-aged and elderly consumers in the 40s has continued to increase, even exceeding the young consumer group. And compared with young consumer groups, middle-aged and elderly people have stronger spending power, and some consumers directly choose to purchase a complete set of equipment. Taking advantage of this hot wind, Wuhao decisively decided to further increase the preferential level of related equipment. So-called small profits but quick turnover. The most important task at present is to expand the user base. Although the VR user group is currently close to 20 million people, this is not enough. Wuhao aims to reach 100 million people in 2 years. Only such a large scale can support the operation of the entire virtual world and lay a solid foundation for its development. Of course, this hot scene naturally attracted many people's jealousy. Some people who deliberately find fault and touch the porcelain are also making waves, showing their existence. For example, the so-called Film Practitioners Association in a certain province issued a statement, publicly accusing Hayo Technology and Y Media of launching an online VR movie theater line to disrupt the film business market and destroy the real economy. Some cinema lines also spoke one after another. On the one hand, they were worried and criticized the online VR cinema line. On the other hand, it is strongly announced that this online VR cinema line will not affect the normal operation of the offline cinema line. Even some theater companies are planning to ban film companies and distributors to prevent them from showing films online in VR cinemas. In this regard, Wuhao naturally resolutely countered. On the one hand, it is to increase investment in some excellent films and control the flow of these excellent films. On the other hand, it is to increase the proportion of online dividends and related subsidies, to attract more excellent movies to choose to be released online in VR cinemas. In addition, Wuhao and they are also preparing to organize a team of legal and lawyers to collect evidence and file lawsuits on the unfair competition behavior of these theaters. Just when everyone thought that a world war was inevitable, the two sides of the sword were both stunned. No need to ask, it must be involved. In fact, it really is. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the Ministry of Culture jointly interviewed Wuhao and the person in charge of the circuit to mediate and reconcile. Wuhao was specially invited to have tea in Beijing. This is a joke and a figurative metaphor. In fact, it was really good for the other party to find his tea. It was not cheap at first glance. It was just that he and the chief executives over the theater didn't think much about the tea. At this moment, both sides are blaming each other, venting their anger during this time. Of course, this kind of vent does not solve the problem, and the two sides have to return to the negotiation table. The opinions of the two ministries are clear, that is, the two sides must reconcile, and the incident must be calmed down as soon as possible. This matter is plain, the contradiction between the real economy and the virtual economy, because the confrontation between them and the offline courts has also triggered discussions and scoldings across the entire network and even among the people. Netizens and the public who support each side have expressed their opinions, and what they scold is not open. Therefore, in this context, the relevant departments must not ignore it, so the two ministries have come forward to mediate and reconcile, and demand that the storm be calmed as soon as possible. However, because of the division of interests, the two sides have had very difficult talks, stalemate and concessions on key issues. The offline theater line believes that it is Wuhao's online VR movie theater line that has harmed their interests. Wuhao was asked to stop the related actions immediately and compensate for the loss. Wuhao did not dare to show weakness, and directly pointed out the other party's series of unfair competition actions and evidence of malicious suppression of attacks. Ask the other party to stop these illegal acts and apologize. In the face of the stalemate between the two sides, the two ministries are actually difficult to distinguish. How do you say, this caring is full of meat, it is not good to hurt anyone? One currently has a huge market, and the other is a big one. So after careful consideration, it can only be mixed with mud. Even to force Wuhao to reach a settlement with the theater as soon as possible, the mediation leader locked them directly in the hotel. Although the room and board are free and the conditions are good, neither side has spent time here, but can only sit down and talk again. This time the attitudes of the two sides have changed significantly, because everyone knows that when they don't talk well, they have to stay on. So the two sides began to negotiate. After a series of tug-of-war, they finally reached a settlement agreement. The agreement is long and contains a lot of content. But the overall content is that both sides cannot use the resources in their hands to suppress the other party, and agree to include Wuhao's online VR movie theater line into the domestic cinema alliance. Of course, this is also conditional, that is, Wuhao must open up relevant technologies, and cannot use technology as a key to force filmmakers and distributors to choose them. At the same time, Wuhao must ensure that the source of the released film is protected from leakage. If it is leaked because of their fault, then they will compensate the related losses. www.intelnovel.com. In addition, there are also price aspects. Wuhao they must not arbitrarily reduce prices and so on to protect fair competition. As a sincere reconciliation, Wuhao's films will also be screened in theaters. Although this settlement agreement made a lot of concessions for them, it was generally more favorable for them. At least it has won them a stable development environment, which is what Wuhao wants most. As for the others, he still has the patience to cook frogs and ants to eat elephants in warm water. With the news of the reconciliation, this made netizens and the public sigh of disappointment at the same time, and they couldn't help but be disappointed for them. It seemed that they had missed a good show. Of course, this news is also good news for many people, because the Xia movie that is being shown on the online VR movie theaters will land in the offline theaters in the form of 3D Max. This is definitely a joy for many people who have not bought or can't afford VR equipment. They all say that this movie is good looking, they have to buy tickets to see it for themselves. The latest website, Hiroko, we are too bad. Why should we give in so much and let the other party pick up so cheap? Before the person arrived, the voice came first, and saw Jiang Jun come in with a big belly and grumble. After looking at Shenning who followed him, Wuhao smiled and waved her hands to signal her to go out, then stood up and looked at Jiang Jun with a bit of helplessness. What's so bad? What makes the other party a big deal? What else? Negotiations with those offline cinema companies. Why should we disclose the relevant technology to them and use them in the offline cinemas? I don't know. Yesterday, our Xia movie was released online in the lower court. On the first day, we got 320 million yuan. According to expert estimates, this movie is expected to exceed 3 billion yuan. Isn't that making them a big deal? Jiang Jun was dissatisfied. Oh, Wuhao waved and smiled, then took Jiang Jun a glass of water and handed him. Is this bad? The higher the box office, the more our share. This is also our firepower. As for technical disclosure, this is also the result of negotiation and settlement. If the two ministries are reconciled, you should find them with any resentment. I'm not complaining to you. Jiang Jun shrank his neck when he heard Wuhao's words. Two ministries, he dare not touch the mold. Moreover, I'm not watching others make so much money. I feel bad. In order to attract audiences and promote the advertising of VR products, This fairy tale movie was released online by an online VR cinema in a virtual world for all audiences to watch for free. So up to now, although they have gained a large audience, they have not yet made a penny from this film. Suddenly seeing former competitors making huge profits through their films, Jang Jun must be a little uncomfortable. Oh, sit down and say, what are you so excited about? Wu Hao pressed his hand to signal him to sit down, and he sat down on the sofa casually, and then took out a cigarette to light up and said, the so-called will have a lot to offer. Although we paid a lot of money, we also want a stable development environment. At this stage, we seem to be losing money, but in the long run, this stable development environment is still very beneficial to us. After we slowly grow, it will be different from those theaters. It's like the development process of the network video platform we told you. Think about the gap between the voice and influence of the online video platform 10 years ago and the current online video platform 10 years later. Don't care about this little benefit in front of you, take a long-term view. I'm not unwilling to do this. Jang Jun sighed again and again. The painful expression was undoubted. Wu Hao waved his hand and said, these are small things, don't worry too much. We don't care about them now, but others. Others? Jang Jun wondered. Wu Hao nodded, and then said loudly, Coco brought up this morning's news about Penguin United Kiandu and dozens of internet companies to set up related companies to build their own VR content ecological chain. Okay, sir. I've brought it up for you. While Coco was talking, the glass of the office's huge floor-to-ceiling window suddenly darkened, and I saw a lot of pages about the news appearing on the glass. Coco, is this? Jang Jun stood up, then looked at the contents displayed on these glasses constantly. The worse his face looked, the worse. Jang Jun finally clenched his fists, then gritted his teeth and said, this is obviously for us. I know. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. Jang Jun quickly walked in front of Wu Hao and squatted. Boss, the other party is fierce, and you must guard against it. End display. Wu Hao ignored the fat man in front of him, but said to Kong, okay, sir. As Coco's moving voice sounded, the window glass returned to transparency. Wu Hao played the soot without panic, and then calmly said, since we rejected the Penguin social software and the 1000-degree search function to enter the virtual world, I expected that sooner or later this day would come, and the other party would not be willing to fail. You already knew, but why not prepare in advance and don't let the other party hit us by surprise? Jang Jun panicked. Wu Hao pointed his finger and asked him to sit down again before smiling slightly. Who told you? I'm not ready. So you already have a solution, let's talk about it? Jang Jun's eyes brightened, and he asked with a smile, completely without the flustered affection. Wu Hao asked with a smile, what do you think is our biggest advantage? Jang Jun thought about it, and then replied, of course it is our advanced product. That's right. At present, there is no product in the market that can achieve our effect. So we have no rivals in a short time. Although a series of follow-ups have appeared in the market, the quality of some products is still yes, but it is far worse than us. You know, our advantage is not only in the hard-to-reach hardware, but also in the superior system software. This huge virtual world cannot be built by anyone who wants to build it. It involves a series of complex algorithms, which cannot be played with the other party's current technology. It is certain that after we release this VR series product, the other party has already begun research. It is almost impossible to crack our technology. The only possibility is to use their strengths and imitate our products. It's just that no one can easily imitate such a device even if it is imitated. Look at it. Without a year or two, they can't come up with decent things. I think www.mentalnovel.com, the reason they did this is that they really felt the threat we brought, and their unprecedented crisis. On the other hand, it is to stimulate the stock market so that shareholders and investors can be accounted for. After all, due to our influence, the stock prices of these two companies have also been affected to some extent, and they have fallen a lot. Wu Hao explained with a smile. Jang Jun thought about it, and then nodded, but he couldn't help but ask, Did we just watch the changes now and do nothing? Wu Hao shook his head in response. Surely not, we can't just hold on like this. Prevention. Action of this action. I want to make the other party completely bankrupt. Open the calendar. Okay sir, I have opened the calendar for you. Wu Hao looked at the calendar displayed on the screen, and said to Jiang Jun, we should also hold the last press conference this year. Go back and get ready. Jiang Jun heard the words for a moment, then immediately excited, you mean our products' latest website? The eyeglasses mentioned in Jiang Jun's mouth are actually the same brothers and sisters who were originally developed with VR glasses. They are all in a large project group and belong to different branches. If VR glasses and series products are the main audio and video entertainment games and leisure fields, then our glasses are more inclined to interact with daily business offices. It can be regarded as a miniature mobile phone, which can judge the user's status by tracking the eyeball trajectory, and the corresponding function can be turned on. If you need to make a call or send a text message, you only need to turn on the intelligent voice assistant to enter information. Of course, this is just the concept of general eyeglasses. This time, Wu Hao will break this traditional concept and launch a black technology product of an advanced age. For this eyeglasses, although it is still strictly confidential, but many people in the company have personally experienced it, and Jiang Jun is one of them. Everyone who has experienced it will undoubtedly not send out bursts of surprise. This degree of stunningness is nothing less than when they first experienced VR glasses and a series of supporting products. What is our is actually a reality augmentation technology. In simple terms, it is a technology that intelligently fuses virtual information with the real world, and uses a variety of technical means such as multimedia, 3D modeling, real-time tracking, intelligent interaction, and sensing. Computer-generated text, images, 3D models, music, video and other virtual information are simulated and applied to the real world. The two kinds of information complement each other to achieve enhancement of the real world. In other words, Wu Hao moved the virtual world that was previously in a VR device to the real world. From this, you can imagine its amazing degree, which is why Jiang Jun is excited and exclaimed. Because once this product is released, it is bound to attract a new technological storm. It is also because it is too amazing that the research and development process is actually not smooth, even difficult, far more complicated than VR glasses and a series of supporting equipment. Therefore, the research and development team spent a lot of time, which is why Wu Hao had previously suspended the release. Now that this eyeglasses has been successfully developed, in fact, as early as late October, various aspects of testing have been completed, and achieved good results, reaching expectations. But Wu Hao was eager to prepare for the air show, so this matter was suppressed. Now that all the work has been completed, and it is almost the end of the year, it is time to honor the original promise and release this product. In addition, to cope with this crisis, Wu Hao is also worth launching this device. This was all forced by them, and Wu Hao comforted himself slightly. To a certain extent, this new eyeglasses is more like a continuation of their smart voice assistant. It just changed the simple intelligent voice into an personal terminal that can be seen now, and it has risen in several dimensions. After getting permission from Wu Hao, Jiang Jun seemed very excited and immediately started to arrange it himself. And the company's publicity department quickly moved to start warming up for the year-end press conference. In the words of the company's official Weibo, this will be the most important press conference this year, and it will also be a New Year gift for all the employees of Heot Technology to the world. This is definitely a great product. In the next few days, Heot Technology's official Weibo continued to publish all kinds of mysterious words for publicity. For example, there are more than a dozen black technologies on this product, each of which has a huge market value, and its value alone is no less than the previous new lithium battery technology. For another example, this device may be the greatest and most important product of Heot Technology in recent years, and it may be the last masterpiece of HAO technology for ordinary consumer groups. With the continuous disclosure of these news, the news that HAO technology is about to hold a new press conference has also quickly spread. It has attracted the attention of many domestic and foreign netizens and the public, as well as media journalists, and has made headlines on the technology section of many media for a while. While these netizens have talked about WuHao, they are making up mysteries, and they are also guessing what products are released this time. Because of the large number of people, there are all kinds of guesses, but there are all kinds of things. However, the consensus given by everyone is that this time HAO technology will release an unprecedented blockbuster product, which is definitely more amazing than the previous intelligent voice assistants and VIA series products. Not only these netizens and the public, but even some company chiefs and some leaders and elders have also called to inquire about what WuHao is doing this time. Even the old horse who went to Africa again and again blindly chatted with WuHao over the satellite through a satellite phone, and inquired from the side what WuHao was playing. In the face of these people's inquiries, WuHao called HAHA to deal with it. Before the conference was held, he strictly ordered everyone who participated in the preparation of the conference and the research and development of the project to not utter a word to the outside world. This is of course for the effect of the conference, of course, but also to give the world a big surprise, so as to make a wave of free advertising. Originally, the opinions of the members of the preparatory group for the conference, such an important conference should be placed in a large city such as Shanghai or Beijing, so as to have international influence. However, Du Yongyue found him, hoping that he would leave the conference in Anxi. After all, a large-scale press conference with international influence is conducive to enhancing Anxi's international image publicity. So it is not only Du Yongyue, many people hope that Fat Water will not leave outsiders' fields. WuHao can leave the conference in Anxi. In the face of Du Yongyue's request and the expectations of many people, www.intelnovel.com WuHao is also not good at rejecting. After thinking about it, I finally agreed to hold it in Anxi, and live broadcast the conference live globally. In this regard, WuHao also personally made some arrangements for the press conference. For example, the original announcement team was preparing to hold a large new product conference of 5,000 people, but WuHao rejected it. According to his original intention, it is enough to control the number of people at this conference to 500 or 600. It was just that the preparatory group could not arrange it. Eventually, the number of people at the press conference was controlled to about 800, and the venue was placed in a well-designed stadium. In addition, considering the particularity of the product at the conference's form has also been modified to facilitate better display of this glasses. At the same time as the press conference was being prepared, many media reporters also sent applications to participate in the press conference. Compared with the previous few times, the number of media came this time, and many well-known media have sent applications, which shows that WuHao's influence and attention to this press conference. Book guest reading URL. On the 20th of December, there are 11 days before the New Year and 5 days before the most important Christmas in the West. WuHao put the most important press conference at the end of the year on this day, which is also the closing work of HAO technology this year. As the influence of the company grows, more and more people follow the conference. Therefore, everyone paid great attention to this press conference, so that the whole company was filled with an atmosphere of war, and WuHao was a little nervous. No, it's too old-fashioned, change another one. Lin Wei looked at WuHao, then shook it, raised another suit and made a gesture in front of WuHao, then said, "Try this, I think this black suit is more suitable for you." WuHao sighed, sighing at the sight. This has changed a lot of people, just wear them all. Besides, didn't you hire a stylist? What are you doing to follow the blind? Why, are you annoying me? Lin Wei smiled at him. WuHao shook his head and said, "No, I just feel too troublesome. It's just a new product launch. Everyone is nervous. Why wasn't this the case in the past? It's different. and the degree of attention is different. You are a global live broadcaster this time, and it is expected that there will be 6.7 billion people watching your live broadcast through the internet. Can you be careless? Lin Y wasn't angry. It's only 6 or 7 billion. Our country has 1.4 billion people, Wu Hao said silently. Okay, look at you. You are not enough. Is not enough 6 or 7 billion people? Lin Y grinned. Wu Hao shook his head, then put this custom black casual suit on his body, and then looked in the mirror and said, how do I feel like a bodyguard? And wearing sunglasses is more like it. He. The staff standing beside them laughed. Lin Y rolled her eyes, then stepped forward to take care of his clothes, and then smiled satisfactorily. People rely on clothes and horses and saddles. That's it. I look good. You say okay. Wu Hao was relieved. He was afraid that Lin Y would continue to toss him. Originally, it was just an ordinary press conference. Now everyone cares more about him, but he is the most unsuspecting person. In fact, I can't be bothered, but in his opinion, the good products have been half successful, and the next step is to play on the spot. This is the most test of the knowledge, cultivation, eloquence, and adeptness of every speaker. Let's take a sip of water. The press conference will not start until a while, Lin Y said to him. Wu Hao nodded, then sat down, took out a tablet and looked up. Lin Y smiled and waved. The makeup and styling staff who have been waiting for a long time started to help him make up. Pulled out her phone, Lin Y looked at Weibo, and smiled at Wu Hao. The internet is very concerned about your press conference. And now there are millions of viewers waiting in the live broadcast room. Wu Hao heard Lin Y's words and shook her head slightly, then sighed. When the press conference is over, nothing will happen years ago. Let's take a good rest during this free time, or find one. Let's travel somewhere. South Yunnan or Kyungnan, find a warm place. Take our family members on both sides and play together for a few more days. Okay, I haven't been hanging out with my family for a long time. When I look back, I call my parents and your parents to let them prepare in advance. Lin Y's eyes brightened, and then she smiled slightly. What, your parents are my parents? It is our parents. Wu Hao was a little dissatisfied. Cut, we are not married yet. Of course your parents. Lin Y gave him a white look, but still smiled. What's the matter without getting married? My parents have long regarded you as a daughter-in-law, and now they are more dear to you than to me. Wu Hao smiled and said haha. How could Lin Y not understand? This is to urge him to get married. It's just that he really doesn't have this time now, so he can only postpone it. He is not just a wedding. He has to do a lot of work before and after, and he has to spend a lot of time on his honeymoon. So at this stage, he does not consider this matter. After the company has passed the rapid growth period and entered a steady development, he will consider this matter again. Besides, they are still young and this matter is not anxious. I heard Wu Hao's words. Lin Y poked her lips, but did not continue this topic. Wu Hao's careful thoughts on how she might have hidden her, and in the usual case, she would definitely have a good conversation with this bastard. But today is not possible. He will be on the stage to preach, so he still writes down the account first, and then clears him up later. Seeing that Lin Y didn't care, Wu Hao showed white teeth and smiled, and then looked at the contents of the tablet. Although there is a teleprompter in front of the stage, what should be prepared must be prepared. Otherwise, if you make a mistake when speaking on the stage, it will greatly affect the image of the product introduction and even the corporate brand. Herko, how are you preparing? I saw Zhang Jun wearing a large suit, led Zixi Dong and Yang Fan, and they came in, excited, www.mentalnovel.com, almost ready to go on stage. Wu Hao smiled, and motioned them to sit down. Zhang Jun shook his head and said, no, I'll come and see. There are still a bunch of customers and leaders waiting for me to accompany me. Wu Hao nodded when he heard the words, then he did not force him anymore. At this press conference, many customer representatives and even the chief executives of some partners came. In addition, There are many leaders who are interested in this. These people are sitting in the VIP seat below the stage, waiting for the start of the conference. This press conference is quite special. The actual display actually can't show much. The things displayed are not intuitive enough, and the best way is to get started. So the experience display activities after the press conference are very important. We must pay attention to it and make sure it is foolproof. Wu Hao urged Xiaodong. Rest assured, with the last lesson learned, we have made adequate preparations and emergency plans this time to ensure nothing is wrong. Xiaodong patted his chest. Well, we must pay attention to security, remembering that security is a top priority. The more critical at this moment, the less panic it is, and working hard to bring this conference to a successful conclusion is a great achievement. Wu Hao nodded and then looked at him in good faith. Let the security company responsible for maintaining order send additional staff. We must ensure that the order of personnel is normal when entering and exiting. Second, we must also make relevant emergency plans to ensure that in the event of an accident, we can have adequate responses. I will start to arrange immediately. Xiaodong stood up and responded. Wu Hao looked at the time, and then got up and laughed. It's almost time. Let's go to the venue. Latest website, leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hao Technologies Winter New Product Launch Conference in 2022 has officially started. Let us welcome Mr. Wu Hao, Chairman and CEO of Hao Technology Co., Limited, with warm applause. Papa, accompanied by warm applause. Wu Hao walked up from the stage under the light of the flash, then walked to the middle of the stage, bowed at the audience, and then smiled. Thank you for your applause. Thank you very much for taking the time to watch our winter new product launch this busy season. As we said in the promotional video, this is a New Year gift we give to everyone in the world. Before officially starting the content, we also review our last new product launch, which was in the summer. We launched VR glasses and related supporting equipment at the launch. This series of products has been launched. It is very popular, and it has achieved very good results. In fact, I said earlier this year and at the summer conference that we will release a total of 2 heavy products this year. One of them is the VR glasses and the accompanying equipment, and the other product is the product we are going to release today. In fact, its development is very early, and it is basically carried out at the same time as our VR glasses, said to be a brother of the same mother. Yes, many people have already guessed it. This is our glasses. Oh, Poppy. The audience in the audience cheered and applauded. This answer is both expected and unexpected. As expected, some people had already guessed a long time ago what products are developed at the same time. Then you can guess through VR glasses. This product must be related to this. Then the hottest our products nowadays naturally become a common guess for everyone. Unexpectedly, some people actually have greater expectations. They think that Wu Hao will release some more amazing new products instead of our glasses. It seems that there are already many on the market, so these people can't help it. Somewhat disappointed. Although they are co-developed together, there is a big difference in principle and technology between the two, and there is no meaning at all. Compared to VR glasses, our glasses are more difficult. Why do you say that? Because it is difficult to interact with the real world. In fact, this interaction technology is nothing special. The magic camera of our mobile phone can also be regarded as an augmented reality interaction technology. In fact, our technology is not new. Many people are doing it, and many related products have been made so far, and some are really good. While Wu Hao was talking, pictures of these products were playing on the big screen behind. Wu Hao took a look at the audience, then shook his head and said, "No, this is not the R I imagined in my heart. The R in my mind must be intelligent, it must be practical, and it must be a perfect combination that can intelligently fuse virtual information with the real world." So in this regard, these products in the market are not qualified, at least in my mind. They are not the products I want. Since there isn't, why can't I do it by myself? This is the original intention of my decision to develop our glasses. Speaking of this, Wu Hao smiled, but the idea is very full, but the reality is very skinny. It's too difficult. It's not just me, it is the voice of all members of our R&D team, but it is also weak. Although there are some products and technologies that can be used for reference, there is very little that can help us, because we have to start a new stove and develop an eyeglasses that I think is perfect in my mind. We said in the previous publicity that there are more than a dozen black technologies on this new product, which is not an exaggeration, because we did overcome one difficulty after another. These dozens of black technologies, or major scientific and technological achievements, are individually released, each of which will be a sensational technology. And we put them together to form the smart eyeglasses and virtual imaging equipment we will release to you today. Strictly speaking, this smart eyeglasses is actually an upgrade and continuation of our intelligent voice assistant, and will serve as a personal information interactive terminal, serving all users. Having said that, Wu Hao changed a page of PPT, and then yelled to the audience, "Well, that's all. Let's meet Lushan of this smart eyeglasses." With that said, Wu Hao exited, the lights were dim, and the introduction screen of this smart eyeglasses began to play on the big screen behind him. With the broadcast of the video, the audience could not help exclaiming. Everyone present focused their attention on the smart eyeglasses displayed on the big screen, because it was too much beyond everyone's imagination. It was really amazing. This is a pair of ordinary glasses. This is our glasses. How can I not look like it? Like ordinary protective glasses, nothing special. People couldn't help but exclaim and question, because this smart eyeglasses on the big screen looks like no difference to ordinary glasses. These smart eyeglasses consist of 4 parts: lenses, frames and temples, and nose pads. They look very simple. The first is the lens. This glasses uses a whole lens and adopts the overall cutting process. It looks very fashionable and advanced. And as the audience said, because the video shows transparent lenses, it looks a bit like protective glasses. The lens is slightly curved on both sides, just enough to cover the field of vision of the spectacles, pointing to the full coverage of the field of vision. Although it is a transparent lens, the flashing blue-green reflection on it also makes people realize that there must be a lot of articles in this lens. www.mentalnovel.com followed by the frame, which is almost the same as the general spectacle frame, except that it is thick part of the lens is hidden under the transparent material, which is integrated with the lens, as well as the nose pad. But on this thicker beam frame, there is a lot of articles. If you look closely, you can see that there are many small holes covered with glass on the black frame, and inside are miniature lenses. These miniature lenses are divided into 3 groups, which are located on the sides of the frame, which is the corner of the eye, and the position of the eyebrow. 2 in each group for a total of 6 miniature lenses. In addition to these lenses, some unknown sensor holes are distributed in the lenses. There are also some lenses inside the frame, but they are much less than the outside. These lenses are directly facing the eye. It looks like the eye tracking sensor is used for interactive control. Next are the temples. Compared with the temples of ordinary eyes, these 2 temples are relatively wide. Of course, there is no width to go. It is within the normal range, but it is not so slender. Book guest reading URL, latest URL. The most special part of the temple should be the tail end. According to the demonstration video, the tail end of the temple is divided into 2 parts. They are the temples, and the detachable and pulled headphones are connected by wires. Generally, the 2 are pressed together. When you need to use it, you just need to gently pull the headset out and insert it into your ears. There is an indicator light and a touch switch on the side of the entire frame, which is the only power start switch for the entire smart eyeglasses. The lights turned on, and Wu Hao walked back to the stage again, holding a smart eyeglasses in his hand, and then looked at the audience with exclamation and smiled and said, "Yes, this is our smart eyeglasses. It looks very ordinary and is no different from our ordinary glasses. When you bring it, others will not find anything abnormal, and this is exactly what we want. We hope that it can become a tool and daily necessities in our daily use, so we also tried to make it as close as possible to the glasses we usually use in the design and development. This is also to absorb the advantages of our ordinary glasses, such as being light enough and not burdening us, sufficient and reliable, will not be damaged by some slight external forces. It is small enough and foldable so that it can be stored in a glasses case or glasses bag at any time for easy carrying, sufficient enough to make it a decorative craft jewelry we usually wear, not just a pair of glasses. We absorbed these advantages, combined with some real-world technology, and finally made it. Wu Hao signaled the smart hourglasses in his hand and laughed. It is not easy to make hourglasses, let alone we have many advanced technologies in such a frame volume close to ordinary glasses, and stuffed a lot of electronic component. It can be said that this smart hourglasses is definitely the pinnacle of current technology and craftsmanship. I said at a previous conference that I personally hate reading those product data because it is meaningless and wastes time. Another reason is that there are too many products to be released at the conference, and it would be a waste of time to read them one by one. However, as the absolute protagonist of this new product launch conference today, I still want to share some data of this smart hourglasses with you. The first is the lens, which is the most important part of this pair of smart hourglasses. In order to meet our requirements, we also purposely acquired a factory and established a related display panel research institute. Everyone knows that, thanks to the efforts of the research and development team in the Display Panel Research Institute of this factory, we successfully produced a high-definition, high-refreshment, wide-color LCD screen for our VR glasses. Speaking of this, Wu Hao turned sharply. In fact, what everyone is unclear about is the lens of this smart hourglasses that I have in my hand. No, or the transparent screen. It also started synchronous development at the same time. And the technical difficulty of this transparent screen is much more difficult than that of the previous screen. Although there are a lot of transparent screens on the market, none of them can meet our requirements, so we can only rely on ourselves. First of all, because it is glasses to wear, first of all, safety must pass. After all, it is so close to our eyes. If there is a problem with security, it will pose a serious threat to our users, which is absolutely impossible. Therefore, we conducted repeated screening studies on the materials, and finally selected a well-known company specializing in spectacle lenses for cooperation. They specialize in the production of related lenses for us to ensure the safety and display quality of the overall lens. The next thing is the display problem. We want to display the picture content on the transparent lens. This is actually not difficult, and many companies have demonstrated related technologies. But our requirement is to display high-saturation high-definition picture content on transparent lenses with sufficient light transmission and purity, which is not easy. Speaking of this, Wu Hao moved a few steps on the stage and then said, why the clear and pure lenses are necessary for the sake of our glasses. The wearer will not be obstructed by obstacles, and can clearly see the objects in front of the eyes through the glasses, which cannot affect our normal field of vision and normal work and life. The second is display technology. Because it is a transparent screen, it is actually difficult to achieve high saturation. This requires that the pixels used for display in the transparent screen have sufficient power and emit a sufficient amount of light. This is well implemented in ordinary screens, and there are good solutions for both LCD and LED screens. However, I encountered a problem on this transparent display screen. The first is how to add pixels for transparent images and transparent materials. Secondly, if you ensure that these pixels used for display are sufficiently transparent and pure, they will not affect the light transmission of the lens. Finally, how to ensure that these realistic pixels can emit enough bright light. This is a very complicated technical issue, and it involves many aspects. If I talk about it in detail, I am afraid that I have to talk about it one day and one night, so I will not say much here. What I want to say is that we successfully solved this problem and developed a flexible and transparent display screen. It has the advantages of high saturation, wide color gamut, higher refresh rate, higher resolution, etc. Its refresh rate can reach 240 Hz, and the resolution can reach 4K. Yes, compared to the screen used in our VR glasses, the sharpness is different. But this is also the latest technology we can come up with on the transparent screen. And as far as this data is concerned, www.mentalnovel.com, it is enough to deal with all the application scenarios of current users in daily use. Papapap. The crowd under the stage slammed Wu Hao's words and applauded. Although the 240Hz 4K screen is not as good as the 240Hz 8K screen released by Wu Hao before, it is already very good in the current display panel technology. It is definitely a product of conscience. And it's still a transparent screen. And it's pretty amazing to be able to do that. It's just that everyone is accustomed to Hao's endless stream of cutting-edge technologies, so this feels very ordinary. It's not enough to have such a transparent display screen. Wu Hao said in a timely manner, we need to superimpose this transparent screen with a special spectacle lens to form a complete display lens. As you can see, the lenses of this pair of glasses are very thin, only 3.9 mm. But there are 4 layers in total, which are the protective layer, the outer lens, the transparent display screen, and the inner lens. The process is very complicated and the production is very difficult. The yield is only 40%, so the cost is high. Latest URL. Next is the lens. We have placed a total of 3 groups of 6 lenses on the frame of this smart hourglasses, which are located in the 2 sections and the middle of the frame. In order to place on such a slim frame, with these 6 lenses, we tried everything. Because the frame is too slim, if you place a traditional lens, you can't fit it at all. So you have to think of other ways, or change the appearance of the lens so that it can be placed in the frame. Either change the frame and increase the volume of the frame. However, this means that the weight increases, and the increase in volume also affects issues such as look and feel and user experience. Either adopt a conformal design, increase the volume of the lens frame at the position where the lens is installed, and wrap the lens. As Wu Hao spoke, the design picture he said was also displayed on the big screen. When everyone saw the various design drawings on the screen, they laughed lightly. These design solutions are really various, and in order to install these lenses, the designers have thought of strange ways. Some look funny, while others are too cute. Waiting for the laughter of everyone, Wu Hao said with a smile, if it is simple and technically difficult, changing the shape of the glasses frame is much simpler than changing the lens structure. However, the consequence of this is that the appearance and wearing experience are sacrificed. Although many design solutions are given, some are really good, but I have rejected them one by one. I do not allow Hao technology to have such imperfect products available. So I decided to give up the easy and the difficult. We gave up changing the shape of the glasses frame, considering the lens structure. Although difficult, it is worth it. It turns out that we did it and it worked perfectly. Papapap. When Wu Hao gestured for the smart hourglasses on his hand and the enlarged photos on the big screen behind him, everyone in the audience applauded. Thank you. Wu Hao smiled, thanked him, and continued, first, there are 2 large aperture lenses. If they are copied normally, it is difficult to put them down, so we chose to put them on both ends, that is, the frame edges and temples. The corner position of the connection. This part is in a blank area on ordinary glasses, and we use this fast corner blank area to install 2 large aperture lenses. The resolution of these 2 large aperture lenses is very high, and each one reaches 80 million pixels. The captured images are sharper and more detailed, and can retain more details. The second is the depth of field lens, which is close to the 2 large aperture main lenses. It is actually 2 16 million depth of field detectors, which are used to calculate the distance and position of various objects in front of the lens, adding a 3-dimensional perspective to the screen. And the 2 40 million lenses in the middle are distant lenses. Adopting periscope optical lens structure, It can achieve up to 30 times optical zoom and 60 times digital hybrid zoom. Because it uses a periscope lens group structure, we have placed these two long-distance lenses in a slim frame without any change in shape, which can be said to be very delicate. Poppy. This is really a genius design. This design really makes good use of the structure of the spectacle frame. It can be said that the space is used to the extreme. It is very exciting, and everyone in the audience can't help but applaud. In itself, we do not produce lenses. This is not our specialty. However, the lens accessories we need are not available in the market, so we can only find relevant lens manufacturers to cooperate. The two parties have jointly developed these several models for lenses of our smart hourglasses. In terms of lens tuning, we also took advantage of our strengths in the field of artificial intelligence, and added our own algorithms and related technologies to make their lens capture images better. As a result, after seeing our technology, the company that produced the lens immediately asked for cooperation, hoping that the lenses they produced could use our technology, and maybe everyone will use these technologies in future mobile phone cameras. Hee. Everyone laughed lightly. WuHao's smart voice assistant developed by them has replaced most of the functions of the mobile phone. Now, this smart hourglasses may completely replace the mobile phone. So on such occasions, when WuHao said such a thing, everyone couldn't help laughing. After laughing, WuHao changed a picture and said, in fact, there are far more than 6 lenses on this smart hourglasses. There are also some auxiliary lenses, such as the eye tracking sensor installed on the inside to capture the eyeball. It is also a lens. It can not only capture our eye movements, so as to use the eye movements to control the operating equipment, but also to achieve iris safety recognition and authentication. In other words, it can realize iris recognition and iris unlock. After turning on the iris security recognition authentication, anyone other than myself wearing this smart hourglasses cannot unlock and boot. Even if you unlock it first, and then immediately change to someone else's wear, unless you authorize it. In addition, you can also use iris security recognition technology to make online payments and secure login verification of some account passwords. Each of us has a different iris, and compared to fingerprints and facial recognition, iris recognition technology is more secure and reliable. Let's not say how difficult it is to copy someone else's iris, which is far more difficult than fingerprints and silicone human skin masks. Even if the iris is successfully copied, our system can recognize it. Here I want to emphasize that unlocking the iris will not cause damage to our iris and glasses, and you can use it with confidence. Speaking of this, WuHao took a sip of water, and then continued to say, easy first, then difficult. Let's talk about a simple one, which is the battery and battery life that everyone cares about most. After seeing this smart hourglasses www.intelnovel.com, everyone will definitely be worried how big the battery can be in such a slim frame. How about the endurance? Don't be durable. Hee. Everyone in the audience smiled. WuHao said that it was the careful thought in their hearts. When it comes to batteries, I think we still have some say in the industry. Whether it is the new lithium-ion batteries introduced in the past or the new super-solid batteries we exhibited at the Pearl Air Show, it can be said that it has reached the current battery field leading level. So for us, this has never been difficult, and we will leave the best to ourselves. Of course, please don't be too happy. In the smart hourglasses released this time, we did not use our latest new super-solid battery. The main reason is that the time is too late. This new battery will also undergo a series of safety and reliability tests, so it will not be put into production for the time being, and it will naturally not be used. However, we also use new technology in this smart hourglasses, so that everyone no longer has to worry about battery life. Latest URL, new technology. The crowd under the stage couldn't help wondering. WuHao's technological breakthroughs in battery energy have been very bright, and several major technology launches have shocked the world. So what is the new technology in WuHao's mouth this time? Everyone looks forward to it. WuHao, meanwhile, looked at the crowd and continued, because the space available for the whole pair of glasses is very limited, we can only make an article in the hollow position of the limited frames and legs. Except for installing a large number of electronic components, the space reserved for the battery is very small. Although the latest super solid-state battery is not available, we have developed a new generation of commercial batteries based on the original new lithium battery. The performance of this battery is 30% higher than the original new lithium battery. And this time, we are also the first to apply this latest lithium battery to this smart hour glasses. Although the battery placed in it is small, it has reached an amazing 800 milliamps. Oh, slap slap slap. When everyone on the stage saw the data on the big screen, they couldn't help cheering and applauding. In addition to some of the specially invited fans, the professional media and guests of the audience also nodded and praised. It's really amazing to be able to fit to 800 mAh battery in such a small space. It can't be more, it won't fit anymore, and the weight will increase, which will affect our wearing experience. Time will make everyone feel tired. Therefore, after repeated experiments, we set it at the balance of 800 milliamperes. There is no room to upgrade, but there is actually. It's just that we use it to place other parts, and it also has a crucial impact on the life of this smart hour glasses. Why do you do that? Wu Hao raised a question, then paused to give everyone some time to think, and then continued. Because the power of this smart hour glasses is relatively large, it is simply too expensive. Even if equipped with these 800 mm and battery can only support it for 6.5 hours. The reason why it costs so much electricity is mainly because of its transparent display screen, and the power consumption of various lens sensors and other parts all over it. The first is a transparent display screen. In order to have sufficient display brightness and color saturation, as well as high-definition image quality and ultra-high refresh rates, it is relatively power-hungry. And it can be said that it is the #1 power consumer in the entire device. Then there are these lenses. Unlike the mobile phones we use, these lenses must work all the time, so they consume more power. A little understanding knows that whether you use a mobile phone or a camera to take pictures, it is the most power consuming. So even if we equip this smart hour glasses with 800 mAh battery, it still cannot meet its long-term use. Of course, under normal circumstances, the battery life of 6.5 hours is already very good, which can meet our most basic use requirements. But Wu Hao replied heavily, then shook his head and said, I'm not satisfied because it's not perfect. For many moderate and heavy users, this time is far from enough. So we must solve this problem. How to deal with it? Our R&D team and designers have thought of many ways, such as sacrificing aesthetic appearance and wearing experience, and adding larger and heavier batteries with longer battery life. Alternatively, an interface is provided on the temple part of the smart hour glasses, and then a part similar to a headphone cable is connected to another power supply device for continuous power supply. This solution is good, and there is no need to change the appearance and weight of the smart hour glasses, but it has an extra line, which is troublesome and annoying. I don't like it. So can I remove this line? How can that be? This is the first answer in the minds of the vast majority of the audience who heard Wu Hao's question, and a small number of people are in front of them, staring at Wu Hao in anticipation of his next answer. Wu Hao did not let everyone wait for a long time, but nodded with a smile. In fact, it is possible. We have already used a lot of daily wireless charging technology to meet this requirement. Some people have asked, the current wireless charging technology is charging close to the object. What is the difference between this and plugging in? It still hasn't solved the problem. In a different tone, he continued, it did not solve the fundamental problem, but provided our engineers with a solution. Is it possible for us to come up with wireless charging technology that can perform remote charging? Remote charging? Wireless charging technology? Crazy. How can that be? The audience immediately became very noisy, and everyone was talking head to head. It was obviously startled by Wu Hao's statement. Not only the live audience, but also domestic and foreign audiences who are watching the live broadcast also quarreled. At one time, this issue was discussed in various live broadcast rooms, forums, communities, and even social software. But Wu Hao didn't give everyone much time for discussion, but pressed his hands to calm everyone down and said with a smile, "Yes, many people were shocked when they first proposed this plan. One after another felt that this was simply impossible. But I like this solution very much, because it is creative enough, and I don't like to challenge these impossible things that everyone says." In fact, the principle of wireless charging technology is very simple. At present, there are several relatively mature technical solutions, such as electromagnetic induction type, electromagnetic resonance type, radio wave type, www.metalnovel.com, electric field coupling type, and so on. However, all of these wireless charging technologies have a common problem, that is, long-distance power transmission cannot be achieved, or the loss during the long-distance transmission is too large to meet the practical requirements. There are many reasons why this is the case. The most important ones are that the power of the transmitter and receiver is too low, and the electromagnetic wave is not concentrated enough. And our R&D team worked together with our battery and energy power research laboratory. After experiencing difficulties, we finally overcome this technical problem and developed the wireless remote directional transmission technology, COAX. The noise is much louder this time than just now, and the same is true on the internet. The live media is the first time to report on the front page of the website in black font. The title is "Hey, Technology released major scientific and technological achievements. Wireless remote charging technology was born, or it will change the entire world." Wu Hao, who was standing on the stage, watched the sensational crowd show his white teeth, then nodded solemnly, and announced loudly, "Yes, we have come up with wireless remote charging technology." The latest website. After taking a few steps on the stage and waiting for the stage to be a little quieter, Wu Hao continued to say, "Of course, we have just developed this technology, and there are still many things to be perfected. So far, we have realized 10-meter wireless remote power transmission experiments in the laboratory. And because of some technical and safety restrictions, the wireless remote charging technology we use in this smart hourglasses can achieve a maximum of 1.5 meters of charging requirements. In other words, you can put this charging module aside or carry it in your bag, as long as it is within 1.5 meters. You can charge the smart hourglasses we wear. And all of the power transmission uses electromagnetic directional transmission technology, that is, ordinary electromagnetic waves, will not affect our health, please rest assured. Poppy. After hearing the security guarantee, everyone could not help but relax. After all, this technology is too advanced. When everyone is surprised, there will also be some fears and anxieties, that is, whether this technology will affect our people. While everyone applauded, Wu Hao took the opportunity to take a sip of water, and then changed a PPT before continuing. Based on this technical imitation, we specially designed and equipped a host module for this smart hourglasses. According to different requirements, we designed two mainframe designs. The first is the first. We fuse this host module with the glasses case. This design is a bit like a wireless headset case on the market. Yes, we were inspired by it. Usually, the earphones can be stored in this glasses case and taken out when needed. The glasses case is not only equipped with a battery, we are also equipped with other modules. For example, some equipment that cannot be placed on the glasses, we have all put on this host module. First of all, the battery. We have equipped this glasses case with a 6000 mAh new generation lithium-ion battery. This battery can not only supply the operation of the host module, but also wirelessly and remotely charge our smart hourglasses. In a fully charged state, the glasses case can charge the smart hourglasses 6 to 7 times. Based on the most basic 6-hour battery life, it can support a total of 35 to 40 hours of smart hourglasses, which is enough to meet the needs of most of our daily use scenarios. Of course, as the battery life increases, the host module will also consume some power, so the battery life will also decrease. Someone may ask, why don't we have a larger capacity battery? Wu Hao glanced down at the crowd. The answer is number. At present, this battery life is enough for our daily consumption. Secondly, there are some considerations in design and ease of use. We hope that this spectacle case is as small and light as possible without affecting our normal carrying and use. In addition, this glasses case is not only equipped with batteries, we have placed many other equipment. For example, the card slot used to install the SIM card. Yes, this device will be able to network independently and no longer rely on existing mobile phones. For another example, we have equipped this glasses case with a large aperture professional camera lens that can reach up to 40 million pixels, enough for you to take some high-quality photos, or you can use her for selfies. Don't look at the market now that there are many mobile phone cameras with hundreds of millions of pixels, but the advantage of large aperture is that these lenses cannot shake. We welcome everyone to evaluate. In the words of Corn and Snow, I'm not convinced to pull out BB. Ha 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 ha. Wu Hao's remarks caused everyone in the audience to laugh, but the Snow Soldier who was watching the live broadcast on the other side couldn't laugh. At this moment he was wrinkling his eyes and staring at the smart hourglasses shown in Wu Hao's hands, wondering what he was thinking. Wu Hao's preaching continues here. Of course, this kind of glasses case is not suitable for everyone. Although we make it as small as possible, but its volume is here, we really can't shrink it anymore. This also makes it inconvenient to carry around. It is okay to carry a bag. Without a bag, it is inconvenient to carry on your body. And usually we wear smart hourglasses. This glasses case is useless at all. Therefore, our second solution is to discard the glasses case and design such a host module. It's about the size of our normal credit card, and it's thin, less than 8 mm. We use 3 different processes for the overall body, including aluminum and magnesium alloy, glass ceramic, and carbon fiber. This host module retains all the features of the first type and has some performance improvements. For example, although it is relatively small, it is equipped with a larger battery, reaching a staggering 9,800 mAh. Why set this number? Because the General Administration of Civil Aviation has stipulated that more than 10,000 batteries are not allowed to be carried on the aircraft. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. In addition, we also equipped the 2 host modules with ordinary wireless charging functions. All of the mobile phone wireless chargers we generally use can be used, and up to 60 watts of wireless fast charging can be achieved. For the sake of safety, during the process of charging the host module, it cannot charge the smart hourglasses. After the host module is fully charged, it does not charge our smart hourglasses in real time. We installed a power management system in the host module, which monitors the power of the smart hourglasses in real time. When the power of smart hourglasses is less than 20%, www.intelnovel.com, it will start the charging function to charge our smart hourglasses. Its wireless remote charging power can reach 30 watts. Under normal use of smart hourglasses, it takes less than 30 minutes to fill a 800 mAh battery, which can be said to be very fast. And during the entire charging process, our wearing users will not feel any discomfort and will not be affected, and everything will be performed unknowingly. The wearing user is only aware of this in the reminder that pops up on the screen. When it is fully charged, it will automatically disconnect and wait for the next charge. Perfect. Everyone couldn't help exclaiming. The technology that everyone had been thinking about finally appeared today, which made everyone feel like a dream. Unreal. After a warm applause, Wu Hao also began to summarize the technology. At present, this technology has applied for a total of 53 related patents, and 11 are still in the process of application. And this technology has also passed relevant national safety tests and reached relevant safe use requirements. In the future, we will continue to latest website, In the future, we will continue the research and development of wireless remote directed transmission technology. On the one hand, we will provide our ordinary users with better wireless remote charging solutions, so that everyone can enjoy the convenience of life brought by technological progress. On the other hand, it will also continue to excavate on this technology, and strive to enable it to realize high-power ultra-long-distance power transmission as soon as possible, and contribute to the general public, social and economic development, and national defense construction. The crowd under the stage applauded. Indeed, the application prospects of this technology are really too broad, and everyone can't help but fantasize. And some professionals and company representatives are showing envy and even greed, because everyone knows the great value brought by this technology. Wu Hao on the stage did not care about this. After the applause stopped, he continued to say, I have not explained one by one about the wide application prospects of this technology in the civilian field and its many uses. Then the biggest energy problem limitation is solved, and the next step is the electronic components throughout the glasses frame. Although we are equipped with a host module for this smart hourglasses, most of the components are also placed in the host module. However, there are still quite a few electronic components that must be integrated into this smart hourglasses. However, there are too few places on the eyeglass frame to prevent these electronic components. So our R&D team and designers have tried every means to make full use of every millimeter of space that can be used. Even for this reason, members of our R&D team almost got into a fight, in order to allow an extra millimeter. Many people in the audience laughed. Many knowledgeable people are smiling happily, which is indeed the most common problem in the product development process. There needs to be coordination and cooperation among various teams and members, and they also need to learn to compromise. The finalization plan of many products is actually the result of compromise. Then said Wu Hao changed to PPT, and then looked at the big screen behind him and introduced, look at this. This is a schematic diagram of our smart hourglasses. As you can see, we are in the glasses frame temple. A large number of electronic components are placed in the hollow seat, which can be said to occupy all the space that can be occupied. Just in this mirror leg, we have placed 2 layers of integrated circuit boards. This density can be said to have achieved the best in consumer electronics. Then some people asked whether it would be very fragile and easily damaged to place so many such fine integrated circuit boards and electronic components. After all, like this kind of intelligent hourglasses, its positioning is usually a daily necessity. If it is too fragile and too easy to damage, it is not too durable and unreliable. After throwing this question, Wu Hao did not answer immediately, but gave the audience and the audience who were watching the live broadcast a space to respond, and then answered. Please also rest assured that we have considered this issue at the beginning of design and development. First of all, in terms of frame materials, we have used 2 different materials. One is a titanium alloy frame. The other is a carbon fiber frame. Whichever the 2 materials are, they have good strength, softness, elasticity, abrasion resistance and corrosion resistance, and lightweight, shiny and good color and other advantages. Therefore, the frame can be said to be very sturdy, not easy to break, and not easy to break. Secondly, these electronic components are imitated inside. We adopt a flexible layout design so that they can be bent to a certain degree like the frame. Secondly, we have also carried out anti-vibration treatment on these electronic components and integrated circuit boards, so that they are able to cope with the bumps and bends in daily use, which is not much different from ordinary glasses. He changed his breath and immediately said, compared to these, many people are more concerned about the safety of lenses. In this regard, please rest assured that the strength of the entire lens is higher than the strength of the glasses we usually use, so there is nothing wrong with general streaking. Of course, it is always glass. Even if it is hardened, it is also glass. It is not like metal and has limited power. I still have to make this clear to prevent anyone and me from raising the bar in this regard. Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Indeed, There are too many bars on the internet now. Basically there are bars on everything. So many people have to be careful when speaking, for fear that it will be more realistic to attract these people. Next, I want to introduce you to the two plug-in earphones on the rear of the temple of this smart hour glasses. These two headphones are usually connected with the temples of our glasses. When you use, gently pull it away, and then pull the hidden cord around the ear, and put the headset into your ear. These two headphones are removable, which means that you can replace them according to your own requirements. Why also set up such a way? This is mainly for the convenience of wearing. In fact, we also considered separating the smart hour glasses from the earphones and using the plug-in wireless earphones instead. But this is too troublesome. It is obviously a product, but it has to be divided into smart hour glasses. www.mentalnovel.com host module headset. So we finally integrated the smart hour glasses and headphones together to make it easier for everyone to wear. In order to take care of everyone, especially those who have special or even strict requirements for the sound quality of the headphones, we have adopted a detachable structure. If users don't like this kind of matching headphones, they can be removed and connected to their own headphones. We support this. Of course, our headphones are not bad. As the earliest company to be a smart voice product, we have also accumulated a wealth of experience in headset technology. The earphones used are also custom made by well-known earphone manufacturers, and the quality is still very good. Wu Hao's words ended, and there was a burst of applause from the audience. Yeah, most of the people present have used their smart voice assistants, and it can be said that they are very impressed. Wu Hao also relied on this series of intelligent voice assistants to rise and become the most promising technology companies at home and abroad. As for Wu Hao's sound quality, this can be regarded as a kind of self-deprecating jokes. How can a company that specializes in intelligent voice assistants not pay attention to the sound quality of the headset? Latest URL, unmodified. As for what kind of CPU memory data, I will not talk about it in accordance with conventions, and everyone who is interested can come down and inquire for themselves. Indeed, because this aspect is provided by the supplier, they have nothing to show off, so it goes without saying. Wu Hao sometimes has difficulty understanding one thing. That is why so many people like to boast about their supplier's technology at the launch of their products, and they are proud of themselves. Of course, this is a matter for others. They are happy, fans like it. If you like it, what can he say? Anyway, he will not do these things. After briefly introducing two sentences, Wu Hao then switched the topic and said, then we will enter the system software part of this smart hour glasses. First of all, the system. Like our other products, we have opened a smart hour operating system for this glasses. Unlike ordinary mobile operating systems, this system has better stability, better security, and more powerful operating performance. It uses H as the latest 5G chip technology, supports 5G and NSA dual networking, and is compatible with 432G networks. In special cases, close to the 23G network, it can support simple information and data exchange. 4G enables basic information exchange. If you want to play all its functions, you must achieve it under a high-speed 5G network. The main reason is that the data information it needs to process is too large to be unimaginable. Therefore, not only a high-performance processor is required, but also a super powerful data processing system. I may say that you don't feel it, so I will start the demonstration for everyone. Wu Hao took out the credit card-sized host module of the pair of smart hour glasses in his hand, and motioned to everyone, this is the host module of our glasses. How about it, small? When you usually use it, you just need to put it in your pocket or bag at will. It will not take up much space for you. As long as it is not more than 1.5 meters, it will not affect your normal use. Our staff has already installed a mobile phone card on it, which is usually a small card, and no special treatment is required. In addition to this networking method, it also supports high-speed Wi-Fi networks to meet everyone's usual use needs. First, we turn on the machine. There is a button on the main unit. Press it for 5 seconds to start up, just like our mobile phone. During the first boot process, you also need to boot our smart hourglasses. The steps are the same as the host module boot. After the two devices are powered on, they will then perform self-connection networking and pairing. This networking pairing is unique, and other devices cannot be connected, let alone affect. After booting for the first time, you need to make a series of settings and log into your relevant personal account. For the first time to use our products, you need to register with your mobile phone number. It is very simple. You can get the whole process in 5 minutes. After logging in, you can share your data on other products through authorized methods for your convenience. This account will be your unique identity credential on all our devices. With it, you can log into your social, forum, game, even more and so on. Because the process is troublesome, I have already set up this machine in advance, so I will directly demonstrate it. Below I will project it on our big screen and show it to everyone. Talking, Wu Hao put on smart hourglasses, and then used his fingers to point in the air in front of him, and then a large field of vision screen of Wu Hao's position appeared. Wu Hao turned his head, and the picture on the big screen turned around to prove that this was a real-time picture. It can be seen that the smart hourglasses have been turned on, and a row of function interface icons are displayed on both sides of my field of vision. The reason why they are divided on both sides is mainly to prevent the user's field of vision. In this way, you are normal. It can also be used easily during walking and working. Its basic function is the same as that of our mobile phone, except that we display the screen of the mobile phone on the transparent lens by our projection. Of course, it's not just simple display on transparent lenses. These pictures will be displayed in the display world in your field of vision, and you can adjust the distance according to your needs. You can use it to call, text, browse some websites, listen to music, or watch some videos. Basically, it can realize the functions on the mobile phone. You can think of it as a mobile phone, or you can think of it as a VRI. There are 3 main modes of operation. One is controlled by eyeball rotation, blinking, and head rotation. On the other hand, you can use your hands to operate. The system can capture and recognize your gestures through the lens. Of course, if you do not like either of these, you can also use voice control. We are equipped with an intelligent voice assistant, and you can easily implement control operations through it. Either way, the response is very fast and accurate, and the operation is very flexible. It's easy to get started, and basically you get used to it in a few minutes. To PayPap, the crowd under the stage applauded enthusiastically, and some people couldn't help but applaud. Wu Hao was not moved, but stood on the stage watching everyone faintly and said, "Is this just it? Is this enough?" Wu Hao shook his head. "This is to achieve some basic AR effects, but this is not what I want. If it is only to this extent, this smart hourglasses will not be dragged so long, and it is not worth holding for it a product launch. Now let's unveil its true face." Speaking, Wu Hao touched the button on the side with one finger, and finally said, "Enable the Smart Hour mode." "Okay, Mr. Yuukanzu, www.yuukanzu.com, Smart Hour mode has been activated, and your field of view will be scanned. Please wait a moment." Wow! Beyond the stage, the entire internet began to boil. It was like suddenly opening up a new world. I saw that Wu Hao standing on the stage did nothing, but the field of vision that could be cast on the big screen changed a lot. The entire interface was completely edited and turned into an interface similar to the game, except that the scene in the interface was more than 800 audiences. I saw that as a thick blue line swept through the visual field interface, soon a small blue exclamation mark appeared on the heads of all the characters in the interface. At the top right of the interface is the number of scans, a total of 861. Of which 475 males and 386 females. And even more amazing is that not only people, but also some objects have been marked, such as cameras, such as audio, and lights. Wow! Latest URL. This is our intelligent identification function. through these 6 lenses on the smart hourglasses. Basically, as far as your human eye can see, these lenses can capture and scan for identification. Not only people, but also some objects, buildings, and most common objects in life. And the related database is constantly expanding. More and more objects can be identified, more and more abundant. This is tantamount to expanding our people's horizons and being able to more specifically show what you see in front of you. So what's the use of this intelligent identification function? After throwing this question, Wu Hao took a sip of water and moistened his smoky throat before changing his PPT. Its function is actually very powerful. It will be blind for all faces. The gospel of patience and colorblind patients. It remembers every face you see and records it. When you encounter this person in the future, the system will automatically display the marked content to help you remember and identify this person. As for the marked information, you can freely, any other people can't see it, such as bosses, customers, friends, and some other personal titles, miser, sissy, big fool, etc. He. After hearing Wu Hao's introduction in this sound, everyone will laugh heartily. Indeed, in real life, we are also used to using these labels to label some people. This is certainly a prejudice of personal cognition, but it is something everyone will have. When you see someone you know, things related to that person will flash in your mind. And some labels will not be formed voluntarily. Now, these labels will be displayed more specifically to help everyone identify who you see and know. Our people's memories will slowly be forgotten over time, even if your memory is as good as possible. But as time advances and more things you come into contact with, some of the past memories will gradually be forgotten. So everyone often encounters this situation. On some occasions, someone comes over and talks with you happily, but you can't remember who the other party is. In the end, you have to ask. It turned out to be a friend who hasn't been seen for many years. The other person is ugly and embarrassing. With this feature, as long as you mark in advance, you no longer need to worry about this dilemma. Hearing his words, everyone nodded slightly and laughed. This is indeed a very useful feature, which can not only help those who are face blind, but also help those who have bad memories, and even very useful for ordinary people. Thinking of this, a lot of people can't help flashing into their minds. This function seems to be very practical for the blind face patient who does not know his wife. Some netizens who aren't too suspicious are at this face blind patient, hoping to help him. Of course, in addition to marking others, you can also mark yourself and set up a personal business card for yourself, such as your name, hobbies, personal signature, or other things that need to be known to others, so as to form such a business card. While Wu Hao was talking, while showing Wu Hao wearing this pair of smart hourglasses on the large screen, several translucent cards suspended in the air suddenly appeared above the heads of several people in the front row. These cards have different colors and different styles. There are light blue transparent cards similar to a square dialog box, and some personality cards such as bears and bubbles. The information on each card is different, and everything is written. While everyone was watching, Wu Hao said with a smile, "You can see that there are transparent cards of different shapes and colors on the screens of these people. This is our colleague wearing smart hourglasses to do for everyone demonstrate it. Like this one on my left. Let's take a look at his remarked personal business card. Jiang King, male, 31 years old, senior engineer in Heot Technology R&D department." Well, it's more formal, and it's rigorous for scientific research. Look at this one again. Xi Xiaobing, 26 years old, has a car and a house, please ask my wife. Ha 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 ha. The audience in the audience laughed after seeing this marked information. And Xi Xiaobing, the client, stood up very skynily, beckoned at everyone, and then had a better heart. This wife, you have to have a car and a house, you have to be attentive. Come on. Try to hear your good news soon, Wu Hao said with a smile. It's interesting. Such markup content can be edited at will according to your needs. However, there are restrictions. Some indecent words and photos are not allowed to be marked. This is also to purify the entire social environment. After all, the information you mark can be seen by everyone, so it must be healthy and positive. We will also cooperate with relevant departments to do a good job of relevant review and inspection to prevent and crack down on the use of this personal business card to commit crimes. Please rest assured. Seeing this, some people may have some worries. This kind of personal business card is good, but it takes a long time, and it will be noisy if there are more people. 1 or 2 people are fine. What about tens of thousands of people? Then, what if someone uses this personalized business card to advertise? After throwing 2 problems in succession, Wu Hao looked at the audience and said, "We have thought of these problems since the development of this feature, and we have solved them in a targeted manner. The first is to use this personal business card to spread advertisements www.mentalnovel.com. This aspect does not violate any laws and regulations and belongs to the freedom of the user. We have virtually no right to interfere. However, we have the right to make other users unaffected by these ads, so we have different levels of identification blocking. After turning on this function, the system will consciously scan the contents of all personalized business cards that appear around you. If it is advertising information, it will be blocked. Secondly, if you think the information is too noisy, you can turn on the function of shielding surrounding information. In this way, unless you have tagged and added your friends, and there are some public information, you can block other related information. What is public information? It is information released by some agencies to the public, such as warning signs at intersections, and important information such as announcements. Of course, there is another type of information that is not included in this shielding, that is, the use of specialized equipment to publish relevant content information or advertisements. This is like some billboards on your side of the road. Users can choose to ignore them if they don't like it. Yes, we have developed a virtual reality projection device specifically for enterprise users to display related virtual information. Enterprises can purchase this device to publish and display related virtual information, which is what we often call advertising and other content. The different display powers of the virtual reality projection equipment naturally have different picture sizes. Small devices can be used by ordinary roadside stores, replacing the original physical billboards, which can make the information displayed more gorgeous and rich. Medium and large devices are much more powerful. From a dozen meters to tens of meters or even hundreds of meters, these devices can put some of the impact pictures perfectly for our smart hourglasses to be recognized. Maybe I said this is not very intuitive. Here is a video, you can watch it. After saying that Wu Hao exited, the lights were dim, and the picture on the big screen began to flicker. After a flashing picture, a street was displayed on the big screen. This is a Tangfing Antique Cultural Street. As Anxi's famous tourist place, it is well known throughout the country and the world. The streets in the picture are very lively, with gorgeous lights and lively crowds everywhere. This scene is already commonplace, and I don't think it is strange. Suddenly the music changed, and I saw a lot of gorgeous screens on both sides of the street, and there were a lot of gorgeous pictures in these screens. As the screen turned, I saw a huge whale swimming slowly in the air. Very shocking. This is followed by a group of goldfish. These goldfish are very agile, sometimes swimming together in groups, sometimes 2 or 3 joking, sometimes chasing small shrimps, sometimes leaping into the Dragon Gate. In the higher sky above the school of fish, I saw blossoming fireworks blooming in the sky. Some turned into meteors, some turned into numerous petals, and some turned into flying butterflies. Various fireworks spread out everywhere, unpredictable, just like the heavenly girl scattered flowers, colorful and dazzling. Suddenly on an antique building, numerous green vines were born. These vines grow and twine quickly, sprout and grow, and bloom beautiful flowers. Several butterflies fluttered, and the white crane fell down to drink flowers. Suddenly a stream of clear water gushed from the top of the building, leaving along the building, forming a thin waterfall of silver wire. A water pool is formed below the waterfall, where the fishes are giggling and white geese float. A few lotus leaves were slowly unrolled in the water, and the drops of water flickered and rolled in the lotus leaves like pearls. A few lotuses drilled out of the water, attracting several dragonflies to stop around. The lotus tip collapsed and turned into a blossoming white lotus, like jade carving. When the crowd was watching the stage and everyone in front of the screen, when the screen turned, the street was still a lively street. It's just those lively fireworks, whales, goldfish, vines, waterfalls, white lotus all disappeared. Crackling. After a while, warm applause erupted at the scene, and some even stood up and shouted in excitement. It is good. It's too real. It's too shocking. Is this all true? It won't be computer effects. Crazy. This is really crazy. This is the paradise on earth. Is there anything else I want to see? It's so beautiful. It's really beautiful. I see crying. Really? The lights turned on. Wu Hao came to the stage with a smile, and the applause at the scene rang again. I watched the stage for a while before he said beautiful. Pretty. Everyone shouted in unison. Oh, Wu Hao said with a smile. This is a virtual art cultural display project jointly launched by us and Datang Culture Walking Street. What I want to say is that these are displayed on the big screen. Everyone will use our intelligence our glasses can see. After the press conference tonight is over, starting tomorrow, we will set up a special experience point on the Datang Culture Walking Street. It will be open if the weather permits. If you are interested, you can experience it on the spot tomorrow. Of course, you can also buy our smart hour glasses, so that you can experience the stunning and magnificent scene. It brings more freedom. This scene is really beautiful. I believe many people want their hometown and their city. It's actually very simple, as long as you have this equipment virtual reality projection device. As for the content, follow everyone editing and production. The freedom of creation is very high. Crackling. The applause from the stage sounded. Wu Hao also sorted out his thoughts, and then waited for the applause to gradually fall behind. In a way, this has achieved a naked eye 3D augmented reality effect. However, it must be achieved through our transmitting and receiving equipment. Without smart hour glasses, people cannot see it. This technology is much more advanced than the traditional art technology, because the smart hour glasses do not need to identify and then load these picture data information. It only needs to receive and play. Using 5 grams network transmission, the speed is very fast, which can basically be synchronized with our vision conversion. Like some large virtual reality projection equipment, its coverage is very wide, which can exceed several hundred meters. When you are not close, your device is already accepting loading information content. Well, speaking back to this pair of smart hour glasses, I have shown you most of the functions just now. In fact, it also has a lot of rich functions. www.mentalnovel.com for example, the aforementioned can be colorblind and weak, the color related to the crowd mark. When you choose the color blindness or color weakness mode, the glasses will deepen or change the color according to your needs. And you can even use the text for the color is marked for easy understanding. For another example, the intelligent object recognition function mentioned earlier can identify other objects than just identifying people. For example, you suddenly saw a person wearing a very nice dress on the street, or carrying a beautiful bag. You want it very much, but you don't know each other, and you're embarrassed to ask. Our intelligent identification function solves the problem very well. Select the clothes and bags you like, and the system will scan for them and help you find the same or similar clothes and bags. In this regard, we have started a very deep cooperation with the online shopping platform Underay. The online platform product information of these objects you have compared will also be displayed synchronously for your reference and selection. In fact, there are still many such functions. I will not introduce them one by one. In addition, this smart hour glasses is actually a very platform. It can actually carry a lot of functions. These are waiting for us to follow up. Cooperate with all parties for joint development. Well, I have said so much. I believe that everyone will be very concerned about when it will go on sale and the related price. Then comes the most exciting moment. It has a variety of black technologies and has very powerful performance. So how much is this great product? After throwing a question, Wu Hao walked a few steps on the stage. In fact, we have a lot of internal disputes about the price of this product. On the one hand, some people think that it should take the high-end boutique route and sell a few tens of thousands. After all, even mobile phones can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. How can we not have such an excellent product? After taking a look at everyone, Wu Hao went on to say, on the other hand, some people also think that since it is for the general public, it should take the small and profitable line. In this way, more people can use this product. Everyone enjoyed the convenience of life brought by this product soon. These two views do not budge each other, and each has its own reasons, which makes it difficult for me to make a decision. I certainly don't agree with the high price, but I don't want it because of the low cost of this product. We are a company, so we can't trade at a loss. So after many tangles, we made a very difficult decision. So how much is our smart hourglasses? Boom. Along with the sound effects, a few red letters flashed on the big screen. 6,666 yuan. Grip. Popper. There was cheering under the ring, and then it turned into warm applause. Everyone thought that the price of this smart hourglasses would be at least 10,000 yuan. I did not expect that Wu Hao set the price so low. That is, the price of a mobile phone is even cheaper than some mobile phones. Why is it so low? Xbing stared at Wu Hao's confident smile on the screen, and he could not help but frown. What about Tao Zhengying at H? His face turned black, and he flared at Huang Zhihong next to him. How can he sell so low? This is a break for all mobile phone vendors. Not too much, its price is still quite high. At most it will squeeze some high-end mobile phone market. Huang Zhihong sighed comfortably. Why not? You underestimate the impact of this product on the mobile phone market, and it will be difficult for mobile phones to sell more than 6,000 in the future. Speaking of this, Tao Zhengying could not help looking at Huang Zhihong and said, can we also make such eyeglasses? Huang Zhihong heard Tao Zhengying's words, the boss with his mouth open. It took a long time before he said how to do it. Remote wireless charging technology, high definition, high refresh rate, transparent display screen, intelligent R system. Whether it is hardware or software, we have no such aspect at all advantage. Tao Zhengying shook his head, then sat down and looked at the other person's face with hope. It's okay to say that they are not comparable to them. It's okay to look for them. The transparent screen can find the JD party, the wireless charging technology is okay, and the connection is okay. As for the system, we do it ourselves, but we do not have this experience. In addition, hasn't Wu Hao bought a lot of chips from us? We can exchange technology and patents with them. Does he really think he can monopolize them? After hearing this, Huang Zhihong shook his head again and again and again. You really have to take this step to ruin the company's reputation. Now Haoe Technology can be regarded as an important customer for us, and President Ren will definitely not be jealous of our mobile phone business. Besides, the supplier is not just our family. Now Haoe Technology is not as good as before. As for our glasses, you can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. I think other mobile phone manufacturers will think the same way, and we must compete with them. It's okay, we are not afraid to compete with them. Said here, Tao Zhengying suddenly flashed, and then tried to ask, can you say we can work with other manufacturers to do something together? On the other side, Wu Hao could ignore these people's ideas, but after everyone's applause, he continued with a smile and said, this is the standard version we launched for ordinary consumers. It has a titanium alloy frame, high-definition refresh rate transparent lens, 6+1 high-quality lens, and wireless transmission technology and the latest 8mAh lithium battery and so on. It's just that the price of these hardware stacks can be calculated by yourself, not to mention the high research and development costs. This is definitely the lowest price we can currently fight for. and it is also one of our most sincere. I know that there may be some people who are not satisfied with the price and think it is too high, but I want to say that we have tried our best, because the cost is really too high. Not high at all. Some fans in the audience shouted loudly, and then turned into a warm applause. Thank you, Wu Hao continued to say. Besides that, we also launched the Pro version for high-end users. Compared to the standard version, we have made many improvements on the Pro version. For example, we replaced the titanium alloy frame with a stronger and lighter carbon fiber frame, and the 8 mA equipped on the smart hourglasses. Don't underestimate the improvement of this little 2 mA. It really cost us a lot of thought. There is also memory. We have upgraded the original 256 grams memory to 512 grams. Yuncun has also increased from the original 8 grams to 16 grams, which is definitely a huge improvement for mobile phone performance. As for the 6 mAh battery on the host module, we also directly increased it to an amazing 8 mAh, which makes it have better battery life. In addition, we have also increased the distance of remote wireless charging from 15 meters to this distance of 22 meters, in order to facilitate the user experience in different occasions. Finally, that's the shape. We invite internationally renowned eyewear designers to participate in the design. 2 classic fashion modeling solutions were selected from them to meet everyone's demanding requirements for the shape of the glasses and bring you a different sensory experience. After speaking in a sigh of relief, Wu Hao calmed down, toned www.mentalnovel.com and then said to the audience, "So many improvements are also doomed to be extraordinary. Because it is extraordinary, so it deserves those extraordinary people. So we also gave it an infrequent price." He said. Wu Hao pressed the controller in his hand, and a group of crystal numbers popped up in the big screen, which was 12,888 yuan. Crackling. There was a burst of warm applause under the ring. Many people nodded while applauding. It seems that they are quite satisfied with the price. After all, from the published data, this 12,888 Pro version is still very worthwhile. Compared to the standard version, it can be said that it has greatly improved, and this price should be said to be excellent value for money. Some excited people in the audience are still talking to each other and seem to be silent on the performance of this product experience. For others, they are watching Wu Hao, hoping to know when they can buy this smart hourglasses. Preaching here. The new product release conference is basically over. Wu Hao also sighed with relief and laughed at everyone. Like previous products, after the conference ends at 12 o'clock this evening, everyone can be on our line. The online and offline sales channels have been booked. We will officially launch the online and offline channels 11 days later, the first day of the new year. This also officially reflects the theme of this conference. For everyone's New Year gift. Well, this is the end of the press conference. Thank you all for coming and listening. Thank you. With the applause of everyone, Wu Hao came out from the stage, and then took the drinking glass handed over by Lin Wei and drank. "How are you doing?" Tong Lin Wei smiled and took out a wet towel, and then handed it to Wu Hao. "It's not bad, but it's a bit hasty at the end." "That's because I want to go to the bathroom." Wu Hao passed the water to him with a smile, then walked towards the bathroom. Lin Wei, however, looked at Wu Hao in a hurry and couldn't help but laughed. At this moment, Zhang Jun walked to the background with a full face, watching Lin Wei laugh and said, "What about Hao Ziren?" "Go to the bathroom." Lin Wei fiddled with the smart hourglasses she was wearing. For the need of confidentiality, few people can contact this smart hourglasses before the conference. Although Lin Wei is his girlfriend, she is not among the people she contacts. So today, she is also the first to get the real object of this smart hourglasses, which is very interested. Alas, Zhang Jun smiled at the smart hourglasses on Lin Wei's eyes and smiled. "I'll let you get a few new ones for a while, and this is really true. Even you have to keep it secret." "Thank you." Lin Wei gave a thank you, then shook her head with a smile. "He is the company's boss. Many people are watching you. If I open this mouth, It is not worth it. I mean, it's not just you. I haven't had much contact with this thing. Jang Jun said with a smile. My phone just stopped the previous time, all asking about our smart hourglasses. They are very interested. And it seems that the sales of this product need not worry. It's as if which one of your products is selling poorly. Lin Wei gave Jang Jun a white look, then looked at Wu Hao, who came over and smiled. He's here. Jang Jun looked at Wu Hao, who walked over easily and said with a smile, I said how you ended so anxious. It turned out to go to the bathroom. But they are doing well. Many people praise you for having a typhoon. Get off. He scolded with a smile. And Wu Hao then asked, how is the reaction outside? A lot of regional agents are asking what can be received. My phone never stopped. Let me shut down directly. Jang Jun said with excitement. Let them worry, the goods will definitely be given to them. But we have to look at the booking situation in various places before organizing to increase productivity. Wu Hao said with a smile. Jang Jun heard the words and shook his head. Rest assured, I don't think we can make enough reservations for the 1 million units we have. Let's get the factory ready soon. Preparation is affirmative, but don't panic. Digest slowly, enough for us to digest for a while. Wu Hao nodded slightly. Well, talk about these things tomorrow. Rest first. Lin Wei interrupted at this time. Jang Jun also responded, and then laughed. Yes. Let's drink saliva and rest. We have to deal with the reporters later. These people are waiting. Wu Hao nodded, then went to the sofa and sat down. After standing on the stage for 2 hours, I was really tired. While he was resting, the scene on the other side of the exhibition hall was really hot. Although this exhibition hall is only open to media reporters, more than 200 reporters still have no way to squeeze the experience of the exhibition hall. On the periphery, there are many fans and ordinary viewers who do not want to leave. These people look at the inside while holding their mobile phones, showing a very longing look. Fortunately, I have had previous experience in organizing large-scale press conferences. This time, the preparatory organization team prepared well. Regardless of whether these fans and audiences are willing or not, they all leave the venue in an orderly manner under the coordinated command of the venue staff and security personnel. In the Experience Exhibition Hall, the crowd was crowded. In order to cope with so many people, the preparatory organization team prepared 25 smart hourglasses. But it still can't stand too many people, so that there are long lines in front of many experience devices. Please keep order, don't be crowded, and wait in line with civilization. Because there are too many people waiting, all the reporters who experience it will only have 5 minutes to experience it. Please pay attention to the time. Thank you for understanding. My exhibition experience will be tomorrow. Please don't worry. Although the order is maintained by the staff, the products released this time can't bear being amazing enough. It still caused many confusions and even small frictions on the scene. In order to get started earlier, these reporters got the news to grab the news headlines earlier. It can be said that they have performed several palace fights, which can be described as very intense. Wow! No matter what the media journalist experienced, when he put on this pair of smart hourglasses, he would exclaim. And the wearer's supervisor's field of vision will also be synchronized on the TV screen next to the transmission channel, attracting the envy of those waiting and watching. I watched. It was almost time. Wu Hao got up and Jang Jun gathered by the staff and arrived at the scene. The reporters who were waiting in line for the experience saw the crowd and came up with equipment. Looking at such a crazy crowd, Wu Hao quickly pressed his hand and said, "Everyone slow down, be careful, and safety first." General Manager Wu. General Manager Wu, excuse me? Wu Sheng, is this smart hourglasses? Shen Ying, who was standing in front of Wu Hao, shouted with a microphone, "Please keep quiet, pay attention to the order of questions at the scene, one by one. Because time is limited, we will accept questions from 10 reporters at the scene www.mtlnovel.com, so please cherish the opportunity." Okay, the first question. Shen Ning pointed to a female reporter in a grey coat in the front row. Thanks. After thanking the female reporter, She immediately asked Wu Hao, "General Manager Wu, I am a reporter from CCTV. The smart hourglasses released by your company this time are really amazing. Is this really developed independently by you? In addition, does this device replace the mobile phone as our next-generation personal communication device?" Wu Hao nodded his head, then looked at the female reporter and said with a smile, "I can tell you very responsibly that this smart hourglasses and the accompanying virtual display projection equipment are independently developed by our company. Among them, many of the major technologies used come from our innovative research and development achievements, and we have all their intellectual property rights and related patents. As for whether the mobile phone has been replaced, this matter needs to be dialectical. It has been decades since the invention of the mobile phone. How can we say that replacement can replace it? This smart hourglasses has some of the functions on the phone, but it cannot be said that it replaces the phone. It can only be said that it is a supplement to the existing intelligent mobile data terminals, and an attempt to the future intelligent data terminals and future intelligent personal life. There are still many shortcomings in this product. It needs us to continue to improve it so that latest URL. The first question is naturally left to the heavyweight media. This is also a potential rule for general press conferences. This time CCTV sent reporters to participate in this new product launch, which really surprised everyone. Because of commercial new product launches like this, such official media are rarely attended, and the reason why they will attend their new product launch this time, everyone speculates that it may be because Wu Hao had a hot product launch in their previous conferences. As for the questions asked by the official media, they are quite satisfactory and consistent with their usual characteristics. In addition to the second question, which is a bit sharp, it is easy to answer. "Hello, Mr. Wu, Feng Qian, a reporter from Fengwing Technology, is pleased to be able to attend your company's new product launch conference again. This time, the smart hourglasses you released have shocked many people. Many of my colleagues and the media friends call and ask if this smart hourglasses is real, how they feel and so on. Obviously, the outside world is skeptical that your company can develop such products and related technologies. What is your response?" In addition, many foreign media friends asked when this smart hourglasses will land in the international market. Wu Hao nodded his head, then sorted out his thoughts and replied, "In fact, this kind of questioning has not been done once or twice. It has been such a voice since the development of cluster array control technology in our student days, and it is still very loud. I think the reason for questioning is because we don't understand us. In fact, in recent years we have developed a series of related products and technologies, and countless people have benefited from it. If one or two technologies are still more skeptical, then there are so many products and so many technologies. What is doubtful? You can check it out. In the past 2 years, our annual patent application volume and patent quality are among the best in the country and the world. I think this data is enough to respond to these people's questions and their prejudices. As for when to enter the international market, there are many factors that need to be considered, and there are some reasons that our company cannot resist. Like most countries in Europe, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Northeast Asia, these countries will be listed on the first day of the new year, as well as when we are listed on the market. Even at tomorrow's high time in Beijing time, consumers in these countries and regions can make reservations through online and offline channels. As for the remaining countries, we are following up one after another. Although it will be later than these countries and regions, this time will not be too long. Of course, as I said before, it is limited by some irresistible factors, except some countries and regions. Do you mean the country of this country and region? A foreign black female journalist asked suddenly. She suddenly spoke, and the reporter at the scene could not help turning her head to look at her. Many people turned her camera and took a picture of her. Wu Hao glanced at the reporter, then smiled slightly. "I haven't said that, but well, I can't stop you if you think so." The black female journalist also wanted to speak, while Shen Ning, who maintained order, stopped first. Please follow the order at the venue and raise your hand to ask questions. The black female reporter heard that. She immediately raised her right hand high and looked very unconvinced. Shen Ying, instead of giving her a chance, turned to another domestic media reporter. When the reporter saw this, he stood up and took the microphone and said, "Hello, President Wu, I'm Ma Zhenfeng, a report to Yi. Although you just said that this smart hourglasses is a supplement and exploration of mobile phone products, but everyone knows that with such excellent performance and good price, this product will definitely affect the existing mobile phone market and even the mobile phone industry. Bring impact and huge impact. May I ask, what do you think of the impact of Mr. Wu, and in addition, any good suggestions for the mobile phone industry and those mobile phone manufacturing companies?" You have a sharp question. Wu Hao took a look at the Ma Zhenfeng, and then told the reporters very lightly, "We have no intention to compete with mobile phone companies, because these are two different product types without any comparability." And what you said is suspicion of exaggeration. I admit that this product will have a certain impact on the mobile phone industry, but the impact cannot be said. At present, the general pricing of domestic mobile phone products is around 4 or 5,000, and our price is clearly higher than this range, so it will not have much impact. Secondly, the target audience of this product is mainly young people, and we do not have an advantage in the elderly consumer market with poor acceptability, so you don't have to overinterpret, let alone overstress. As for suggestions, the head of each family is my uncle. I have eaten more salt than I have traveled, and they must have seen it better than me. If I really want to say a few words, I think it's time to return to quality and service. Innovation is a must. This is the soul of a technology company. But you can't innovate for the sake of innovation, blindly pile hardware, brush data, engage in marketing, and play gimmicks. To quote what I said before, be more sincere and less routine. Their smart hourglasses came from the mobile phone market, which is very clear. Just to tell the outside world, still have to be subtle and try not to stimulate these mobile phone companies. However, these people are not fuel-saving lamps. Wu Hao carefully considered how to hide them, and I believe that these companies will soon take action. Xiaocao Technology Network reporter Cheng Xiali. Hello President Wu, www.mtlnovel.com. Now the outside world is very concerned about your smart hourglasses, especially the most amazing remote wireless charging technology. Can you tell us more about this technology, what step it has taken, and whether it can be applied on a large scale? In addition, regarding the application prospects of this technology, do you or your company have any development plans and ideas? Can you share them with us? I introduced this wireless remote charging technology very clearly at the press conference, so I don't waste much time here. This wireless remote charging technology is developed based on the Power Wireless Remote Directional Transmission technology we have developed. We are still continuing to research this technology. As for which step I can develop in the future, it's not good now. As for its application prospects, we are very optimistic. Applying it to smart hourglasses this time is a small attempt for us. Whether it is good or not depends on the feedback results of users. If the response is good and is recognized by the market and users, we will also apply this technology to more products in the future and bring different life experiences to more people. Latest URL, General Manager Wu. Hello. This is Fan Lilai, a reporter from Penguin Technology. May I ask if the ecological application of your smart hourglasses system is open to the public, and whether your company continues the previous practice of VR glasses and prohibits some? You have a threat and a competitive business is entering. Okay. Wu Hao glanced at the female reporter, then shook her head and said, "We have never banned any companies that are threatening and competitive to us. We welcome all interested companies to cooperate with us. The premise is that these companies must be sincere, and secondly, they must abide by the rules. In other words, we do not want those companies and individuals who do not abide by the rules or maliciously violate the rules. I think my expression should be very clear. With whom, how, and in what way This is the freedom of each enterprise. We respect each company and hope that these companies can respect us. In the future, we will continue to open up relevant system ecological application platforms to everyone, and welcome everyone to come and work with us to jointly build and enrich the ecological application software of related system platforms to serve the majority of users. This reporter is Penguin, so it is very targeted. The reason is nothing more than the previous VR virtual world. WuHao did not approve the Penguin's instant messaging software to enter. So Penguin has a lot of opinions on this, and even united a group of enterprises to prepare to open their VR equipment products and virtual world. It is for this reason that WuHao will hold this new product launch conference of smart eyeglasses in the end of the year. Its purpose is to combat and respond to the actions of the other party, and continue to consolidate their current market and build user confidence. Similarly, these smart eyeglasses have a strong information interactivity, so they will not soften the social network equipped with penguins. Instead, they will optimize the instant messaging software developed based on the user account system, and then mount it on this smart eyeglasses to achieve the information exchange of their multiple products. Not only that, this instant messaging software can also lock the user group firmly, just like several Penguin instant messaging software. Even if these softwares are really overdone sometimes, everyone wants to uninstall, but because the communication relationship is abducted, they have to keep it. In addition, WuHao is also determined to unify the account system on their product applications, enabling one account to log into all applications, which is not only convenient for users, but also convenient for their management and control. This is exactly what companies like Penguin are most reluctant to see, so it will pull a group of unwilling companies to start a new stove, hoping to copy their VR glasses and virtual world. Unfortunately, the heart is higher than the sky, and the life is thinner than paper. Let's not say if they can come up with WuHao's VR or our glasses. Even if it can be done, WuHao still has a big move in his hands. This is why WuHao ignored these companies' sneaky actions. For example, in recent times, some people sneaked into contact with their scientific research and technical personnel and wanted to dig a wall. However, all employees who have access to technology have signed competition agreements, so only marginalized personnel can be removed. Even these days, the company's secrecy office also seized many leaks, some of which were bought and used by other companies. In this regard, WuHao reluctantly and directly reported to the police. If you eat something like this, you must handle it strictly and kill 100. These media reporters present were all human beings. How could this not be seen? After hearing WuHao's answer, these reporters quickly aimed the camera at the female reporter's face, trying to capture her response. "Hello Mr. Wu, I'm John from the China Times. This smart eyeglasses is great. I hope that everyone will like them. I want to ask about the field of view scanning started on the smart eyeglasses. Will technology infringe on the privacy of others? Second, what does your company do about user privacy and security? Thank you for your praise. We will continue to work hard to bring more and better products to everyone." WuHao nodded and said with a smile, about the field of view scanning recognition technology launched on this smart eyeglasses. It is actually the same as our mobile phone camera technology and the AI image recognition technology that comes with the phone. There is nothing wrong with the technology itself. The key lies in who uses it. Under normal circumstances, it does not violate the privacy of others. This technology only scans and identifies useful information in the field of view, which is actually like our eyes. You cannot say that our eyes violated the privacy of others. Under normal circumstances, this function only initiates scan recognition, and will not be stored unless required by the user. In addition, scan recognition must be supported by a database. So for us, smart eyeglasses worn by individuals can't identify strangers, let alone record. Unless this person adds your friends or exchanges identity card information, everyone is assured in this regard. With regard to user privacy and safety, we have always attached great importance to it and have always done a good job. This aspect has been recognized and trusted by users. In this smart hourglasses, we will continue to work hard to provide users with a more secure use environment, and effectively protect everyone's personal information from infringement. Even if this work is difficult, we have suffered a lot from it. It has been affected and threatened a lot, and we will continue to work hard. Sir, do you mean that China is still barring your company's products from entering its territory? The John questioned www.mentalnovel.com. Wu Haoyan did not answer directly, but smiled. We will not ignore the interests of the majority for the weakness of a few people. This world still belongs to the majority, the human. The minority is the minority after all. Can its market be bigger than the global market? It is good. To PayPap, the domestic reporters present gave warm applause after hearing the news. Indeed, our domestic enterprises have been subjected to non-notarized treatment and even discrimination and suppression by some countries, which can be said to be difficult to say. Some companies succumb, while others resist resentment and indignity. Wu Hao was able to say such words on such occasions, so that everyone could not help admiring it. General Manager Wu, I am Guan Xiaobo, a reporter for Financial News. At present, investors in the industry are very optimistic about the development prospects of your company, and I very much hope that your company can go public and bring benefits to investors. What's your opinion on this, and whether there are related plans or timetables for listing your company? In addition, there is a voice saying that your company has no intention of going public, and you want to learn what do you think? Latest website. This is not a question that has been asked about the listing issue. It is an old topic. This is the first time it has been used to compare with which proves that Wu Hao's influence is constantly improving. Wu Hao glanced at the reporter, then shook his head firmly and said, "This is just wishful thinking of investors. Our company is currently in good financial condition and has sufficient funds. There are no plans to go public. Whether there will be a listing plan in the future, we will disclose to the outside world as soon as possible. As for whether to learn I don't think the outside world has to make too many unfounded guesses. Is developed to this day, and it has many merits. Not only it, but also many successful companies. As young companies and young entrepreneurs, we should learn from these successful companies and predecessors. Of course, the times are different, and the situation between different enterprises is not the same, so our company will formulate a set of effective and reasonable development plans based on actual conditions. As for the others, I feel that the outside world has no right to intervene and even no blame if we have not violated any laws, regulations and moral obligations. There was a riot under the stage, and everyone did not expect Wu Hao to be so resolute and tough in answering this question. For Wu Hao, his answer today is also to cut off some people's thoughts. Now, in the eyes of some capital giants, they are a piece of fresh meat, but they cannot eat due to some obstacles and restrictions. This made these capital giants anxious, so they also thought of various tricks. Some of them have led some people to persuade or even use media to put pressure on them to let Wu Hao choose to go public as soon as possible. As soon as it goes public, it will give these capital giants a lot of room for manipulation. Alas! How many hands were raised for reporters in an instant, and I wanted to follow up on this issue. Shen Ying, on the other hand, said immediately, "This is the end of this question. Please ask questions related to this new product launch." Hearing Shen Ying's words, the reporter unwillingly put his hand down, and Shen Ying directly pointed to a reporter who had not asked a question. "Hello, Mr. Wu, this is Yang Haoyan, a reporter from Global Technology." "Mr. Wu, this smart hourglasses integrates so many cutting-edge technologies, but only sells for 6,666 yuan. Is there a loss of market situation? These 6,666 yuan, the price is determined by what considerations? You don't think that number is auspicious? Wu Hao asked a question, which made the stage laugh. He then said with a smile, the price of 6,666 yuan is definitely low, even at a loss in the early stage. However, if the market responds well and the sales are hot, so that the output will come up, then the control will be compressed. Production costs, so as to turn losses into profits. In addition, in the later stage, we also perform some paid services through the platform mall to achieve some profits. Of course, we will always adhere to the principle of customer first, service first, and provide customers with better services. All paid services are value added, which will not affect the normal use of the device, so rest assured. After Wu Hao's answer was over, Shen Ning interjected, time is limited. The last question, please ask the boy with glasses here. After getting this question, the male reporter was very surprised. Then he took the microphone and said with excitement, thank you very much for giving me the precious opportunity of the last question. Hello Mr. Wu, I am Wang Song, a reporter from IT Technology. As mentioned in your company's pre-warming promotional content, this smart hourglasses is likely to be your company's most consumer-grade product for the general public. Whether this statement is true, please confirm it. In addition, the outside world is generally curious about your company's future development direction and the next product. I don't know if you can share it with everyone. If you can. Thank you. After taking a sip of water, Wu Hao nodded slightly after hearing this question, and then looked at the reporter and said, regarding the company's future development direction, we must still firmly follow the Yangzhuang Avenue of technological innovation. This has never wavered. As for whether to continue to open consumer-grade products for the general public, we are actually tangled. My opinion is not necessarily. After all, the consumer-oriented market for the masses is very large, and we are very reluctant to give up this one. However, we will not easily launch related products rashly, and we will make quality products if we want to do them. This is our credo and our commitment, so I can't guarantee what the next product will be or when it will be released. Please understand. After saying this, Wu Hao nodded at the crowd. Seeing this, Shen Ning immediately stopped in front of him and said, this is the end of the press conference. Journalists are asked to leave in an orderly manner. Thank you for your cooperation. General Manager Wu apostrophe. Mr. Wu, excuse me. A group of journalists who have not yet asked questions and have questions to ask are rushing forward, hoping to catch this last question and ask a few questions. However, the long-awaited staff surrounded Wu Hao by layers and escorted him out of the scene. When these reporters saw Wu Hao's departure, a group of people focused their attention on the backward Jiang Jun, while another group went straight to the experience exhibition hall and seized the opportunity to experience it for a little longer. There is a group of people who are looking for a place to sit down. They are working hard to organize the interview materials on the notebook, mobile phone, and tablet, and try to send back the manuscript as soon as possible to grab the headlines. Wu Hao, who had escaped from the press conference www.mtlnovel.com, was finally relieved. Watching Lin Wei greeted him with a smile, Wu Hao took the towel with a smile and began to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Okay, it's a piece of cake. Pack up, let's go home. I want to take a hot bath now. Lin Wei nodded with a smile. Find a place to eat first. It's all this. I don't bother to do it when I go home. Wu Hao nodded, and then looked to Shen Ning, who said, everyone is working hard today. I treat you to dinner and let everyone eat something. You can arrange it and come back to me for reimbursement. Okay, thank you President Wu. After hearing his words, the staff present cheered. Shen Ning smiled at him. Mr. Wu, please rest assured, let me arrange it here. You can go home and rest early. Okay. Wu Hao looked at the time, and then said to Lin Wei, let's go. Call some of the fat people, let's go eat something. I know there is a beef noodle restaurant, which is not bad. Latest website, Hello everyone, I am Gengel, the Digital Product Evaluation Up Leader, and I am glad to be invited again to participate in HAO Technology's last new product conference this year. First of all, I am very excited. It's really exciting. I didn't think that it was just because of a small move that I could get so many surprises. HAO Technology has never forgotten me, and this time, I sent an invitation letter early. Gengel was sitting on the sofa in the hotel room at the moment and signaled the invitation in his hand to the camera. As the UP host who has been invited to participate in HAO's new product launch conferences several times, Gengel has accumulated a large number of fans with first-hand fresh materials and fair and comprehensive evaluation in recent years, which has also made him the big up master of the platform. This has also deepened Gengel's love for HAO's brand and products, and has become one of many fans, and has a great influence on the entire HAO's technology fans. Because of this, he established a very good friendship with the employees of the company's publicity department. This friendship was formally used, so Gengel was the first to experience these products so smoothly than many media. Just as now, while many reporters are still queuing up for experience, he has already rushed back to the hotel to record today's press conference and experience the short videos. Like HAO's previous conferences, this conference is relatively simple. About 700 or 800 people attended the event. In addition to a considerable number of media personnel, there were some invited guest leaders and many lucky ones. Fan audience. As for me, I was invited to this conference as one of the few self-media people. First, safe feelings. 2 words, surprise. Very pleasant surprise. Originally, I thought it was just an ordinary press conference. After all, HAO Technology did not conduct much warm-up activities before, and just made some announcements and publicity through the official website and Weibo and some other channels. But I didn't expect, or all people thought, this time we'll release such a heavy product. First of all, let's talk about the press conference. I believe everyone should be very clear about watching the live broadcast, and I won't repeat it. Talk about the scene. The atmosphere was really lively. Everyone's applause and cheers came from the heart. There was no guidance at all. Even several times, Wu Hao's speech was interrupted by the applause of the audience, which is difficult for me to feel at other companies' new product launches. Secondly, I want to say that Wu Hao is really handsome, and the scene is much more handsome on the screen. Compared with last year, Wu Hao is more mature and confident at this conference. The charm of the successful person can really infect everyone. To be honest, if I am a girl, I definitely love. The final product is the product. There is no rollover during the live introduction and demonstration, and the effect is very good. Many people in the audience do not believe that Wu Hao packs this smart hourglasses, which are not much different from ordinary glasses, and can actually perform so well. As for the actual situation of the press conference, I will play a short video. Let us enter the experience and evaluation of the new product that everyone is most looking forward to. As a special guest, I have the same opportunity to enter the exhibition hall as the invited media reporters. Because I have come to participate several times, I am familiar with the staff here, and with her help, I can go very smoothly. Is the first to experience the smart hourglasses released this time. Let's join the video I shot on site to talk about how I felt when I got started. The first thing I saw when I saw the product was that I was attracted by the smart styling of this smart hourglasses. The shape is really beautiful. Both the standard version and the Pro version are very cool and feel good. The 2 versions of the smart hourglasses model are actually similar in appearance, but compared to the standard version of the titanium alloy frame, the Pro version with carbon fiber frames is lighter, and there are differences in style. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that it has greatly improved its performance, and it is a real improvement. This is very sincere. Although the price difference is almost doubled, if everyone has a sufficient budget, I still recommend buying the Pro version, which is really a penny. Immediately, this smart hourglasses will be available in all major brand experience stores under HAO Technology. Those who are interested can experience it. which is really different. Of course, I am not saying that the standard version of 6666 is not good. On the contrary, it is also very good. It may just be the need to control costs, so compared to the poor version, it can't be idle. After all, there are too many black technologies concentrated on this smart hourglasses. Let us ignore the R&D costs first. That is, the hardware stack on this smart hourglasses is close to even exceeding this price. When it comes to the black technology on this smart hourglasses, the first thing I want to say is the infinite remote charging technology, which is the true wireless charging technology. This is definitely the black technology in black technology. In the past, we were only in some science fiction movies. Although this idea has been conceived for a long time, this technology has not been developed yet. The wireless charging technology in circulation on the market is actually not much different from our original plug-in charging technology. The only advantage is that it does not need to be plugged in. It can be left alone. And this wireless remote charging technology launched by Hayo Technology www.intelnovel.com is direct air charging, and its standard version can achieve 30 watts true wireless charging within a distance of 1.5 meters. The poor version extends this distance to 2.2 meters. According to Wu Hao at the press conference, they have been able to achieve ultra-long distance wireless charging technology at a distance of 10 meters in the laboratory. However, this technology seems immature and has not yet been used. I believe that with the development speed of Hayo Technology, this technology should be used soon. In fact, the current 1.5 meter wireless remote charging technology can basically meet our needs. After all, in general life, the socket is so far away from us. Moreover, there is a large 6000 mAh battery in the host module, which can charge the smart hourglasses 7 or 8 times, which is enough to cope with the heavy use in our daily life. Of course, this host module also supports wireless fast charging technology, which can be fully charged in 30 minutes. This is definitely a very fast speed, which is the time to go to the bathroom and rest. Everyone can just take this time to take a good rest, which basically will not affect your continuous use needs. Latest website: in addition to wireless remote charging, this smart hourglasses has many 2 points, such as the high-quality 6 cameras hidden in the frame, and then the high-definition high-relationship transparent screen and so on. These excellent hardware are concentrated in one body to create this amazing smart hourglasses. In addition, there are host modules, which are divided into 2 types. One is a design that combines the glasses case and the host, and the other is a credit card-sized standalone host module. As far as I am concerned, I prefer the standalone host module because the glasses box is generally not used. However, the eyeglass case can be stored at any time to protect the eyes, depending on everyone's choice. This is the design of the hardware part of this smart hourglasses. Now I will join the video to talk about my own hands-on experience. Pick up the glasses, open the temples and put them on gently. Pull out the earphones at the ends of the temples behind the ears, and shove them into your ears. Of course, if you are troublesome, this time Hayo Technology also provides everyone with a second audio transmission solution. That is to replace this pull-in plug-in earphone with a bone conduction earphone, so that it can be used directly. I also asked the staff at the scene. This bone conduction method is very convenient. Why do you want to design a traditional plug-in earphone? In the words of the staff, that is the relationship between cost and sound quality. Some people have higher requirements for sound quality, and bone conduction headphones cannot guarantee sound quality. So they provide this additional solution. If you like, you can choose. In my opinion, if everyone likes to listen to music, then it is better to choose this kind of traditional plug-in headphones. This smart hourglasses supports iris security recognition technology, so with it, the built-in sensor will recognize your iris and unlock it. This also means that it cannot be unlocked by someone else, so as to protect the privacy of users to the greatest extent. As far as various unlocking methods are concerned, this unlocking method is the most secure and reliable, which is worthy of praise. As Wu Hao said at the press conference, this smart hourglasses supports 3 interactive control methods: eyeball plus head rotation control, gesture control and voice control. From my experience, the 3 technologies work well together. For example, in some simple control instructions, you can control by eyeball and head rotation. A little more complex can be controlled by gesture sliding. More complicated, such as entering text content, this can be solved by speech recognition. After putting on the smart hourglasses, I immediately underwent a manipulation experience under the guidance of my personal butler. This aspect is mainly divided into 2 parts. The first is the basic part, which is similar to our mobile phone functions. Basically, there are some functions on the mobile phone, such as texting, calling, viewing information, and some other applications. Wait, the operation is also more flexible and light, but it needs to be adapted. The second one is the smart recognition function that everyone is looking forward to. This function is usually turned off and needs to be turned on by the user. After turning on this feature, you will find a big difference in front of you, as if you are in the virtual world of VR. With the powerful Our Intelligent Identification function, the glasses can scan and identify all the people and things you see. As you can see, all the staff in the picture have a translucent personal business card on their heads. And other reporters, although there is no overhead, but if you look carefully, the reporters' clothes and backpack are all identified. If you want to know, just click a little. The details of this dress or this bag and the product link will appear in front of you. According to the method demonstrated on Wu Hao's stage, I tried to label the beauty reporter in front of me. It was very convenient, and it was done in less than a minute. The most amazing thing next is the use of virtual images from virtual reality projection equipment, such as experiencing the exhibition hall, which is dressed as a fairy palace floating in the sea of clouds, which is really shocking. This feeling can't be shown in my shot at all. Everyone can only feel it through the exclamation and exclamation on the scene. Of course, it is best to experience it for yourself. I think that all children's shoes that they experience will try to buy one if economic conditions permit. It's like getting used to Big Brother and putting you in contact with a smartphone, even more shocking. Just when I was immersed in it and couldn't help myself, the staff at the scene reminded me that time was up. There was no way. There were too many reporters waiting for the experience. I had to take off my glasses very reluctantly. Then I hurried back to the hotel to record my experience while I was still deep. Finally, let's talk about feelings. First of all, the press conference was very lively. Although it was only 700 or 800 people, it was more lively than the large press conference I had attended of 5,000 or 6,000 people. It was just a carnival. When I was out of the conference hall, many people gathered outside and refused to leave for a long time, which I could not feel in other conference halls. Second is the product. If the VR product released in the summer is amazing, then this smart hourglasses can definitely break our perception. If it is said that the popularity of smartphones has brought the entire people into the digital era, then this smart hourglasses will bring everyone to the smart world. In the past, we saw many interpreted future technologies in film and television dramas. This is people's fantasy of the future world. And now www.mentalnovel.com. The appearance of this smart hourglasses, even more shocking than in the movie, appeared before us, bringing everyone into this era of dreams. How this intelligent hourglasses should be developed and how they should be used, and how much their impact on the entire world and the entire human race, we have to slowly observe. However, are you ready now to embrace this new era? The recording of the entire short film went smoothly, and Gengel, who was still immersed in excitement, did not feel a little tired. What he wants to do now is to cut out the film and upload it. As a veteran host, he is too aware of the value of this hands-on experience video. Earlier release means being able to seize the opportunity earlier and thus expand your influence. Like Gengel, many reporters coming out of the venue are now rushing to their hotel or the nearest cafe, hoping to rush out the manuscript as soon as possible to grab the headlines. To these people, to many people, tonight is doomed to sleeplessness. Latest website. Yes, many people are doomed to sleep tonight. Among these people, the most anxious or the most dignified expression is probably the major mobile phone manufacturers. At this moment, the Korn Group headquarters building. Xpeng was sitting in the conference room with a group of people, watching the footage of Wu Hao's presentation at the press conference repeatedly, as well as several hands-on experience videos that have begun to be uploaded on the internet. The crowd's expressions were more dignified, and Xpeng also rarely smoked with a few middle-aged people, and the entire meeting room was filled with smoke. Seeing this, several female employees at the scene frowned and opened the window, and adjusted the air conditioner to the ventilation mode. Keek. Xpeng pushed the cigarette into the ashtray and crushed it, and then everyone coughed twice. Let's talk about it. What do you think of this product? Everyone heard the news and looked up, but they didn't speak, or they didn't know how to open the mouth. Xpeng looked at the silent crowd, and couldn't help feeling a little irritable. Just say what you have, it's all at this juncture. And what do you care about? When they heard that Xpeng was a little angry, they looked at each other again. The 50-something-old balding man shook his head and said, "Great technology. Perfect product. Unless we can get these key technologies, otherwise, Xpeng looked at him and asked, I can't say well either. This smart hourglasses seems to be aimed at the high-end mobile phone market, but in fact it will have an impact on the entire mobile phone market and even the entire mobile phone industry. This is like when the smartphone was born. In just a few years, the situation of overturning traditional mobile phones is the same. Too much difference. According to our current situation, there is no chance of winning at all." The bald old man shook his head and sighed. "Not necessarily. Our main business is still in the low-end market. The impact of this smart hourglasses on us is still very limited. I think the most urgent thing now is our old rival H-in Fruitesc's main high-end machine brand companies," said the middle-aged man in his 40s who was in his 40s and had some good fortune. The bald old man asked in return, "This is the case at this stage, but in the long run, who can guarantee that this smart hourglasses will not reduce prices? Wu Hao will not choose to take the low-end route. In addition, the price of 6,666 itself is actually not high, and it is still very easy to buy with the spending power of young people, not to mention such an attractive product. I think tomorrow morning, the contents of this smart hourglasses and the conference will be swiped on the internet and major media." And Xpeng, after hearing the words of the old man, waved his hand. Don't wait for tomorrow morning. Now the entire internet has spread everywhere, and some media in Europe and America even reported on the front cover of the front page. Can you not report? This is a cross-generation product. The others will say that this wireless remote charging technology is enough to make the world boil. Tong Wan was not gassy. The bald old man looked at Tong Wan and said, "Mr. Tong, you have more dealings with Hao Technology and Wu Hao. Do you say this is their technology? They really have the strength to develop this, so sci-fi products come out?" The bald old man couldn't think of words that could be compared, and finally chose the word sci-fi directly, which is enough to indicate his surprise level with this smart hourglasses. "Oh." Tong Wan smiled a little self-deprecatingly, then looked at everyone and asked, "Have you seen similar technology before?" Although I have called with Hao Wu several times, I also know more about Hao Technology. But to be honest, all I know is what it shows to the outside world. I really don't know what this Hao Technology is like. At present, we can only know some outspoken and very one-sided words from the people dug by Hao Technology. Hao's security measures are very strict. There are professional security countermeasures outside. It is said that all veterans of the military are veterans. Their quality and discipline are first class. Inside, there is a confidential office. This department is very mysterious to the outside, but internally it is like Lguena, responsible for the confidentiality work inside Hao Technology. Our people, or the entire outside world, cannot penetrate at all. Even the people we have dug out from Hao Technology basically do not belong to the core staff, so they have been sealed off. As for the core personnel, Heo Technology has strict management of these people, the information is strictly confidential, and all of them have signed competition agreements, which can't be dug at all. So what the R&D department looks like is completely unknown to the outside world. But one thing is for sure, many of these technologies come from Wu Hao himself. Regarding Wu Hao, the prevailing opinion now is that young and successful entrepreneurs are young and promising. However, few people noticed that Wu Hao was still a genius scientist. At the beginning, he had risen with drone technology. Now in the field of drone technology, Heo Technology still has a strong advantage. This year's eye-catching performance at the Pearl Air Show can tell everything. Xbing waved his hand about this. I don't want to listen to these now. I'm like asking everyone, what should we do? I think it is necessary to contact other mobile phone manufacturers to see their response. Then we are not only worried about our family, but also many companies. The bald old man suggested. The middle-aged man who was blessed shook his head and said, even if they have an idea, they cannot tell us. After all, we are competitors, and we have accumulated a lot of grudges before. It is difficult to cooperate. And www.intelnovel.com. Now Heo Technology is not the small business before it. It can now be said that it has compiled a huge network of benefits with its superior technology. If nothing else, let's say that the new lithium battery they made before is not used on the flagship phone. If they annoy them, and just find a reason to run out of stock, then our mobile phone production and sales will immediately stagnate, and this loss cannot be afforded by anyone. After hearing these words, everyone could not help but be frustrated. Indeed, this is a fact. At present, this new type of lithium battery has become a standard feature of the flagship machine. If the product is suddenly out of stock, then their mobile phone may not be sold, which will be a huge blow to them. In addition, Heo Technology has developed a new super solid-state battery. Now various mobile phone manufacturers are actively taking action, hoping to be the first to get this battery. In this case, how can we draw people to fight against each other? You said, can we cooperate with them? Xbing tried to ask. Latest website, I heard Xbing said. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Tongwan looked at Xbing and said, if we have such advanced technology, will you give it to other competitors? Xbing heard a look at Tongwan, then kept silent. Several men continued to smoke. And Tongwan looked at Wu Hao, who was standing on the stage with confidence on the screen, and didn't know what to think about. On the other side, H is a conference room located in Shenzhen's headquarters. Tao Zhengying and Huang Zhihong also fell into silence. Tao Zhengying himself does not smoke, and usually opposes smoking in front of him. But today, facing the few people who smoked, he pretended not to see it. From the current situation, our high-end mobile phone business will definitely be greatly affected, and may even be directly dead. I think we must prepare immediately and stop production at the factory. As for the products already produced, increase sales efforts and strive to sell this smart hourglasses before it has expanded its influence in the market. A middle-aged man in his 40s said, I don't agree. A well-dressed woman objected. At present, our market positioning is mainly in the high-end market. If we lose it, we may lose the entire market. As for the low-end market, competition in this area is even greater. Korn, Blue Green, and some other mobile phone manufacturers, we don't really have a big advantage in this field. In addition, I am worried that Heo Technology will launch lower-priced related products to seize the low-end market, or increase the discount and reduce the price. In that case, we would really be in despair. No, Wu Hao is not so stupid. Tao Zhengying shook his head and said, we need to know that it is not only our family that is affected, but also other mobile phone manufacturers. At this price, major mobile phone manufacturers have been intimidated. If he then seizes the low-end market, it means tantamount to all mobile phones manufacturers rush to kill. By that time, the strength of all the manufacturers' resistance is unbearable for one company, and the relevant departments will not allow this to happen, then we can't all unite together now to put pressure on each other. A young man could not help but interjected. After hearing the young man's words, everyone in this room laughed, but the smile was very bitter. It is not easy to bring these long-term rivals together. Market competition, survival of the fittest, such a powerful product, even if combined. How can they compete with others? Neo-Geo, Motorola L is not strong, not yet defeated in the offensive of smartphones. Moreover, HEO technology is not easy to mess with, other than other factors. Let's talk about the new lithium battery in its hands, which is the weakness of all mobile phone companies. Consumers have accepted the new lithium battery, and it is not easy to return to the original ordinary lithium battery. Consumers will definitely not buy it. Moreover, there are currently no substitutes in the supply chain. Can we also make a smart hourglasses? Someone asked. Everyone in the audience heard Huang Zhihong sitting on the left of Tao Zhengyan. As the head of the mobile phone product research and development department, it had the most say in this regard. Seeing the eyes of everyone, Huang Zhihong shook his head with a bitter smile, and then shouted at the crowd, "This smart hourglasses has several advanced technologies. At present, these core technologies and related patents are held by HEO Technology in our hands. We want to get around is almost impossible." Hearing Huang Zhihong's words, everyone's faces were distressed, and there was a silence in the conference room. Seeing the expression of the crowd, Huang Zhihong said with relief, "In fact, it is not impossible." Huh? Everyone heard the words light up, then looked at him with a look of hope. Huang Zhihong smiled, and then looked at the smart hourglasses on the screen and said, "This smart hourglasses is too perfect, because it is also an opportunity for us. We can refer to this, and then develop related similar products." How to solve the core technology? A middle-aged man with glasses asked. Huang Zhihong smiled and let people change a schematic diagram, then stood up and introduced to everyone, "This smart hourglasses mainly have three core technologies: wireless remote charging technology, high-definition high-refresh rate transparent display screen, and its powerful hour system." First of all, the wireless remote charging technology can be abandoned. Although using the new lithium battery technology, we can completely achieve more than 6 hours of battery life. For ordinary people, this standby time is enough. The second is the transparent display screen. In this regard, major display panel manufacturers have been doing this. Before the meeting, I specifically contacted several display panel manufacturers. Although this kind of high-definition, high-refreshment transparent screen can't be produced yet, the general transparent screen is okay. I discussed with the manufacturer, this screen can be used in ordinary glasses. Next is the most difficult hour system. I'll be honest, we can't figure it out. Not only we can't figure it out, I believe they can't figure it out in a short time. Not only are we anxious now, they are also anxious. So I think they will have related actions soon. However, we cannot wait for them, silly. My suggestion is to work with other mobile phone manufacturers to create an open VR system. I believe that this proposal is certain that they will certainly not reject it. Time. I want to know the time. When will the product come out? As soon as possible. To know that one day later, our market will be swallowed up. An elderly man in his 80s, who has not spoken, stared at Huang Zhihong seriously. This. Huang Zhihong stuttered. Seeing this, Tao Zhengyan knocked on the table and said, 3 months. www.mtnovel.com. We will be able to take out samples within 3 months. It's too long. The old man frowned slightly. This is the limit we can do, Tao Zhengyan said with a glance at Huang Zhihong, who had a big mouth beside him. Before the meeting, they discussed this issue. The time that Huang Zhihong gave him was half a year. I did not expect that it was shortened to 3 months by Tao Zhengyan directly. At this moment, Huang Zhihong had 10,000 horses running by. But at this time, he just couldn't refute it out loud. At this juncture, good news was needed to soothe people's hearts. Everyone looked at it. The old man thought for a while, then raised at Tao Zhengyan and said, 2 months. take the sample out. 3 months. 1 day is not enough. I have compressed time to the limit. Tao Zhengyan shook his head. The old man, however, waved his hand firmly and said, 3 months is too long, just 2 months. I don't care what method you use, get me the samples. The latest website. There are also major mobile phone manufacturers in China and even the world. Although this product has not yet been marketed, everyone can already see the hot scene after this product is launched. Migo, Fruit's headquarters. Kuka is staring at the solid smart hourglasses on the screen. How could there be such a perfect product and why it still appeared in that country? Tim, I think it's a good thing to appear in that country. At least we can make articles on it. If we appear in other countries, then we really can't help it. A fortunate white man in his 40s said to him, you're right, you really have to be prepared. Contact the media and I want to see negative news about this eyeglasses on the headlines of major media. In addition, immediately send someone to dismiss this company. No matter what method is used, I will get these technologies. Tim, I think we can talk to persuade Congress to make a fuss about related patented technology. The white fat man suggested. Treasurer shook his head. No, if this is the case, there will be a patent war between the two countries. The vampires in Congress are not so stupid, and other tech giants will not allow us to do so. Okay, this method will not work. We can change to other, such as the CIA, but they always look forward to working with us more deeply. The white fat man smiled. Fake, Joseph, I warned you long ago. Don't be too close to the devil, they will eat you. Cook Herd all of a sudden stood up, angrily at the white fat man. But they also brought us a lot of convenience, didn't they? Looking for them at this time, I believe it would be more useful than to get in touch with this company and this young man. The white fat man smiled with a smile on his face. Tucker stared at the white fat man for a while, then sat down with some weakness. What's their condition? It's very simple. As long as some of our users have background permissions and help them implant a small thing into it. The white fat man whispered. This is crime. The cook was angry. The white fat man teased him with a smile and said, hey, Tim, is there still such a thing in rice? The Kuka heard that. He glared at the white fat man and clenched his fists, as if to step forward at any time. However, for a long time, the Kuka let go of his fist, and then felt a little frustrated. Well, as long as they can get back what we want, I promise them. That's right, I'll contact them right away. The white fat man seemed to get the answer he wanted and immediately got up and walked out. Kuka was sitting on the sofa watching the figure of the white fat man, his fists clenched again. Wu Hao, who hadn't slept well for a few days, felt very bright. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, Wu Hao came downstairs and found that Lin Wei was not going to work today, but was working in the kitchen. Seeing Wu Hao coming downstairs, Lin Wei immediately walked out with a bowl of soup and smiled at him. Well, I stewed beef bone radish soup, you drink. There is oil cake. Early in the morning, eating such oil. Wu Hao waved his arms and smiled. My mother said that you have lost weight recently, let me make up for it. Lin Wei gave him a white look, then handed him the chopsticks and said, hurry up. Don't go to the company today, take a good rest at home. Okay, listen to you. Wu Hao took the chopsticks with a smile, then sat down, took a sip of soup, and ate it with a piece of oil cake. Slow down, nobody will grab you. Speaking of this, Lin Wei brought another cut fruit plate and forked a strawberry to feed Wu Hao's mouth. I will do it myself. Wu Hao shaked the strawberry and said to Lin Wei while eating, have you read the news? What do you say? What can I say? Praise you. Today's headlines on major newspapers are all about your product. Not only that, but also on the news of CCTV. This is the first time a company has received such treatment. Ha ha. Wu Hao smiled, then took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Then he exclaimed, Coco, good morning, sir. Today, the temperature in Anxi City is between -8 degrees and 3 degrees above zero. The temperature is cold and the air quality is poor. There is a slight haze. Please take good precautions to keep warm. As of 10:32 and 50 seconds, You have a total of 37 missed calls, 85 short messages, and 141 emails. Need help getting you to read? No need. Wu Hao looked at Lin Wei and smiled. And Lin Wei also looked at him with a smile and shook her head. I won't say you anymore. Even I have a dozen phone calls tonight. In the morning, my mother called me and said that several partners and friends asked her about you. These people are dogs and have so good noses. Wu Hao could not help yelling. Giggle. Why can't a large piece of fat work? Lin Wei smiled and said to him, I said to my mother, don't give any information to these people when they refuse to change. Wu Hao said with a smile, you don't have to make such a decisive decision, but you still have to talk about the situation. In fact, there is nothing, and the final decision-making power is not in our hands. But Lin Wei shook her head and said, you are busy enough now, but you still have less trouble. Besides, you are not a friend who matters, so don't worry so much. Oh, Wu Hao smiled, and then continued to drink soup. Lin Wei, however, began to fiddle with the smart hourglasses she wore on her eyes and had fun. Wu Hao smiled and said, I'll let you give you 100 each. What do I want to do so much? Lin Wei glared at him. www.mentalnovel.com. Send it to others. While it is not officially on sale yet, you can send it to friends and partners. Wu Hao suggested with a smile. Will this be a bit bad? Lin Wei was a little moved when he heard what he said, but she was still worried to ask. Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. What impact can it have? The development conference has already been held, so it should be sold in advance. Besides, many people give it, and it's not bad for you. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Lin Wei put down her heart, and then smiled. Zuzai was still calling me to ask what I want. I didn't agree. Would you like one? No big deal. Wu Hao picked up another piece of oil cake and ate it. Oh. I called her. I happen to have 2 more. Let's rest today. I asked her to come over. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Lin Wei said with joy. However, Wu Hao couldn't be happier when he heard what Lin Wei said. Why was his mouth so odd? The two of them had to be disturbed by light bulbs again. Dear viewers, I am now in the Datang Culture Walking Street. As you can see, a long line has been lined up on the Culture Walking Street. Although it is still daytime, a large number of tourists and citizens gather in the walking street. I saw a young female journalist standing on the pedestrian street, introducing the team with a taste to the camera. Then what's going on here? Let's interview some passers-by then. The female journalist came to the middle of the line and asked a young man with glasses, hello, why are you standing in line here? The young man was excited when he saw the reporter. We watched Hayo Technology's new product launch last night to experience that smart glasses. When did you come? It's more than 10 o'clock in the morning. It's late. Many people heard that they have arrived at 5 or 6 in the morning. Is it so early? There are earlier. I heard that the top 10 people seemed to be the audience who came directly from the press conference last night. Okay, thank you for the interview. The female reporter came to the front of the line again and interviewed a young beautiful girl who was standing in line. Hello, what kind of hand are you in line for? I came here last night at 3 or 4 o'clock. After we participated in the press conference, we went for a meal. After all, there was nothing to do. We might as well come in line earlier. The girl said excitedly at her. Are you so positive? Where do you think this product is most attractive to you? The female reporter asked with a smile. Of course it is a powerful function, as well as the intelligent identification function, wireless remote charging function and so on. We have already booked on the internet, but it will not be available until 10 days after the sale, so we can't wait. I want to experience it myself in advance, but it's too hard to wait for so long. The female reporter cared. The girl shook her head and smiled, like, it's worth it. Okay, thank you for the interview. After the female reporter finished playing the interview, she said to the camera, it can be seen that these people came in line to experience the new products released by Hayo Technology. What is going on? We also asked about it. It turned out that last night Hayo Technology Co. Limited released their latest technology product, smart glasses. These people lined up because Hayo Technology and Datang Culture Walking Street jointly developed a virtual reality projection experience activity. In order to be the first to experience this product, many people have come in line early in the morning. Of course, there are also enthusiastic fans who have been queuing since last night. We saw that there was a long line at the scene, and we couldn't look at it. There were about 300 people in sight. As time comes to the afternoon, this number will probably increase. So what are the special features of this smart glasses, which can attract so many people willing to wait in line? Let's preview it together. Xa said. The female reporter came to a comprehensive mortal experience booth of about 1 meter high made of wood. The booth is about a dozen square meters, with railings erected around it. At the position of the railings around it, one booth is placed, with smart glasses on the table and a display screen for outside viewing. There is a young man with a job card in front of each booth. At the moment, he is doing final preparations with the field staff. The female reporter came to a booth and then put on smart glasses with the help of staff. Wow! The female reporter burst into exclaim as soon as she wore it. Then he held his glasses and looked up at the sky, showing an expression of excitement and surprise. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the female reporter reluctantly took off her glasses, and then excited at the camera. It's really beautiful. It's so shocking. This is different from what we see in our eyes. That kind of virtual scene is like the real stage, showing in front of us. Although the light during the day is very strong, it does not affect its display effect at all, but is very real. I believe that at night, the visual effects will be even more shocking. To be honest, after only experiencing this for a while, I now want to buy a pair urgently, but I have to wait 10 days. Below, let's interview the person in charge of Datang Culture Walking Street. This project is a large-scale virtual reality projection landscape jointly created by the Cultural and Creative Operations Center of Datang Culture Walking Street and Hayo Technology, and is a major project launched by our Culture Street this year. Hayo Technology helps that through our thinking, audiences and tourists will display their advanced technology products. And we also want to use this product to show the innovative face of our cultural pedestrian street and our long cultural history in Anxi. As for the audience and tourists, through this event, you can not only experience the excellent performance of this product, but also feel the strong history and culture of our Anxi. It can be said that 3 things are achieved in one fell swoop. We see that many tourists and citizens have already formed long lines here. I don't know when I can start the experience, the female reporter asked. We are doing the final preparations and will be open immediately. Okay, thank you for receiving our interview. The female reporter thanked her for leaving behind www.mentalnovel.com and said to the camera, lead science and technology to the display of historical culture, and use technology to show the charm of historical culture, the realization of the combination of science, technology and history and culture brings people a more intuitive and shocking visual perception. This point, the Datang Culture Walking Street is in front of the country, and there are more attractions to learn from. I think this is also the reason why the Tangwa pedestrian street is prosperous. Speaking of this smart glasses, it is undoubtedly the greatest product of this year and even in recent years. It truly brings the technology we can only see in movies to our display world, so that each of us can experience it for ourselves. What is even more rare is the efforts made by Hayo Technology in cultural protection and the display of traditional culture. Using the most advanced technology to display our traditional culture is conducive to the promotion and protection of our traditional culture. On the other side, it is precisely the blessing of content in traditional culture that makes this smart product more connotative. Seriously, at this moment I really want to own one immediately, so that I can wear it to view this gorgeous virtual scenery from multiple angles. Maybe one day, these virtual projections will become commonplace, and everyone will take it for granted. But at this moment, just in Anxi, on the Datang Culture Walking Street, this kind of scenery is definitely unique in the whole world. So welcome everyone to Anxi, Datang Cultural Walking Street, and experience the shocking combination of technology and culture. The latest website, the same situation appears in front of official offline experience stores of companies in more than 50 cities across the country. In order to be able to experience smart hourglasses early, many people come in line early. Some loyal fans have waited at the door even before dawn. In some big cities, long queues line up at the offline official experience stores. To this end, streets and police stations have to deploy staff to maintain order. In order to maintain the order in the store, the official offline experience stores of various major lines have no choice but to take measures to limit the flow. Although this is not the first time that they have implemented such a measure, more people have come this time than before. It can be seen that Hao's influence is getting bigger and bigger. Although there are still 10 days before the New Year's first sale, major regions are already anxious to act. Even if some people speak directly, they need hundreds of thousands of units, which was unimaginable before. If there aren't, just 50,000 units. If not, I'll give it to others, Zhang Jun said impatiently on the phone. The person on the phone laughed quickly after hearing the words, 50,000 is 50,000. I should deal with it first. But President Zhang, this smart hourglasses are so hot. Should we speed up production? Already intensifying production, we did not expect that everyone's enthusiasm will be so high this time. Rest assured, I will hold you tight as soon as it is available. Zhang Jun wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then looked weary. Said, since last night, he has been harassed by various calls. Because Wu Hao had to rest, he turned off the call function. So all kinds of calls could only be made to him. Some have products, some have inquiries about the situation. Of course, more of them are agents everywhere to ask for goods, and talk about cooperation. There is no reason to stop business coming. So even though he was tired, he was still persisting, and he was never tired. Picking up the water glass and taking a sip of the fat sea chrysanthemum tea that the beautiful female secretary made for him, Zhang Jun asked the busy staff next to him, how many orders have been determined? At present, agents at all levels in China have confirmed a total of 938,000 orders from us, and overseas countries have a total of about 420,000 units. This is almost our entire output in the past half month. The staff member who was summing up touched his glasses and reported to Zhang Junhui. Not enough. This capacity is far from enough. Now each order is still growing rapidly. It is expected that by 12 p.m. tonight, I expect the number of orders to exceed 3 million units. Huang Ziwe shook his head. Zhang Jun nodded as he heard the words, and his face was dignified. After a little thought, he immediately rushed to the middle plate and said, two methods, two-pronged approach. First of all, strictly control the shipments of agents and distributors in each region to ensure that each region can be supplied. Second, continue to urge the factory to let them step up production. In addition, several factories under our company have also started to speed up in an all-round way. Huang Ziwe nodded, then looked at Zhang Jun and asked, I don't need to talk to President Wu about this. Zhang Jun waved his hand and said, today he is resting. Let's not bother him too much. I asked the secretary to prepare a detailed document and send it to him later. Having said that, Zhang Jun got up and walked, then stopped and looked at Huang Ziwe. The most important thing now is production, and quality and output are the key. I think I'll go to the factory in person, so I can feel relieved. Or let He Jinshan go. He is the deputy director of the production department, which is responsible for managing and coordinating the production work of our factories. He's the best at this, and it's just right to let him go for a lap to urge him. Huang Ziwe proposed. Zhang Jun heard the words and shook his head. He has not enough weight. There is nothing wrong with our factory, and some foundries are a bit difficult to speak. Let him continue to preside over the production work in our factory. I will go there for myself. Well then, you go early and return early. There are still a lot of things waiting for you to come back to make a decision. Huang Ziwe didn't persuade. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes when he heard the words, and then waved his hand. Look at Wu Hao, he chairman and CEO can't do nothing at all. Well, You have to say it. I don't dare. Huang Zhuo chuckled. Although he was much older than Wu Hao, he was still a little afraid of Wu Hao, and it was difficult to get along with Jiang Jun as easily. Not only Huang Zhuo, many people in the company are like this. Although Wu Hao was very good at speaking normally, once the fire was seriously launched, it would really be the top 5 thunder. So none of the company's people dare to touch his mold. I'll call him later, Jiang Jun said, and then touched the temples of the smart hourglasses on his eyes with his hands, and then revealed his hearty laughter. Hey, President Jiang, hello, hello, we. On the other hand, although Wu Hao is taking a break today, it is impossible for him to completely put aside the things at hand, so he will still pay close attention to various things in the company. Let's eat. Lin Wei's cry came downstairs, as well as the crisp beating of her close friends among her girlfriends. Although he knew all these girlfriends of Lin Wei, a big man mixed with some of them was awkward, so he went upstairs to the study. I see, come down immediately. Replying to the sentence, Wu Hao said to Xiaodong on the big screen, the fat man said that he wanted to go to these agency factories in person to coordinate and supervise the production. I didn't agree. There are still many things waiting for him to do at the company. So I will leave it to you to go to the foundry. Is there any problem? Xiaodong shook his head when he heard the words. No, I'm going to pack up immediately and order the plane to fly tonight. It's hard. After we get there, we should have a good relationship with others and try to increase their output. www.mtlnovel.com. Now our most important job is to guarantee the output, so there can't be any problems in this regard, understand? Don't worry. Relax. I know how to do it, Xiaodong in the screen promised. Well, good. All the way. A few words were ordered, and Wu Hao ended the call. It is best to let Jiang Jun go, but there are still many things waiting for him, especially in terms of business operations. This fat man has some risks in the operation of some projects. Even Wu Hao often feels ashamed. Of course, Jiang Jun is far inferior to him in terms of the company's overall direction control, personnel management, and overall operations. That's why he can rest assured that Jiang Jun is in charge of business operations. Standing up and stretched, looking at the falling snow outside the window, Wu Hao smiled and walked out. Book guest reading URL, latest website. After a day of rest at home, Wu Hao was immediately engaged in intense work. Now they work on 2 aspects, market and production. On the market side, Wu Hao intends to leave it to Jiang Jun to handle it, while he focuses on production and overall management. Especially now that the launch of this smart hourglasses has been a great success. The market response is hot, and the demand has surged, so the output must be increased. At present, the production of their company is mainly divided into 2 aspects. One is the OEM production of various types of foundries, and the other is the production of their various manufacturing factories. At present, there are 3 large-scale intelligent unmanned production factories that have been transformed. They are said to be unmanned, but in fact, they are still operated and maintained, but only a few. Now these 3 intelligent unmanned manufacturing factories have all adopted intelligent unmanned transformation, and the degree of automation and intelligence is very high. Even in the production process, the entire production line does not need human intervention. Only during each maintenance period, a staff member enters for inspection and maintenance. Even the current overhaul and maintenance work, the related technology research and development team intends to hand it over to an intelligent robot to complete. Relying on the intelligent robotic arm developed by them, they can complete all inspection and maintenance work like humans, saving time and effort, and saving labor costs in the long run. Of the 3 intelligent unmanned manufacturing plants, the largest riverfront smart manufacturing plant in Anxi. It covers a total area of 1,073 acres, with a construction area of 51,430 square meters. The factory has a total of 8 workshops and 26 workshops, in addition to various warehouses and other infrastructure facilities. According to the development plan formulated by the production department, the second phase of the project will be expanded on this basis. In the future, it will become the largest intelligent unmanned integrated manufacturing plant in Asia and the world. After the Bine Intelligent Manufacturing Plant was put into operation, a considerable part of Wu Hao's products came from here, and some of the key core components in the product come from here, so this factory is even more important. To this end, Wu Hao also came to inspect it to see how it works. In fact, through the factory's intelligent management system, he can clearly see the real-time data information of the factory operation. But sometimes, you have to run it yourself. On the one hand, check it again with your own eyes and learn about things that you can't understand in terms of data and monitoring. On the other hand, as the person in charge of the company, his presence in such a place is also an expression of his emphasis on production. As with his previous style, this time, Light Car Jane came to the Bine Intelligent Manufacturing Factory with only a few accompanying staff and He Jinshan, the deputy director of the production department. No one was notified of their arrival, which he also ordered. In order to surprise, I want to check the normal operation of the factory. Sure enough, when they arrived at the factory, the security staff at the gate looked a little surprised when they learned that Wu Hao was coming. The security personnel of the entire factory are directly assigned by the company's security department, and are also composed of some veterans. Generally, it is not under the jurisdiction of the factory. Unless there is a need, the factory can apply to the company for approval. And when they didn't come in for a long time, the factory director greeted him with a few people in a hurry. General Manager Wu, why don't you say something in advance so that we can prepare? Haha, I'm here to hit you off guard. Wu Hao smiled at the middle-aged man around 35 or 60 in front of him. This person is called Xu Yang. He is 36 years old. He first helped He Jinshan to take charge of the project of transforming the Riverside Intelligent Manufacturing Plant. After He Jinshan was promoted to deputy director of the company's production department, he succeeded He Jinshan as the acting director of this Riverside Intelligent Manufacturing Plant. In fact, it is okay to be a factory director directly according to his qualifications, but this factory is too important, and everyone is still worried about letting such a young person be the factory director. So in the end, Wu Hao took the board and asked him to start with the acting factory director. If it is not suitable, replace it. No problem. Welcome General Wu to inspect the work, Xu Yang said happily. Oh, so confident? Wu Hao glanced at Xu Yang a little unexpectedly, and then looked at the plant not far away and said, today, mainly to see the production situation here. You also know that our press conference was very successful and the market responded strongly. Therefore, the demand for our new products has increased sharply. So the output of our new products is particularly important at this time. Xu Yang couldn't help sighing after understanding Wu Hao's intention. Someone just came to report that Wu Hao had suddenly come, which made Xu Yang and everyone very panicked, thinking that something had happened. So he greeted him pantingly. Xu Yang, who was relieved, became more natural and calm. He laughed at Wu Hao. After receiving the news that the relevant orders have surged, we immediately opened a number of production lines to start production. Currently these production lines, its production capacity has reached 80%, and it is expected that the capacity of these production lines will reach saturation by tomorrow afternoon. And we are still preparing to gradually open other remaining production lines as appropriate, so that our entire plant can be put into full load operation. By then, our production volume will increase from 300,000 units a week to about 800,000 units. Note 1. If necessary, some production lines can also be overloaded, and the production capacity is expected to increase by about 20%. It's just that the loss of production equipment is large, and it can only maintain a production cycle. Once this production cycle is over, you must shut down for maintenance. Wu Hao nodded his head and said, unless it matters, let's produce normally. We understand. Xu Yang nodded. Are there any difficulties at the moment? Wu Hao walked into the office building and asked www.mentalnovel.com. Xu Yang hesitated after hearing what he said, and then said to Wu Hao, the other aspect is easy to say. It is the manpower it is in short supply. Especially in the past few days when we increase production, we are working almost all day. If we continue to do this, everyone may be overwhelmed. Secondly, in terms of transportation of raw materials and products, because of the increase in production and excessive consumption, there are some difficulties in transportation. However, we have already communicated with the logistics and transportation companies in this regard, and they indicated that they would deal with it as soon as possible. Wu Haoyan waved his hand and said, not as soon as possible, but immediately. Contact them and let them set about solving this problem immediately. Tell them directly, if they can't meet our logistics transportation needs, then we will consider substitutions, and say what I said. Note 1, for reference, Rich X Kang owns at least 3 factories in Zhengx City, including 94 production lines, and employs 350,000 workers. Zhengx Fu X Kang can assemble about 350 phones per minute, with a daily output of 500,000. About half of the world's Apple phones come from the Foxca factory here. Latest URL. I am sorry, I've been at home for too long, and I am in a bad state, so the code is wrong and I am upset. The one you owe will be replenished earlier tomorrow, and you will not be in arrears. Rest assured. Military technology has changed today. Hitting by hand. Please wait a moment, after the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest updates. Latest website, yes, I'll call them right away to contact. Xu Yang responded immediately. Well, Wu Hao nodded, and then directed at He Jinshan, you need to make coordinated arrangements on the human side, and you must ensure that everyone cannot work hard. On the other hand, you must also ensure that the factories in the production line are operating normally to ensure output. Yes, I will be working immediately at the scene, so that the department can transfer some technical experts to support everyone. He Jinshan said positively. Wu Hao nodded, then put on protective clothing and walked into the manufacturing workshop with everyone. I saw a long and narrow production workshop installed in 2 parallel production lines. The equipment on each production line is running at full capacity, conveying the emerging products. Xu Yang went to him at this time and then introduced, at present, our factory has 26 workshops. Under normal circumstances, 20 seats are in operation and production, and the remaining 6 are for maintenance. At present, we have 2 workshops were started, and the remaining 4 will be put into operation despite the startup. In these production workshops, not only some core components need to be produced to supply various foundries, but also various products we have previously released to the market, like our smart voice assistant, smart VR equipment, and the most important aerial patrol alert drone orders in the smart unmanned surveillance system. In order to coordinate the production of this smart hourglasses this time, we have converted 80% of the intelligent voice assistant production line. Only 20% of the production line is retained for the most basic production work. Wu Haoyan nodded and said, in addition to ensuring the output of new products, we must also ensure that our other products are also produced normally, especially the drones in the intelligent unmanned inspection security system. These orders are urgent and must be on time. Delivery. The more you are at this time, the less you can worry. This is the time to test your true skills. Yes, I must continue to work hard to ensure that the factory can operate normally and that all production orders can be delivered from the factory on time. Xu Yang nodded and assured, well, I wait for your good news. Wu Hao glanced at him, and then refocused on the product being processed on the production line. Although we have achieved fully automated production, there should be no problem in terms of quality. However, we cannot guarantee whether it will be because of equipment malfunctions result in defective products. Therefore, you must also do the relevant manual re-inspection work, and you must ensure the quality of the product, and no uneven products can flow into the market. In this regard, you can rest assured that we have always organized relevant professionals to carry out spot checks on the products leaving the factory to ensure that a defective product will not flow from us. Moreover, the operation of each production line and the equipment of the production line is closely monitored. If there is a problem, it will be re-inspected, and if necessary, people will be arranged to enter the production workshop for on-site inspection. Wu Hao walked to the side of the production line and picked up the frame parts of a pair of smart hourglasses and looked up. Some precision parts such as the circuit board above the frame legs have been installed, but batteries and other important functional modules have not yet been installed. After the legs of these frames are completed, they will be sent to the final assembly workshop by intelligent robots, assembled with other equipment, and then tested and packaged before shipment. Although wearing protective clothing, the picked-up lens was still stained with his fingerprints and sweat. So Wu Hao passed the picked-up frame to the staff nearby, and he put it into the defective collection station. This frame will be recycled by the equipment, and then the system will find and analyze the cause of the failure. Repairs can be repaired and disassembled if it cannot be repaired. To maximize the use of resources and avoid unnecessary waste, Wu Hao brought out the temple parts without any quality problems, so the recycling system will disinfect the entire temple and send it back to the production line. Compared to the manual production line, the efficiency of our intelligent unmanned flexible production line has been improved several times. But compared to the huge investment, this production speed is still a bit slow. Wu Hao watched these running busy production line said. After hearing what he said, He Jinshan next to him said, "This intelligent unmanned production line actually has a lot of room for upgrading. At present, our scientific research team is working on the problem, and the related improvement technology will be applied to our new production line under construction. These completed production lines will be improved and upgraded in the future. It is expected that the production capacity will be increased by about 50% after the upgrade. Moreover, the related second-generation intelligent unmanned stamping production line is ready for research and development. After successful research and development, the second-generation production line will be 3 to 4 times higher than the first generation. You don't have to worry too much in this regard. You must be steady and do not be greedy for big things. You must do it well, make it fine, and make it a flag, a brand. What the product sells at the end is to sell the production line. So many big companies do it. Many people are already interested in our intelligent unmanned production line, and many companies have expressed their intention to buy. But I didn't rush to agree. I hope our researchers can calm down and continue to make breakthroughs in this field. This super production line, this super factory is the killer of our response to competition," Wu Hao said with a smile. "We will continue to work hard to make this production line a solid foundation for us in the production field and ensure the company's stable development strategy." He Jinshan nodded. What is a stable development strategy? As the name implies, it is to cool down the current overheating development speed of the company, so that it can develop steadily. Some companies seem to be developing very fast www.mtlnovel.com, but after this effort, there is no sound, just like the shared bicycle that has occupied the cusp of the past few years. Wu Hao naturally didn't want the company to be such a meteor. So he proposed this strategic development matrix when the company's development was the most rapid. Wandering around in the workshop, Wu Hao waved his hand. Let's go over to the warehouse." Talking about the crowd leaving the production workshop, after dragging the protective clothing, the party immediately came to the product transfer warehouse. All products produced in the production workshop must be transported here to be sorted and transferred to the warehouse, and then transferred according to the order requirements and taken out and sent to various places. This set of processes is all handled by the factory's intelligent system. The transport vehicle only needs to stop at the shipping outlet, and an intelligent loading robot will automatically load the goods into the container. Of course, There will also be staff on-site contact and some formalities to sign and so on. Wu Hao smiled as he watched the warehouse running orderly. As the countdown to the new year ends, people all over the world are warmly welcoming the Gregorian New Year. On the domestic and overseas online shopping platforms, many consumers who have been waiting for a long time have clicked and placed orders. At this moment, the Comprehensive Market Operations Center of Haolt Technology Marketing Department is brightly lit. Each staff member is staring at the screen intently, watching the flashing data above. As the director of the marketing department, Huang Ziwu is standing here, watching the sales situation of each platform closely. Then the numbers on the big screen started to scroll quickly, and I saw that the numbers above were already skyrocketing. 100,000 units. I saw a golden number of 100,000 units flashing on the big screen. Crackling. The staff at the scene applauded. 3.4 seconds. Huang Ziwu couldn't help feeling excited, her voice trembling a little. This means that 100,000 users have placed orders at the same time, which is absolutely good news. Posted on Weibo. Everyone is paying attention to it. Huang Ziwu resisted the joy in her heart and directed the staff next to him. Yes, New Year's start. 100,000 units in 3.4 seconds. Although there is not much to say on Weibo, the staff still sent a screen picture taken live. The media that had been waiting for the news early in the morning immediately received the treasure, and forwarded it for reporting. The netizens who are watching and buying are complaining in the comments under Weibo. Too many people. The background payment systems of several online shopping platforms are about to collapse. Good card can't squeeze in. The platform is stuck. Ha ha ha, an order has been placed. Envy and jealousy, all tyrants. I rely on 6666 per standard model. These 100,000 units are 660 million in 3.4 seconds, which is faster than printing money. What is printing money? It's faster than grabbing money. No, it's faster than filling in numbers with a blank check. It's a long life. This time Wu Hao has made a big deal. Although Jiang Jun did not come to the General Operations Center of the Marketing Department this time, how could he fall asleep and always pay attention to the relevant data? After seeing this result, he couldn't agree. I was preparing to connect to it and found that the data had been updated. 27 seconds, 300,000 units. Seeing this number, Jiang Jun was not ready to connect with him, but instead made a phone call to Wu Hao. Wu Hao of course did not rest, not because he didn't want to rest, but Lin Wai was staring at the data and yelling, so how can he rest? So after receiving a call from Jiang Jun, he immediately connected. Hello, Hiroko, have you seen it? 300,000 units in 27 seconds. Jiang Jun exclaimed on the phone. What a big deal. Is it such a fuss? Wu Hao was helpless about this. What a fuss. This is more than 2 billion. Jiang Jun was dissatisfied with his flat response. This is just the beginning. You wait for the good news. Wu Hao laughed. Jiang Jun heard the words and said immediately, you mean, it can rise to 1 million units tonight? It is not impossible. After all, we are facing the international market this time, Wu Hao said with a smile. Jiang Jun nodded after hearing what he said, then rubbed his hands together. Then we have more than 1 million units that we have pre-sold before. This is more than 2 million units, and sales have exceeded 10 billion. You still have to say a little less. Our offline channels have not yet begun to work hard, Wu Hao reminded with a smile. Yes. Our offline channel sales ratio has been very good. Then add 1 million more? Jiang Junhan asked with a smile. In response, Wu Hao cursed with a smile. Okay, you go figure it out. I'm going to bed. It's over 12 o'clock, so I'm not tired. Not tired. Not tired at all. If it is all this achievement, I would rather not sleep for a lifetime. No. I have to go to the company to see if you can come. I call them Yang Fan. Let us have a drink together to celebrate. Jiang Jun's excitement was somewhat difficult to calm down. Wu Hao yawned and shook his head. Forget it. Go to you. Don't bother us. Hang up. After ended the call, Wu Hao looked at the excited Lin Wai over there and said, I said, Don't you plan to go to bed after this point? It's gone up again. It's 500,000 units. According to this figure, it can go up to 1 million units tonight. Lin Y exclaimed at him. Okay, go to sleep. Wu Hao yawned again. For his indifferent look, Lin Y turned her head and walked in front of him to watch him unhappy. This is your company, don't you pay more attention to it? Wu Hao took off the intelligent eyeglasses worn on Lin Y's eyes, and then looked at her with a smile and said, whether I pay attention or not, it should still grow. As for the results, I will know it by reading the briefing tomorrow morning. Now ILL with so much focus, someone stared. Let's sleep. No, you have to go to bed. I'll watch it for a while. Lin Y said that she would grab the smart hourglasses in the hands of Wu Hao. Wu Hao won't let her get it, of course, throw her glasses to the side, and then hugged Lin Y horizontally and walked towards the bedroom. What's so nice? Go to sleep. Let me go. Rogue, let me go down. Tonight is destined to be a quiet night. Some people can't sleep with excitement. Some people, but they look dignified and do not have any sleepiness. At the headquarters of the Maze Group, Xbing was smoking a cigarette and staring at the large screen, which displayed the real-time rolling sales data of Heol Technologies' official Weibo. 800,000 units, this is too fast, someone exclaimed. Tong Wan, who has also been paying attention to the screen, heard this person's exclaim www.mentalnovel.com. It also looks complicated on the screen. According to this data and increase, today's Heol Technologies online platform sales, it should be able to break through 2 million units. 2 million units, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Someone in the conference room was inconsistent. I am not exaggerating at all. This is still the most conservative estimate. Tong Wan shook her head and said, this time they are facing the global market, and they are still such an epoch-making product, so the sales volume will certainly not be low. Moreover, I want to remind everyone that this is only an online sales channel, and this time there are offline physical sales channels. The domestic market and even the East Asian market are now in the middle of the night and there is no movement. The European market is now estimated to be on sale. Once the offline sales channel is working, it is estimated that this result will double or even more. Finally, don't forget that they have pre-sold more than 1 million units in the past 10 days. When I heard Tong Wan's words, the meeting room was lively and everyone talked about each other, and the discussion was quite lively. The Snow Soldier, who was upset, knocked on the table with a complexion, then turned to look at Tong Wan and said, do you think H is the proposal? Should we agree? I heard Xbing's words, and everyone focused on Tong Wan, waiting for her answer. Tong Juan noticed everyone's eyes and Xbing's expression, then shook her head and said, I don't know. Wu Xbing frowned and heard, don't you know or don't want to say? When I heard this, everyone's faces became strange and weird. Tong Wan is supposed to be a descendant of Xbing, and it was also brought out by Xbing. Now Xbing's tone is obviously a little dissatisfied with Tong Wan. I don't know what's wrong with it. Tong Juan shook her head and said, I really don't know how to make a decision. Should be you take the idea. Wu Xbing shook his head and said, I want to hear your opinions now. After all, you are the most familiar person in the company for Heol Technology and Wu Hao. Tong Juan hesitated slightly after hearing the words, and then said, the cooperation with H is both good and bad. First of all, the benefits are, of course, H's the accumulated technology is much stronger than us. They have advantages in research and development. Of course, we also have our own advantages in system optimization and openness, but we still cannot take the initiative. And to be honest, I am not optimistic about this union. First of all, the long-standing grievances of everyone have been too deep, and the cooperation will inevitably go smoothly or may fail. This is like a combination of vertical and horizontal. Although the Six Kingdoms united against the Qin dynasty, they were all broken by Qin on a divisive basis. Second, it's about technology. The technology gap between us and the other side is too big. I don't understand technology, So it's simpler. Let's talk about hardware first. Let's talk about system software. The relevant information and data obtained from these days have been experienced by our technicians. I believe everyone knows the Smart Hour system of this Smart Hour glasses. In a short period of time, how could it be possible to develop such an excellent system? I heard Tong Wan's words. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed very dignified. Everyone was silent and didn't know what they were thinking. When Tong Wan saw this, she sighed secretly, and then smiled to appease everyone. Of course, there is no chance of winning. If we can develop a comparable in a short time, even if it is similar Smart Hour glasses, there is still a battle. Even if the quality and performance are worse, we can make more articles on price and marketing. This is our specialty. And we also have a huge advantage, that is, we can pull a lot of software vendors to enrich the system ecology, thereby attracting more users. Haoe Technology's Smart Hour glasses use an independent application system similar to the Fruit iOS, so the software application must be officially authorized to carry it. This is bound to set a threshold for these application developers and cause some trouble. Even Wuhao blocked the entry of related software giants in order to monopolize some application functions. For example, in terms of instant messaging software, they refuse to enter the Penguin, and this is exactly our opportunity. So, I think we can take the opportunity to attract these software application developers to build an open system to fight them, just like the Android system. As soon as Tong Wan's words came to an end, some people immediately agreed, yes, this is indeed our advantage. And Penguin is not only rich in capital, but also has a strong scientific and technological strength. It can absorb it and promote intelligence development of our systems. This is the introduction of the wolf into the room. Is it still clear to us what the Penguin is doing? Someone retorted immediately, what should we do? Will we just watch Haoe Technology devour our market share a little bit? This man was angry. Another person immediately said, I think it's too far to talk about these now. Our most important task at present is not to talk with anyone about cooperation and confrontation, but to immediately adjust our market operation strategy and control the market to defend against the impact coming soon. Once the sales of high-end mobile phones of other brands are hindered, these mobile phones will then significantly reduce prices, thereby crowding out the low-end market. So, in the face of this situation, do we have a fight? Don't get into contact with Haoe Technology yet. We will be killed by our colleagues. I heard this person's words. Tong Wan nodded in agreement. This is also my biggest concern at the moment. What is the business strategy of our products for a long time? That is to use super high cost performance as the main marketing method to seize the market. Relying on this strategy, we have no disadvantage in the past competition. But now, with the strong involvement of these high-end mobile phones, can we still maintain this advantage? Without this advantage, how do we compete with those mobile phone brands? This is the issue we must discuss at present. I am also officially because of this factor, so I think this multi-party cooperation that H is leading is difficult to carry out unless there is a strong company involvement, such as G-Song, Qualcomm and other giants. With them leading the situation, things are better. As far as I know, G-Song is also afraid of Haoe's strong rise, and even more afraid of its independently developed intelligent system. In the past competition, the intelligent language system developed by Haoe Technology and the timely translation technology of AI have hit G-Song a lot. It can be said that it has seized the original market share of G-Song in this field. So I think G-Song will definitely act this time. Even companies like Tong and Zoft will take action. The country will definitely have new suppression actions against such objects that threaten its interests. A senior executive who knew more about the situation abroad interrupted at this time. As a Chinese, of course, I don't want to see our domestic companies being suppressed by these foreign capital giants. But as an affected corporate executive, I still hope to see this happen. I think we have entered a misunderstanding. Suddenly a young man said, "Oh, How do you say?" The crowd suddenly focused their eyes on the young man. The young man was a little accustomed to facing so many eyes at once, but after a simple adjustment, he said immediately, "I think so." At present, this situation is our guess and has not been confirmed. We have not yet figured out how Hayo Technology or Wu Hao thinks. Maybe we really take the gentleman's heart with a villain? I glanced at the reactions of the crowd, and the young man said immediately, "I don't think Wu Hao is so stupid. He would choose to fight against so many companies. So he will definitely choose to cooperate." www.intelnovel.com. And in the past, Hayo Technology didn't broom its own technology and was very generous to open to the outside world, such as new lithium batteries, intelligent voice assistants and so on. Therefore, I think we should first send someone to figure out what Wu Hao thinks now, and then try to convince the other party to cooperate. We will definitely make a considerable degree of concessions and compromises in this cooperation, but as long as we seize the opportunities, the benefits are still very large. If nothing else, let's talk about this wireless remote charging technology. If we can get the relevant parts and components supplied by the other party, we can use them in mobile phones. Even if the price of high-end machines of those brands is lowered, it will not have much impact on us, and we may even make a comeback in this battle. I heard the young man's words, and everyone nodded. Indeed, what he said is very reasonable. At present, everyone is speculating. It is unclear what Hayo Technology or Wu Hao thinks. I'm going to figure out the other party's true intentions first. Maybe they really think too much. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Xbing. Wu Xbing nodded slightly, then looked at Tong Wan who was sitting beside him. "Then you have a hard time. Go to Anxi, and visit Wu Hao for me." "Snow, Tong Wan hesitated a little. "Your things will wait for you to come back, and now you run for me." Xbing waved his hands. Tong Jun hesitated, but nodded slightly. "Do you mean to open this intelligent R system?" Jiang Jun hurried to Wu Hao in the general manager's office. Wu Hao looked at him and nodded. "Yes, willing to be willing to gain something. Opening this system to these mobile phone manufacturers will help us control the entire field of mobile R equipment. It's like G-Song. Although it doesn't make mobile phones, it can firmly control the mobile phone market with the open-source Android system." After Lomi imposed sanctions on G-Song adopted relevant banning measures, which caused H to be hit badly in the overseas mobile phone business. Of course, we can't make this system completely open source like Android, but conditional licensing is still possible. How about our products? Once these mobile phone manufacturers have acquired our system, may not all of our products' competitive advantages have been lost? Jiang Jun stared at him and asked. In Jiang Jun's opinion, this is a smart R system developed by investing huge resources. Why should we open source to the outside world? Isn't it fragrant to use it exclusively? Therefore, he was puzzled by Wu Hao's idea, and he did not support this decision. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Control is in our hands. Then these companies are like the grand monkeys in the hands of Runguo Buddha, and what waves can be set off. And our advantages are not only focused on the system, but also on hardware technology." "Don't you also intend to sell them hardware technology?" Jiang Jun interrupted his words and grumbled. "We must believe in our technology R&D team, and even more in our technological innovation capabilities." Wu Hao looked at him and continued, "At present, from the information we have received, H includes G-Song G-Tong, and even WSoft has related actions. If we can't unite our forces in time, it will be easy for the other party to unite against each other, which is definitely not a good thing for us. Furthermore, in order to control the users firmly, we rejected the entry of large companies such as Penguins, which is undoubtedly a powerful enemy for us. Once these companies join together, use their respective advantages to jointly build a new R ecosystem. Even if the performance of this system is worse, we should not be able to fight it. In the past, such successful examples of enclosing excellent products with inferior products are no longer rare. Therefore, we must take the lead before they start, and destroy them before they move. After hearing Wu Hao's explanation, Jiang Jun was still reluctant. However, he also knows that Wu Hao has a certain truth, so he directly hugs his arms and says, "You look at it, anyway, you are the chairman, and the fate of the company is in your hands. I'm not telling you this, okay, don't breathe." Wu Hao smiled and comforted. Jiang Jun glanced at him and lighted a flue on his own. "First of all, these developed technologies cannot threaten our products, otherwise I will never agree." "Relax, I have something in mind." Wu Hao gave her a reassuring eye expression. Zai Zheng was talking, and suddenly Shen Ning's voice sounded in the speaker. "General Manager Wu, Miss Donghuan is here." Jiang Jun heard that the smoke was reaching into the ashtray and crushed, and then he got up and said, "Since others are here, I will go first." "You don't see each other? Maybe she will soon become a member of our company?" Wu Hao asked with a smile. Jiang Jun waved his hand, and walked towards the door. "Come here first, then there will be opportunities in the future." "This guy." Wu Hao shook his head helplessly, and then exclaimed, "Please Tonghuan come in." It didn't take long before I saw Shen Ning wearing a professional dress and Tonghuan, who was also wearing a formal dress, came in. "General Manager Wu." Tonghuan saw Wu Hao getting up, and quickly reached out. Wu Hao smiled and shook her hands. "Welcome, welcome, please sit down." Tongjuan nodded, then walked down to the sofa in the lounge area and sat down. Wu Hao also came to the sofa opposite her and sat down, then watched her and smiled. "What's wrong? Is this always asking you to come to me?" Tongjuan shook her head and said, "I asked for it." "Cannibalism, loyalty. Even if I was in Korn for a day, I am also a member of Korn. I don't think you will appreciate this kind of retreat from the old to the old. See the different employees. Talk about your purpose." Wu Hao said to her. Tonghuan looked at him with a smile and said, "Of course, I am seeking cooperation." The smart hourglasses released by Hao Technology have caused such a sensation in the market and in the society. Anyone will definitely be envious, let alone us business. So President Xi sent me to ask President Wu to have a good talk with you to see if our two parties can cooperate. Cooperation. What benefits can we get? Wu Hao looked at her calmly. "Of course, there are many benefits, and it is better to make a friend and make an ally than to set up a strong enemy." Tonghuan said with a smile, "Of course we know that President Wu has no shortage of funds and technology, and now the sales of your company's products are hot, and it seems no problem. However, you may have noticed the potential risks. Many companies are already very scared of you, and many companies have begun to act. If you don't prepare well in advance, I'm afraid you will be caught by surprise." "Are many companies referring to H, or Penguin, or Jisong Fruit?" Wu Hao asked with a smile. www.mentalnovel.com. Tonghuan heard Wu Hao a bit surprised. "Sure enough, I read the right person, Mr. Wu, you asoba." It is really amazing to be able to maintain such a happy mind in the case of such a hot product sale. "Okay, these flattery will wait for you to join the post and then shoot and say things." Wu Hao waved. "Oh," Tonghuan laughed, and then looked at him and said, "Since all of Wu knows this, it is better to understand the need for cooperation. Although your company now has the advantage, it still has too little strength to do it alone. Fight against these giants. So my suggestion is to unite all the forces that can be united and rely on our strong domestic market to fight against them and divide them." "Is this your suggestion or a Korn suggestion?" Wu Hao didn't respond, but asked her. "Is there a difference?" Tonghuan asked, and then said to Wu Hao, "The last sentence is my personal suggestion. We are not easy to build too many enemies." Wu Hao heard a satisfactory expression, then looked at her with a smile and said, "Of course we are willing to cooperate. But why must we choose Korn? Can't we choose stronger H?" I heard Wu Hao's question, and Tonghuan also smiled, because H has its own strong R&D capabilities, and Korn is weak in this regard. It needs a stable and consolidated ally. For Hao Technology, Korn is easier to clamp than H: vertical bar greater than, you are right, It is really difficult for our family to fight against the giants that unite. Therefore, we must cooperate with other enterprises to unite all the forces that can be united. So, just the Korn family is not enough. We must unite more enterprises, Wu Hao said, looking at Tong Wan. When Wan heard Wu Hao, Tong Wan was a little surprised. She originally thought that she would have to fly a little bit more. However, Wu Hao changed her attitude. But she soon understood that Wu Hao had already paid attention to it, and now they are waiting for them. It seems that we are worried about nothing. President Wu really has a broad mind. Tong Wan pursed and laughed. Wu Wenyan said. Wu Hao glanced at the other side, and then said badly, "There is no need to say these words anymore. It's more pragmatic. Smart our system we can authorize to provide you, the wireless remote charging technology and the latest generation of lithium battery technology can also be provided to you, even the 8K 240Hz LCD screen you and the major mobile phone manufacturers have always wanted." When I heard Wu Hao's words, Tong Wan was excited. However, she didn't get excited for a long time, and she calmed down, then looked at Wu Hao and asked, "General Manager Wu, you can take out so many good things at once. There can be no conditions." "You said it once." "Of course there are conditions." Wu Hao nodded and smiled. "The system provided for you is the original basic version. You need to optimize and improve it yourself. The degree of optimization depends on your own. Second, the system must be embedded with our mobile service function. It must not be uninstalled or blocked by any means. Exceptions to our related applications, such as application stores, browsers, and related instant messaging account systems. Finally, it is related to the system license use fee and service fee part. In this regard, you can also refer to the scheme you cooperate with G-Song. These conditions are very favorable. I believe that no company will have any opinions. Tong Wan nodded and said, "Are there any?" "All third-party application software must be authorized by the App Store before it can be installed on the device." Wu Hao looked at Tong Wan and said. Tong Juan frowned when she heard the words, "This requirement is a bit harsh." "Of course, I will also reduce your related system license fees," Wu Hao said with a smile. Tong Juan nodded after hearing the words and looked at him. "I finally understand why President Wu is willing to open up the system. It turned out to be paying attention to this, rely on our means to promote the entire intelligent R system, and then rely on the mobile service functions embedded in the system to make money, which is equivalent to let major manufacturers work for you for free." "Why are you working for free? You are not selling products to make money." Wu Hao chuckled. "If this is the case, I suggest that you might as well open source the system directly, so that it can attract more follow-up mobile phone manufacturers to follow up," Tong Wan suggested to him. In this regard, Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. "No, open source can accelerate the spread of the entire system, but it will also cause a series of problems. Like G-Song, there is no way to take the domestic market. We will not take it old road. Moreover, the open source system is also vulnerable to attacks, which is not conducive to the protection of user information security. We will not compromise on this." I heard Wu Hao's words. Tong Wan no longer persuaded, but shifted the topic and said, "What about hardware technology?" "There are no requirements, normal supply. But the production is limited. We must first use our share first, and the remaining share can be released. Of course, we will also increase production to meet your needs as much as possible. As for how these shares are allocated, this is a matter between your manufacturers, and we are only responsible for adjustment, regardless of allocation." Wu Hao shook his head. Tong Juan heard her eyelids jumped here, and she could imagine the scene when major manufacturers were fighting for this share. This strategy is really wicked. It is necessary to unite these companies without wanting to hold them too tightly. So thinking of such a strategy, it is indeed worthy of being called a difficult fox. What do you mean by these manufacturers? Tong Wan cares. Wu Hao smiled lightly. Of course, all companies interested in this, such as you, Blue Green Factory, H's, even including S-Star, Fruit can also talk if you like. The situation in foreign countries is different from that in China. I am afraid that these built-in applications will be difficult to implement, especially with regard to instant messaging software. The West is very prepared for us. Penguin has thought of many ways and has not rushed in. Tongwan was somewhat worried. Road. Rest assured, there are mainly sufficient benefits. The capabilities of these companies can be played. Wu Hao waved with a smile. Besides, this time we are also using the intelligent language assistant and the account system of the previous VR system. A total of hundreds of millions of users have been accumulated, and there will not be much resistance. Speaking of this, Wu Hao looked at Tongwan with a smile. This is also an opportunity for you domestic manufacturers to expand outward. As long as you have the ability, we will definitely support it. And if you do well, I can also help you apply for relevant national policies and financial support. Oh, Tongwan blinked in front of her eyes, then looked at Wu Hao. I have always heard that Wu Hao has close relations with the military and the official. Haoyu Technology has a deep background behind her, and she still does not believe it. It seems that there must be a strong force behind Wu Hao. Wu Hao changed his mind so quickly and opened up the authorization-related systems to these manufacturers. It is true that if such a system is promoted to the whole world, it will still be very beneficial to our country. This is tantamount to creating a stronghold card. Even if it is not King A, it must be KQ. And compared to hard power, this soft power is more flexible to use, and its influence and lethality are also very great. www.mentalnovel.com. Of course, this is just a bold guess by her. Is it as she wants? She wasn't sure what she thought. It is certainly impossible to ask Wu Hao. Even if asked, how could Wu Hao tell the truth to her? However, no matter what, this is a good thing for the Korn Group and for domestic manufacturers. When thinking of this, Tongwan nodded and said to Wu Hao, I know, I will report to Mr. Xu after I return. As for the specific, I think it's better to let Xu always come to talk to you. He has always admired you and would like to visit you and have a good talk with you. Oh, right, I also admire President Xu very much. Wu Hao smiled, then looked at Tongwan and said, after the official business talks, talk about private affairs. What's wrong? It's been so long. Give a prospective letter, and the seat reserved for you can't stay empty all the time. After hearing Wu Hao's words, Tongwan had a complicated expression, and then sighed at Wu Hao. I have submitted my resignation to Mr. Xu, but he has never approved it. I want to wait for this matter to end and I will go with him, have a good talk and strive to report to the company as soon as possible. I helped him so much. It shouldn't be too much to let him be a personal person. Looking back at him, I told him personally, Wu Hao said to Tongwan. Tongjuan said quickly, you misunderstood, Xu didn't force me. You don't care about this, I will deal with it. Wu Hao heard watching Tongwan nodded and said, okay, then I just ask, and wait for your good news. The latest news from this station, Haoyu Technology announced this morning via the official website and Weibo, announced that it would be willing to provide all mobile device manufacturers with the smart hour systems they develop to help these companies to achieve the development and production of smart hour products, so that more users can use smart hour products. It is reported that in addition to providing intelligent hour products, Haoyu Technology will also provide a number of key components such as cutting-edge technology. For example, its latest wireless remote charging technology, the latest generation of lithium batteries and the 8K 240Hz display screen widely used in VR products, and so on. However, the new super solid-state batteries and high-definition high-refreshment transparent screens that are currently most concerned by the outside world are not on this list. According to experts, Haoyu Technology is so willing to provide relevant systems and technical components, which is conducive to helping domestic technology companies to upgrade their industries and achieve mutual benefit and win-win. The experts highly praised Haoyu Technology for its generous dedication. After Haoyu Technology released this announcement, H. Mays, blue-green plant all welcomed this. This news report is probably the hottest topic except the Spring Festival before the Lunar New Year. For a time, the entire domestic and even the world's major media were reporting. Several major official media even set up special sections to specifically report and analyze this news. The title of a direct report from foreign media is "Wu Hao is crazy." The article states that Wu Hao may have missed an opportunity to become the world's richest man. A foreign expert was quoted in the report as saying that this intelligent R system and related technologies are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Wu Hao's move is equivalent to throwing a golden mountain in his arms. Of course, some media have seen Wu Hao's attempt or purpose use these technologies to promote the promotion of its intelligent R system, making it the second Android system, and using this to make Hao technology the second G-Song. And these media also warned the countries concerned to pay close attention to Wu Hao's intentions, claiming that this is the new generation of mobile internet that Hao technology is trying to control the world, and there must be a greater conspiracy behind it. Soon Migo's most influential newspaper, The Post, reported that Hao's intelligent voice products have always been able to eavesdrop on user privacy. It also claims that Hao's smart hourglasses are suspected of violating public portrait rights and privacy, and Congress will specifically commission a professional team to investigate. Subsequently, CN, the country's most influential media, also reported that Hao's intelligent R products may be suspected of technological monopoly and may threaten its national security. Then, CXX, the largest intelligence agency in the country, announced that it would investigate Hao's intelligent R system and its personal background, Wu Hao's personal information. Everyone sees that this is just a routine of Lao Mi. First, he used his strong media influence to propagate public opinion, and then he created an atmosphere or excuse for them. Of course, Wu Hao was unwilling to show weakness and responded directly through Weibo. As of today, for some well-known reasons, the products of Hao technology are not sold in the country, so how can it be said that it threatens the national security of the country? Secondly, the products of Hao technology have been tested by the market. Whether they are good or not, users have the final say. So far, we have not seen any cases where users' personal information is leaked because of our products, and no users feel that our products have leaked. Please don't guess and discredit us for no reason. If you can, please come up with evidence. The people's eyes are clear. It can tell who is lying. Wu Hao's response quickly won the support of the state, and the Foreign Affairs Department even supported it at a regular press conference. I also took advantage of this storm. This smart hourglasses once again caught fire, or added a bundle of dry wood to the side of the original burning flames, and poured a barrel of gasoline. In the face of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could Wu Hao let go? Immediately, the overseas regional branches were allowed to step up publicity so as to seize a larger market. However, the fire was too hot and caught them off guard. The first batch of 200,000 units have been delivered to the airport after customs declaration and are being installed. It is expected that they will be able to fly till tomorrow morning at the latest. You should deal with it first. Now we are asking for goods everywhere, Wu Hao said to Lu Bo in the big screen. After hearing the words on the big screen, Lu Bo shook his head first, and then begged with a look, "General Wu, 200,000 units is really not enough. We now have more than 1 million units in the entire European order. This is not enough to solve the problem." "What?" Wu Hao nodded and said, "I know, you should take the 200,000 units first, and I'm already urging the factory to continue to increase production." Wu Hao took a few steps in the office, then turned his head and said to the big screen, "In this way, I will find a way to help you set up 500,000 units, and immediately declare for them to expedite processing. Then they will be shipped to Europe through the China-Europe train. It takes about 20 days. So for more than 20 days, you have to deal with it yourself. I can't help you here. Out of stock now, not only you, like Indian drug, Han, Southeast Asia are out of stock. let alone the domestic market. But I have made adjustments. www.mtlnovel.com. First try to meet the needs of your overseas market. Lubo was a bit frustrated. Well, I try my best. President Wu, you must declare and ship these 500,000 units as soon as possible. In addition, please send them to us first if they are available. It is not easy for Europe to have such a good situation. Rest assured, I have sent Zhou Xiaodong and He Jinshan to the factory to stare in person, and they will definitely hold you tight when they are available, Wu Hao said with a smile and comforted. In fact, he can particularly understand the mood of Lu Bo now. This is like fighting a war. It is a good time, but there are no bullets in the gun. But now he can't help it. To be honest, he expected that the smart hourglasses released this time will be a big fire, but did not expect it to be so hot after this storm. Orders skyrocketed several times in an instant, making them a little difficult to fight. Full production is already underway in several of their factories, and even some production lines that produce other products have begun to adjust and switch to smart hourglasses. In addition, there is the foundry. Wu Hao has let Zhou Xiaodong stare in the past, urging the other party to step up production. But now I have encountered a problem, that is, the products sold in overseas markets need to go through a series of responsible customs declaration and tax procedures. And there is a long period of transportation. Take the European market as an example. If it is the most commonly used sea transportation of bulk commodities, the entire voyage will take about 1 month. This is only the shipping time, not counting the time for customs declaration at the port and the time for customs declaration and taxation for European landing. So even if Wu Hao ships now, it will take more than 30 days to reach Europe. This is why he chose the higher-priced air freight to transport the 200,000 smart hourglasses that have just been declared to Europe by air. Although expensive, it can save more than a month, which is very important for them today. As for the 500,000 units he promised, they were shipped to Europe through the Central European train. Although it takes 20 days, it can be 10 days faster than shipping. Of course, this is only an emergency measure. Wu Hao and they must immediately organize the factory to speed up production, and then continue to ship to Europe by sea, so that the wireless connection of the supply of goods can be achieved, so that market sales are not affected. In fact, not only Europe, Western Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, South Korea and other markets have responded very well, but they are not as enthusiastic as Europe. Even so, the combined demand in these places is much greater than in Europe. So Wu Hao has a headache now and communicates with those in charge and agents in these places, trying to get as much time as possible. As for the domestic market, this is their largest market and the most important market. Of course, Wu Hao cannot give up on this, but the domestic market is not as eager as the overseas market. The domestic market can wait for a while, before other manufacturers have launched relevant products that can compete with them. This market still belongs to them. However, overseas markets are different and are easily affected by various factors. What Wu Hao has to do now is to take advantage of this opportunity to seize the market as much as possible and make it an established fact. Even if there are certain factors to come, they can rely on the market they have seized to resist. It can also use the market to influence the countries in the region where it is located and reduce its impact to the extent. This is also why Wu Hao did not use direct sales in these overseas countries to sell, but used the channels of agents to enter the market. Compared to their foreign customers, these agents have a certain influence in various regions and countries. As long as the benefits are abundant, these agents will naturally try their best to maintain. Initially, their intelligent voice assistant entered Europe, and it was this approach that allowed their products to occupy most of the European intelligent voice product market in a short period of time. Although there have been many problems since then, the hard work of these agents has made them gradually gain a foothold in the European market. It is precisely because of this that the series of products they released later can enter the European market so quickly. Although Europe does not have such a large influence now, it is not weak. As long as the European market is handled, the markets in other regions will naturally be easy to handle. Of course, the exception of the rice country. The output is still too low. Wu Hao turned to Jiang Jun, who was sitting on the other side. Jiang Jun heard the words and nodded. It's a bit low, but this is already our largest production capacity. Our 3 factories are currently overloaded, and the weekly output has reached 1 million units. The foundry factory also 5 new production lines were put into operation, and the daily output reached 200,000 units. Taken together, our product output can reach 2.4 million units, which is already a very high number. Wu Hao shook his head and said, it's still too low. We must take advantage of this trend to seize the market as much as possible, especially overseas markets. In this way, I called Dong Tsai again and asked him to coordinate again, and strive to increase the daily production there to 300,000 units. As for the factories under our control, I asked He Jianshan to press down and increase my production capacity by 20%. In this way, our weekly production can reach 3.3 million units, so that we can fill the gap in the market within a month. But this way, the cost can be significantly increased. And there may be no reason for the foundry side. After all, there are other production orders. It is impossible to transfer production to us. If you build a new production line and train new workers, the time is too slow and the cost is too high. As for us, the output of this million units is already overloaded. If I improve further, I'm afraid that it is too late, and it is easy to make mistakes. Jiang Jun worried. I heard Jiang Jun's words, and Wu Hao nodded. He is now a little upset by various telephones, and he is inevitably lost in a hurry. So after thinking calmly for a while, he immediately clapped and said, so, let He Jianshan do his best, as much as you can. As much as you can. If you can't, you can maintain the equipment and make troubles elsewhere. As for the foundry, let Dong Tsai try his best to talk about it. The price can be raised a bit. What we are missing now is the goods. Is this not worth the money? Jiang Jun frowned at Wu Hao. Wu Hao waved and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. The losses now can be made back through later operations. Our most important thing is to meet the market demand and seize more markets. Seeing Wu Hao say this, Jiang Jun also nodded and said, okay, www.intelnovel.com, then do it. As you said, first supply overseas markets. I will try my best to stand on the domestic market side. Wu Hao heard what he thought, then shook his head and said, you can't just take care of overseas markets. The domestic market still has to take care of it. Let's divide it from our current capacity. Our current weekly output is 2.4 million units, and 800,000 units will be sold out of it. You let the marketing department launch slowly, batch by batch. Be flexible. Don't let consumers think we are learning corn, and what marketing is going on. If necessary, you can send an announcement or explanation, and I want to explain to the outside world our current predicament. I see, I will arrange this in person. Jiang Jun responded positively. Wu Hao nodded slightly, then looked at Jiang Jun and said, this year's annual meeting of the company is definitely impossible, and some departments will be delayed or even cancelled. So at this time, we must appease our employees as much as possible. It can be carried out in 2 aspects, mentally and materially, and how to implement it concretely. You ask each department to come up with an executable solution based on the actual situation of each department. I can try to be as generous as possible. If the horse is to run, the horse must be grazed first. We expect these people to make a lot of money for us, so we don't have to worry about some small money. So to enlarge the gas point, at this critical juncture, we must maintain the internal stability of the company and the vigorous combat effectiveness of the employees. Relax. I know the importance. Jiang Jun smiled. Aunt Jiang, take Xiaotong and my dad to Anxi for the Chinese New Year. I am busy this year and I can't go back. Wu Hao said apologetically at Jiang Xiamen in the video. In the video, Jiang Xiamen smiled and shook his head. Don't go back, don't force it. Work is important. My father and I will not pass by. Xiaotong will be a junior high school student. and he will be nervous to study. Don't run away. Well, the new year, you should come as a tourist. Wu Hao persuaded again. He actually wanted to go home, but he was so busy this year that he couldn't get away. So I can only persuade my family to come to Anxi to celebrate the new year. But Jiang Xiamen and his father did not want to come. No, it's fine at home. If you're busy, you don't have to come back and take care of yourself outside. Jiang Xiamen once again refused. At this time, a small watermelon head reached into the screen, and then made a grimace at the camera. Wu Tong. Jiang Xiamen turned back and scolded. He. Wu Tong gathered around Jiang Xiamen, and then said to the camera, "Brother, aren't you coming back this year? I miss you so much." Wu Hao heard the girl's words, and her nose was a bit sour. "Brother is busy this year, I can't go back. Would you like to come to Anxi?" "Okay, Wu Tong just got excited and was about to promise, but was pulled by his sleeves by Jiang Xiamen, then wilted and said, "No, I have to go to school." Wu Hao naturally saw this scene, but he couldn't say anything about Jiang Xiamen, and had to laugh. "Well, wait for me to relax, and then go back to see you, and I will bring you a gift when that happens." "Okay, thank you," Wu Tong said. His eyes brightened, and then he was excited. This girl. Jiang Xiamen rubbed his daughter's pot cover with her hands, and then said lovingly to Wu Hao, "You can't get used to her and buy her a bunch of things. She is addicted now. Don't study hard." "I don't have one, brother, don't listen to my mother." Wu Tong was immediately unwilling, and then argued. "No. Who wears VR glasses to play games at night and does not sleep at midnight?" Jiang Xiamen twisted Wu Tong's ears and was not airy. It's not the weekend, what's the matter with me?" As Wu Tong struggled to open Xiamen, he ran out. Jiang Xiamen smiled, and then asked Wu Hao, "Where is YY? Why didn't you see anyone?" "Where to cook? I'll call her." Wu Hao beckoned at Lin Wei, who was carrying vegetables. Lin Wei heard the smile, unbuttoned the apron, walked to Wu Hao and sat down. "Aunt Jiang." "Hey, why? Wu Hao had to stand up to give up space to the women. "A lot of people in the company are working overtime and busy now. The chairman and CEO of this company can't leave everyone to go home alone for Chinese New Year. Otherwise, how should this team bring?" It's not just him. Jiang Jun, Zixia Dong, and most of the company's top executives have not been on holiday this year, and they are all holding their posts. As for the employees, apart from the production department and the marketing department, other departments currently need a small number of people to be on duty during the Chinese New Year, and other departments are on holiday. The production department needs to work overtime during the Spring Festival, and the marketing department is also responsible for the marketing of each market. Therefore, Wu Hao requires that the people in these two departments must be on duty during the Spring Festival holiday. As for the wages, they are all settled according to the highest 5 times the salary standard. After this period of time, arrange these people for compensatory rest, and the compensatory holiday can also be superimposed on the annual leave and adjusted together. It is also because of such rich conditions that they have temporarily soothed the hearts of employees. Although everyone was a little disappointed and frustrated that they could not go home during the Spring Festival, but with this series of intimate comforts, everyone regained their fighting spirit and continued to be busy one by one. I even said that now everyone has no time to think about anything else, and are all devoted to their busy work. The hot sales in the market, which made everyone in the marketing department excited, but also complained that the production department was not strong enough to guarantee market demand. In this regard, the two departments did not quarrel with each other, and even several times almost caused group battles. Huang Ziwa has scrambled for orders, and every day he blocked He Jinshan and even chased people's homes. In the end, He Jinshan was afraid and hid directly into the factory. If Wu Hao had not persuaded him in time, Huang Ziwa would have to chase it into the factory. As the director of the marketing department, their product sales are now very hot. It was when he showed his talents that he was out of stock, which annoyed Huang Ziwa. He not only ran to Wu Hao from time to time to plead, but he even made a few direct bluffs and threatened him. Of course, this is all angry. Wu Hao won't take it seriously. He also knew how much pressure Huang Ziwa had suffered during this time, and he had fallen for other people to take care of it. Leaders and agents in various places must be polite to Wu Hao and Jiang Jun, but not to Huang Ziwa. Even their person in charge of printing poisons scolded Huang Ziwa directly on the phone in order to order goods, leaving Huang Ziwa speechless for a long time. Crackling. Walking into the Comprehensive Market Operation Center, Wu Hao clapped his hands to stop the busy crowd. Everyone stops for a while. Today is the 30th year of the new year. I am sorry to let everyone stay here on such a happy family day. Although we have given you very generous compensation for this, we cannot compensate for the happiness brought by reunion and the taste of home. Here www.intelnovel.com. On behalf of the company's senior executives, I would like to extend my sincere greetings to all employees who are struggling in the workplace. I wish you a happy Chinese New Year and good luck. It is good. Crackling. The employees present applauded. Wu Hao smiled and pressed the hand. I know everyone is busy now, but it's not that bad for ours. I asked the restaurant to prepare a rich dumpling dinner for everyone, and made dumplings, buns, dumplings, rice cakes, ravioli, zongcai and other traditional foods with local characteristics according to everyone's taste. I also made a lot of things that everyone likes, such as small steaks, salmon, tuna, skewers, wine, champagne and the like. I've set it up in the restaurant now. Everyone, please clean up each other, go and wash your face and clean up yourself. Then go to the restaurant with a happy expression and enjoy eating. We will accompany everyone to spend the new year today. Wow! Thank you, President Wu. Long live President Wu. The employees cheered. Wu Hao laughed when he saw the situation, then shouted at the crowd and said, in addition, don't forget to make a phone call or video at home, worship the family for a year and report peace. In this reunion day, your family is worried about you. Finally, I apologize to your family. I'm sorry I forced you to stay. I worship them for a year, and wish them good health and good luck. The publicity of a company's external image is divided into multiple aspects, among which the company culture and welfare treatment can make people get close and have a good impression. In the outside world's consistent perception, Heot Technology's welfare has been very generous, especially in terms of meals. It has been joked by countless netizens as pig raising, or paradise for eating. One item is the object of envy of every eating and drinking. This time, Wu Hao carefully prepared for the employees a group dinner and some of the benefits during overtime. It also quickly appeared in front of the public as the employees spread, even once on the hot search day. Not to mention the rest, let's just say that the photos of the various restaurant meals displayed by the staff, especially a long table full of a variety of delicious food and fruits, drinks, etc. This also made many employees in other departments of Heot Technology regret on the internet and should stay to work overtime together. Not to mention 5 times the salary. It's worth eating a meal with so many people so interesting and so rich. Of course, those who have envy will naturally be jealous, and those who like it will certainly have criticism. This is not, some people are sour to find the stubble, criticize them so many things cannot finish eating and waste. And some envious people followed suit, seeming to want to vent their dissatisfaction. But the voice didn't last long, and was quickly humiliated by the employees attending the party. These employees responded online saying that all the food, fruits, and drinks were eaten casually, packed on the spot when you can't finish eating, and then brought it to everyone for supper without waste. This makes more people envious and jealous. MMP, this is not enough to eat, you can take home, this is too much. Some netizens directly exposed their New Year's Eve dinner on their Weibo, and some netizens who didn't go home for the New Year directly exposed instant noodles, quick frozen dumplings and other shabby foods contrasted sharply with the beautiful graphics above, resonated with many people. Look at their company. This entry quickly reached the forefront of hot search, and once again attracted a wave of hatred. I spent so much Did Wu Hao lose it? The answer is definitely no. Compared to the value created these days, this is a bit of a cost. However, what he values more is the increase in the sense of corporate belonging and honor of employees. What is corporate cohesion is to allow employees to belong to the company and recognize their own company from the heart so that they can have cohesion and a sense of belonging. How does the sense of honor come? In fact, this way is used to shape the image of the company. While others are envious, it can also give employees a sense of satisfaction. The benefit of this is that the voluntary turnover rate of company employees will mostly decrease. This can reduce many operating costs for them. After all, it is really difficult to cultivate a talent, especially many employees who have the ability to master important technologies and resources. And it is really a pity to let them go easily. After accompanying these employees for a group dinner, Wu Hao went home and Lin Wei went to his Liaojiang family to spend the New Year and have a Chinese New Year dinner. This is also the first time he spends Chinese New Year in someone else's house. In particular, the special care of the old mother-in-law and mother-in-law made him feel awkward. But who makes people's elders? He can only bear it well. Of course, this is not the end. After accompanying the grandmother and mother's family to eat New Year's Eve, Wu Hao had to go to condolences to the employees who were still on the job. For example, the security guards guarding the company, such as the technical staff guarding the factory floor and so on. I waited until the end of this lap. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He still couldn't rest, but was called by a phone, and some of them were drinking with Zhang Jun and Yang Fan. Neither of them came home this year, nor did their parents come. Wu Hao was able to go to Lin Wei's house for a meal, but the two could not go anywhere. Zhang Jun has a girlfriend, but his girlfriend has been home for a long time, so he can only be alone. However, Yang Fan, the technical house, has no girlfriend yet, so I had to work together with Zhang Jun to spend the new year. As for Zixia Dong, it is even worse. Now the foundries outside the factory are still monitoring production. Because of the strict ban on the release of cities, no firecrackers can be heard this year, making this new year seem a bit deserted. Although Wu Hao was very annoyed by firecrackers and felt too noisy, this year, no one suddenly set off firecrackers, and it felt like no new year. Especially as people's material life becomes more and more abundant, this Chinese New Year is actually no different from the holidays in peacetime. Dumplings and other special festive foods have also entered the ordinary, and there are not even dumplings and mooncakes that are more festive. So how to spend this new year in the future and how to keep this New Year's tradition is actually worth thinking about. That's it. A few people were chatting while drinking, until the early morning. Yang Fan rubbed his eyes, then yawned and fell asleep directly on Zhang Jun's sofa. While he and Zhang Jun are not treated so well, because today is the first day www.mentalnovel.com they have to clean up, and then go to the frontline employees to pay New Year's condolences. Zhang Jun is mainly responsible for going to the surrounding factories, while Wu Hao is mainly responsible for the company. I give red envelopes at the beginning of the new year. This is our tradition, and Wu Hao is unavoidable. He asked people to prepare a stack of red envelopes, each of which cost 200 yuan. I basically sent it out when I saw someone, and became a real scavenger boy. In the morning, I sent out hundreds. So far, this new year is basically over. Although the festival continues, it has nothing to do with employees who are working hard. Although the country is still in the atmosphere of the new year, there is not much influence abroad, and everything that is normal is normal. Moreover, domestic consumption habits are also changing, and everyone's consumption has increased significantly during the new year, which has also greatly increased their product sales. In order to meet the transportation needs, several major logistics companies that cooperate with Wu Hao have promised that they will not be on holiday during the new year and that all goods will be delivered on time without being affected. Although the transportation costs of these major logistics companies will increase a lot during the new year, who makes Hao Technology a rare big customer. Every day, more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of parcels are sent to the whole country or even all over the world. This makes it impossible for these logistics companies to easily relax and give the opportunity to others. So it's okay even if the cost is higher. Anyway, with such a large and stable supply, they cannot lose money. Reading book guest URL. A fan protested against us. Jiang Jun walked to Wu Hao with a tray and sat down. Protest. What are you protesting? Wu Hao took the spoon and drank the soup, and asked. Foreign fans protested and launched a voluntary campaign on Twitter. We were asked not to provide our system to other companies, which would bring risks to the system and threaten the security of users' personal information. At present, the voluntary activity has collected the support of nearly 100,000 people, and the number is still increasing. Jiang Jun said at him. Wu Hao heard a little surprise. So many people, when is it going to happen? Just 2 days ago, I also just received a report from the publicity department. No one was there before. I don't know why suddenly the number increased. Jiang Jun said to him. Wu Hao heard a little thought, then said to him, respond, send a statement to introduce the relevant situation in detail, be more sincere and reassure these people. I've let them get started. Jiang Jun nodded, and then picked up a piece of pan-fried fish and ate it. Within a few moments, he spit out a very complete piece of fish bone, and rushed at Wu Hao. It's not just these people who are protesting, but also some people from the two countries. They are protesting that we have too few goods on the market, so it's hard to buy. Moreover, some agents in South Korea have raised their prices because of shortages. Some auction also took the opportunity to sell some line cards and coupons at high prices, which made some local consumers very dissatisfied. They are now complaining. Communicate with the agents in the two countries we work with. The private price increase will damage our product image. As for the cattle, we can't control this. In this way, an increase of 20% on our original supply is considered a gesture. Wu Hao nodded to the employee who greeted him, and then smiled back. Jiang Jun wiped his mouth with a paper towel, then took a sip of a drink and said, at present, our production is limited, and the demand in various places has increased. Where do we get this 20%? If you let other places know, I'm probably going to be in trouble again. Wu Hao shook his head and said, just draw from the part of our recent increase in output, and pump the rest into the domestic market. After hearing his words, Jiang Jun nodded and said, well, it's time to invest more in the domestic market. Now some people are very dissatisfied. Why don't we treat all of us equally? And why we can compare the domestic market with foreign ones? There are many markets. Why are there so many? Because we sell in overseas markets much higher than the domestic market, because we are earning foreign exchange. Let them attack. Ignore them. Wu Hao waved a disgust. This kind of sound has been around for a long time. Some people just like to pick the bones in the eggs and find faults. In this regard, Wu Hao directly chose to ignore and ignored them at all. If you respond, it will not only attract attention, but also catch the trap of these people, but also stir up the fighting spirit of these people, and then they will bite at you more vigorously. You ignore them. They are just like dogs, and it's okay to bark a few words. Hee. Jiang Jun smiled. When you talk about this, I think of one thing. In the recent days, some people have used our domestic and overseas price differences to smuggle and carry goods. The customs side has seized several batches. Wu Hao laughed. This is called feng shui, taking turns. Before, I used to bring goods from the outside to the inside, but now it's from the inside to the outside. It's a pity that some people still don't appreciate it. Jiang Jun sighed. Wu Hao put the chopsticks on his hands and said, don't bother with these people. They're boneless. How can they stand up? On what basis our products cannot be sold expensively? On what basis we cannot take the high-end line? Besides, this price is already very favorable. If you look at the product of Jisong Fruit W Soft, the performance and quality can compare with us. How much they sell, how much we sell, how these people are not satisfied. Well, don't talk about them. Seeing Wu Hao getting angry, Jang Jun immediately waved his hands and switched the topic. The market for several VR games we released before was very good. Especially the Fengshen multiplayer battle game and battle royale games are very popular with players. The meaning of Y Media is to take advantage of this popularity to hold an international invitational tournament, and then gradually promote the esports of these two games. So they decided to hold the first Fengshen International Invitational Tournament in Anxi in mid-March, with the total prize money set to 10 million. If this competition is successfully held, they will continue to host a series of related esports competitions, and may even set up a global competition area and follow the professional esports operation route. Wu Hao nodded and said, I have heard Lin Y mention a few words before. This is very good. It is beneficial to the promotion of these two games. I support it. I also think so. Jang Jun nodded and smiled. Although penguins are not very good, they are indeed worth learning in terms of game operations. Their popular games, like the King of LOL, also attract players through professional esports events and gather popularity, making this somewhat enduring. In addition, Eating Chicken and so on have adopted esports operation, which also requires that these games can be operated for so long, even a game that will last a lifetime. Although we handed the operating rights of these games to Y Media to manage and operate www.mentalnovel.com, Y Media is ultimately our own company. So I plan to work hard with the game operation team of WeChat Media to advance the essence of this project, and strive to bring this project to an early date. Furthermore, I communicated with our cultural and tourism department in Anxi, and they were also very interested in hosting such large-scale competitive events, especially such events that attracted the attention of young people. Even years ago, the director directly led a professional team to come to the door and wanted to implement the project with me. Wu Hao laughed when he heard the words, of course. I think this kind of large-scale event can best promote the image of a city. This is equivalent to making a huge free advertisement. Moreover, such large-scale events can drive local tourism consumption. Can you say that they can't be bothered? Yeah, so the other party is very sincere, not only promised to provide us with the venues for free, but also promised to help us to organize relevant events. Even the other party promised to set up a working group to help them handle and coordinate matters related to this event. Jang Jun nodded and smiled. Since everyone has said it, you should also be careful here. I will also talk to Lin Y and be more attentive to this matter. In addition, money cannot be paid out only through WeChat Media. We also have to pay some money. After all, this is also our first professional event, so we must do it well, and we must start a good start for the subsequent events. Vertical bar greater than with the end of the New Year holiday, employees on vacation have returned to work one after another, and the company has returned to normal operating conditions. What remains unchanged is the production and marketing departments, which are still busy with the intensification of production these days of the new year, so that they can basically meet the needs of the market, which also let Wu Hao and Jang Jun breathe a sigh of relief. These days they have been under a lot of pressure. Every day there are all kinds of telephones to push for goods, and even agents are flying from abroad to Anxi to visit Wu Hao for orders. But Wu Hao doesn't have wealth, but he can't let people run for nothing. So he will give tens of thousands of units from the remaining wealth to deal with it. And this seems to have killed Ma Honeycomb, and aroused the dissatisfaction of agents in other regions. One after another calls. In the words of an agent, don't say tens of thousands of units now. Even if he gives thousands of units, he is not too small. Wu Hao was helpless and had to explain on the one hand, and on the other hand, take part of the only wealth left to pass these people off. Facing such a booming market, the whole company is filled with a joyous atmosphere. After all, the company's effectiveness is directly related to the vital interests of each of them. But when they were a little relieved, several things struck one after another, making them and even the entire company nervous, like an enemy. The first is Ji Song, which announced recently that they have developed an intelligent AR system based on Android. The system is currently in its final testing phase and is expected to be available to all mobile phone manufacturers soon. This news was immediately reported by major media in the United States and even the West, and even once dominated the screen. They did not have such a size when they released smart AR glasses before. I feel like it's like they finally raised their eyebrows and exhaled, and they don't have to lag behind. Even though this system is only announced by G-Song, it is unknown whether it is true or not. Even if it's true, it's still in beta, and it's unknown when it will be available. But these media feel like they have succeeded, and they deem Wuhao's smart glasses and system worthless. What made Wuhao angry was a group of domestic 25 or 5 children, as well as the behavior of some mobile phone manufacturers. 25 or 5 and shepherds can have this reaction, it's okay, who made their knees long gone. But the response of some mobile phone manufacturers made him chill. For example, the Korn Group announced that it has contacted G-Song to get the relevant system as soon as possible and release their first AR product. Wu Hao was very annoyed. A while ago, he lowered his body to take the initiative to seek cooperation, and now he changed his face again. Sure enough, shouldn't be soft-hearted. But the second thing I saw was still Rice. The Special Security Committee of Rice Congress accepted CA's suggestion and decided to formally investigate Hao technology. The shorter the news, the harder it is. This short news quickly attracted worldwide attention, and many media have compared Hao technology to the second. He chose to release the news at this time was obviously carefully considered. On the one hand, to attack Wu Hao, on the other hand, to support domestic enterprises. This set is very rogue, but it is very effective. 2 successive news. Wu Hao's market sales situation has been very significantly affected, and the relatively hot sales have now slowly cooled down. To be honest, these Wu Hao had already been prepared. I have also been closely monitoring the trend of the United States. I thought it would take a while, but I didn't expect the other party to do it. To be honest, he didn't panic, but just like a stone in his heart finally landed. Many people, including many people in the company and even executives, think this time it is suspended. Their business will definitely take a big hit, and the company will certainly be severely affected. It may even be like H, or even worse than H, causing the entire overseas business to stagnate, and more serious is a direct collapse. In this regard, Wu Hao was very calm. The world today is not the world of 10 years ago. Although the international influence of the country is still huge, it is far from being a situation where the sky can only be covered by hand. And the current country is not the same as before. It has enough strength to protect its own enterprises from harm. Although it is a bit difficult to face the powerful Rice country, at least the country is fully supportive in this regard. No. After these 2 things happened, Wu Hao also received calls from leaders at all levels. Please rest assured that this difficulty will not defeat us. We are currently actively studying countermeasures to stabilize the market and minimize the impact. A voice of admiration came from the phone. Well, okay, don't be shocked, it's really the general's style. The strong response of me this time shows that you have hit its pain. The more so, the less we can flinch. You can rest assured that the country fully supports your legitimate and reasonable demands, and will also effectively safeguard your market interests. We will not let our own business suffer, let alone our own comrades. Thank you, the head. There is a country to back us up. Even if we encounter the storm, we don't have to be afraid. Wu Hao laughed. Don't be afraid. 1.4 billion people are standing with you. Now we have organized relevant departments and experts to discuss countermeasures. What are your difficulties? Now we can help you solve the difficulties. Concerned, Wu Hao shook his head and said, our company's production and operation have not been greatly affected at present, but the employees are a bit embarrassed and unconfident when encountering such a thing. At present, we are doing all our ideological work with all our strength, And we must first stabilize our hearts. Don't be arrogant. www.mentalnovel.com. The other is in the field of publicity and public opinion. We need a strong response. With a response to Wu Hao, the leader on the phone smiled, and then said, "It is understandable that employees have such a response. You must do your ideological work well." I told them that this was in the country and no one could do anything to them. Let them not be afraid. They must have confidence in themselves, confidence in enterprises, and confidence in the country. No matter what kind of battle, morale is most important. Having courage does not mean that fear does not exist, but it dares to face it and overcome it. Don't worry, this time we will not budge. As for the strong response you hope there will be. Thank you, Chief, Wu Hao said with a smile. Well, keep working hard and let it go. There is a country behind it. This phone call really filled Wu Hao with confidence. Although I was not in a panic before, my heart was somewhat bottomless. Now with the promise from the head, it also let him put down all his concerns. As the chief minister said, there are 1.4 billion people behind him. What else is he afraid of? Of course, this sentence is a bit too exaggerated, but another way is also possible. There is a huge market of 1.4 billion people supporting it. What else is it afraid of? Is powerful and powerful, but does it dare to reach out to the country? In this way, even if they have lost the overseas market and there is a 1.4 billion market behind them, he does not have to worry about whether there will be a retreat. Since this is the case, what courage does not dare to let go? We will firmly protect the legitimate and reasonable interests of domestic enterprises from infringement, will firmly support our domestic enterprises to use reasonable ways to safeguard their legitimate interests, and will firmly support domestic-related technology companies, especially like Haolt Technology. This way we can grasp the support of core technology companies, help them overcome difficulties and get out of their predicament. We firmly believe that demons and crooks will not last forever, and justice will eventually defeat evil. This is a routine press conference organized by the Foreign Affairs Department today. People's response when answering media questions. 1 firm belief is a testament to the country's attitude and determination this time. And this has also been interpreted by relevant media as the state will not concede and effectively protect Hao's legitimate claims and related interests from being infringed. Immediately, several major official media also published front-page editorials in unison, citing 3 firm and 1 firm belief, reiterating their position and determination in this regard. In the text, he highly praised Haolt Technology's corporate development ideas of technological innovation, and the research results of the team led by Wu Hao. Soon after this news, Anxi and the provincial government announced that they would apply the wireless remote charging technology and intelligent system developed by Haolt Technology as the technological innovation achievements, and apply for the National Science and Technology Progress Award. In addition, Wu Hao has also been notified that the Air Force and Naval Equipment Research Institute will also apply for ultra-large cluster array control technology, as well as new lithium battery and super solid-state battery technology. This series of news not only shocked the outside world, but even Wu Hao did not respond. This is the support of the state. Work together from multiple aspects to support them in their fight. The news that lasted for several days also brought Haolt Technology and even Wu Hao and Jiang Jun back to the focus of the people's attention. For a while, the names of several of them became household names and became a topic for discussion. With the media reports getting deeper and deeper, everyone also knows the achievements that Haolt Technology has made in the short years since its establishment. Especially every achievement is closely related to everyone's life. The cluster array control technology is applied to the defense and military. Of course, it is also used in civilian applications, such as automated unmanned factories, automated unmanned logistics systems, and the beautiful array of light and shadow arrays of drones that you usually see. And many more. Smart Voice Assistant, it can be said that it frees everyone's hands, allows everyone to fully control the device just by speaking, and this device has saved many lives. Secondly, The system's AI real-time translation technology also helps everyone overcome the obstacles to speech, so that people in different languages can communicate freely as they want. The new lithium battery technology can be applied to the construction of national defense weapons and equipment, as well as the electronic equipment that everyone can apply to. If nothing else, let's talk about the notebooks, mobile phones and other electronic products that everyone used before. With the blessing of this new type of lithium battery, the battery life has been greatly improved, which has benefited many people. Not to mention the new super solid-state battery that everyone is looking forward to now, and everyone has great expectations for this, and it has become a technology that can change the state of the world and society. As for wireless remote charging technology, this technology that has been counted by numerous science fiction movies and TV dramas has also become a reality in Wuhao's hands, stunning people all over the world. Although this technology has not yet become widespread, everyone is already looking forward to the life of this technology after it has been popularized. The next step is the system. With these two products, the entire world has entered a brand new era. It can be said that it has truly integrated people and digital information together. All of this shocking technology comes from this enterprise that has not been established for a few years. How can it not be surprising? How can it not be cheering? I'm afraid this is also the case, only to deeply hurt the nerves of the enemy, and then it will take measures to sanction such a company. Where there is suppression, there is resistance. In this matter, the domestic people have given them great support, and even groups have appeared to buy Wuhao's products to support their activities. Some radical netizens even demand that the relevant departments directly punish the fruits and drive them out of the country. Not only domestic and foreign technology products and Wuhao, they have accumulated a large number of fans, and many people also learned the truth of the incident through this incident, and joined the array of support. For a while, there was a lot of news about the incident, and even some politicians from some countries came out to speak, indicating relevant positions. Judging from the current reactions, except for some die-hard fans in the United States, such as Bay, Australia and so on, most other countries are either ambiguous or they are opposed to the relevant investigative measures adopted by the United States and have reiterated their position of supporting free markets and equal competition. However, Wu Hao also responded on his official Weibo after being silent for many days. Thank you for your support. I am not alone with you. Thank you for your strength. Let me renew my courage and confidence. Although the opponent we met this time is very strong, we are not afraid. www.mtlnovel.com because of your support. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, whether we can produce it or not, we will stick to our original intention and develop the best technology to give back to society. In fact, we have already done it, with a little bit of achievement. Please allow me to be a little proud. Our intelligent voice assistant has helped many people, allowing them to free their eyes and hands and enjoy a good life. Our AI's timely translation technology allows people in different regions, different races, and different civilizations to communicate, and increase mutual understanding and integration. Our new lithium battery has now been used in many electronic devices, such as the smart voice system you wear, Bluetooth headsets, smart bracelets, notebooks, mobile phones, and even new energy electric vehicles, which make many people no longer tolerate the trouble caused by too little battery. Our VR series products, our smart hourglasses, they truly bring humans into the digital world, allowing us to be more intuitively placed in the digital world and integrated with digital information. There are also our wireless remote charging technology, our cluster array control technology, our intelligent mechanical bionic arm technology and so on. There are so many, such awesome technology, and so many of you who support us. What else do we fear? We believe in hope, we long for light, and I believe this day will come soon. At that time we will continue to work hard to come up with more and better technology to give you back. Despite the corn's backwater at a critical moment, the project to be carried out must be carried out. What's more, in this case, They must show their determination and courage to cope with this crisis. In a star-rated business hotel not far from the company, a signing ceremony is underway. In addition to Wu Hao, HY, Blue Green, and about a dozen related companies in China participated in the conference. They will jointly sign a cooperation agreement with Wu Hao on the authorized use of the Intelligent R system. Although Korn finally expressed its willingness to attend the meeting, it was rejected by Zhang Junyi. Zhang Jun's meaning naturally also represents Wu Hao's will, and they do not need such a two-sided, three-edged partner. As for why it is possible to cooperate with HY, I am afraid that both of them are connected to the same life, and they have also been suppressed by the United States. So the two sides quickly reached a consensus on the details of the cooperation, and the Blue-Green factory and the other manufacturers quickly followed up. In the end, everyone agreed that it would be better to hold such a signing ceremony together. It must be lively. On the one hand, they created momentum for their cooperation and increased their propaganda efforts. On the other hand, they were able to express an attitude and a position. In order to report to Li Taotao, Wu Hao also made a generous offer this time, eliminating the license fees for smart R systems from these partners. In other words, this Intelligent R system can be used for free, but related services and further authorization need to charge a certain fee. Secondly, the system provided by these manufacturers must be embedded with our mobile service function, and must not be uninstalled or shielded by any means to abnormal R-related applications, such as application stores, browsers, and related instant messaging account systems and other applications. Finally, all third-party application software must be authorized by the application store before it can be installed in the device. Unofficially certified applications cannot be installed in the system. These are actually similar to the requirements he made to Korn before. The only difference is that the use of this system is waived. In addition, Wu Hao will also start to provide relevant hardware to these manufacturers, which is also something that these manufacturers are more concerned about, such as wireless remote charging module, the freshest lithium battery, and the 8K240Hz LCD screen that these mobile phone manufacturers have been digging for a long time. With these technologies, even if they only produce mobile phones without producing our products, it is very beneficial to them. With the blessing of these technologies on mobile phones, they are able to increase their product sales by an order of magnitude. Even in their relatively weak overseas markets, they can firmly step on other products. At the meeting, the representatives of these manufacturers also received Wu Hao's promise. That is, we will never produce mobile phone products. The prices of existing smart R glasses will not decrease significantly, and mid to low-end products will not be developed. This makes these manufacturers give a sigh of relief, which is tantamount to a big market for them. What they fear most now is that even if Wu Hao gave the system to them, then they used the price reduction or exited the low-end products to pit them once, and the potential of the low-end market is also huge. They are not sure that Wu Hao will be so generous and give up such a piece of fat. But they all underestimated Wu Hao's demeanor and gave up this market to them directly. In Wu Hao's view, the low-end market does not have much profit. It would be better to concentrate on the fine line and give this market to these manufacturers. In fact, he did not suffer. This is equivalent to hiring a group of people for free to promote their system. Compared with the existing sales profit, he is more concerned about the long-term benefits brought by the system operation. Crackling. In the applause of the guests, under the flashlight of the media, Wu Hao and Hy, Tao Zhengyan, signed the contract together, then got up to exchange the contract, and took a handshake photo. Haha, President Wu, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, President Tao, thank you for your support. Tao Zhengyan shook his head with a smile. Everywhere, it's all brother companies, and it's all right to warm up together. Speaking of this, Tao Zhengyan rushed to Wu Hao to look at the representatives of several other companies in front of him, and then whispered at him, General Manager Wu, when can you give us the first batch of parts? Our spring conference will begin now. wait for the rice to cook. Wu Hao laughed and looked at the representatives of other companies who were looking at him. The first batch of goods can be provided to you within a week, but to whom this will require you to discuss the distribution with other manufacturers. Tao Zhengyan looked at the representatives of the manufacturers who paid attention to him very vigilantly, then shook his head and said, "Just so little, one family swallowed too little, let alone how many stare at it." President Wu, you can't give more? Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "This is all we can squeeze out. You also know that we are working overtime during the Chinese New Year. We are not enough. We have squeezed them out from everywhere. Rest assured that the sales of our products have now stabilized, and there is still a decline. www.mentalnovel.com. We are gradually adjusting the production capacity and increasing the production of parts. In addition, we are also cooperating with several other foundry companies. I believe that the output of these parts will increase in succession and will not affect your new product release." General Manager Wu, General Manager Tao, what are you talking about? I saw a fat man with a big belly came over with a smile and asked at the two of them. After hearing the words, Tao Zhengyan waved his hands and said, "Hee, if there is nothing to talk about, I will talk to Mr. Wu and talk about the past." What makes Tao Zhengyan so jealous is the Vice President Jin Hong from the Blue-Green Factory. Although he is not as outspoken as the Corn Snow Soldier, he is a fiercely competitive peer. Really? Jin Hong looked at Wu Hao. Wu Hao smiled when he saw this. Tao Zhengyan said so. Can he still demolish the station in person? So he smiled slightly and responded. Jin Hong naturally didn't believe Tao Zhengyan's funny words. When he saw Wu Hao with a smile, he immediately laughed. Now that we are all partners and belong to a trembling comrade, I also hope that everyone can be frank and don't make any trouble come drag others down. Mr. Wu, Mr. Tao, I'm a straight man, so let's make it clear. The amount you gave this time is too small, it is not enough for us to share. When Tao Zhengyan saw this, he nodded and rushed to Wu Hao, that is, Mr. Wu, otherwise you can think of a way, this amount is really not enough. Maybe. Is this going to unite and unify to the outside world? Wu Hao's head was full of black lines. Korn Group, CEO's office. Xbing is sitting on the boss chair, looking at Tong Wan, who is standing at his desk, has a complex face. I'm not good for you. Why do I have to go? Can I ask anything? Tong Juan shook her head and said, "You are very kind to me. I made this choice for personal reasons. Please approve it." Zhai Xbing looked at the resignation report on the table, then shook his head and said, "What did Wu Hao give you, so willing to give up your 10 million annual salary and share options that you have to go to his side? Is he so good? Stay, and you will surely be able to succeed if you stay." Tong Juan smiled when she heard the words, then shook her head and said, "I didn't go there for these things, even though what he promised me was not bad. But what I do is to have a bigger and more free platform for my talents and ambitions. To be honest, if you don't make this decision this time, I may still hesitate, but now that it is done, I have no reason to stay. Everyone has their own aspirations. Please complete." Zhai Xbing stared at Tong Wan for a while, then sighed, and then signed his name on the resignation report. Then got up and walked out of the office, and handed the resignation report to Tong Wan. "I wish you a bright future. If you regret it, you are welcome to come back at any time. The position of vice president has been reserved for you." Tong Juan took the contract with a smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. X. But don't use it. I firmly believe that my choice is right this time." "Really? Do you think my choice is wrong?" Xbing looked at Tong Wan and asked. Tong Juan twisted her hair and smiled. "Who knows, the answer will be told in the future." "Mr. Wu X, take care of your body, I will come to see you again when I have time." Wu Xbing nodded when he heard the words, watched Tong Wan leave. His face showed an angry expression. He felt that this was a kind of betrayal, and was also annoyed that Wu Hao had pried his corner and dug out such a confidant. Tong Wan was relieved after she handed the resignation report to the personnel department. Looking at the office where she has worked for years, she smiled. holding a storage box that had already packed up only a few of her personal belongings, and then walked outward with a smile. I greet the employees I met as I walked, and I felt very good. And seeing these employees of Tongwan, they stopped and watched Tongwan's leaving figure curiously, and whispered something from time to time. It can be seen that the employees were very surprised by Tongwan's departure. I walked out of the gate of the office building and a business car was waiting at the door. The driver quickly took Tongwan's storage box, put it in the trunk, and opened the door for her. After getting into the car, Tongwan put on smart hourglasses and then whispered, "Lily, help me connect with Wu Hao and Wu." "Okay, miss. It's being connected." "Hey, President Wu, I'm out and everything is going well." Then Wu Hao's hearty laughter came from the headset. "Yes, congratulations on restoring your freedom. How are you now?" Tong Juan said with a smile on her mouth. "It's easy and I can put in new work at any time. I'm not in a hurry. I suggest you find a place to take a vacation first, make good repairs, and then put into new work in a full state." Tong Juan shook her head and said, "You don't need President Wu. Let's talk about it after the vacation. I know the company is in great trouble now, so I want to report earlier and work with you to deal with this crisis together." The phone was quiet for a while, then Wu Hao's voice came. "So, you can arrange your home first, then come to Anxi, and come and talk to us." "Okay, I will make arrangements as soon as possible, and then come to Anxi." "Then President Wu, I will hang up first," Tongwan responded. "Well, don't worry, you've made arrangements to come again. Not bad for these days." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hao smiled. He was able to absorb such an excellent talent, or an executive, and he was obviously in a good mood. Tong Juan has been in Korn for more than 10 years. It can be said that the Snow Soldiers brought it together and have very strong ability. It is also because of her excellent ability that she will be among the senior executives of Korn at the age of 35, becoming the youngest vice president of beauty. In recent years, Korn has developed so fast, and it has been in a variety of markets, and it has been a lot of gains. It is from her. That's why Xbing was reluctant to let her go, and kept her 3 or 5 times. Although the company's marketing department is in charge of Huang Ziwa, its strength is slightly weak. Although Huang Ziwa has the ability, his realm is still a bit worse. As the company's market size grows larger, it involves not only the online market but also the offline market, as well as overseas markets. The management and operation are very complicated, and it is difficult to rely on his own ability. Tongwan, however, has very rich experience in this area, especially in network channel marketing and overseas market expansion. This time I dug her. I was planning to use her to reintegrate the company's market resources and accumulate strength for the next step. As for the position of Tongwan, Wu Hao also seriously considered it. She is the vice president at Maze. Even if she can't afford a higher position at the company, it can't be lower than this position. So Wu Hao intends to give her a position of deputy general manager in charge of market operations. As for Huang Ziwa, www.mentalnovel.com is still the director of the marketing department, although he must have some emotions about it. After all, how could he be willing to let such a newcomer, or a woman, join the deputy general manager in the post he thought about every day? Not to mention, this position is still in charge of him. Of course, he also knows why Wu Hao did this. Indeed, as the company grows faster and faster, the market size becomes larger and he has a hard time managing it. It's also a good thing for him to let such an expert take over. It was just that I was taken away from my mind and heart, and I was unwilling. In this regard, Wu Hao and Jiang Jun also talked to him separately. To be frank, his comfort. Huang Ziwa is also a veteran of the company. Wu Hao's family members are considered to be his own. Wu Hao will certainly not let him suffer. I said it plainly. Tongwan was just the leader, and the leader of the marketing department was still him. His actual power has not been weakened, it is just a layer of leadership between him and Wu Hao. Moreover, young cadres like Tao Zhengyang must not stay at the top of the company and must be released to exercise. As for where to go, Wu Hao already had some ideas, but he hadn't decided yet. As the company becomes larger and larger, the existing structure is definitely not conducive to management and development, so reforms are bound to be carried out. There has been no movement for so long before, mainly because of the lack of relevant talents who can stand on their own. This is why he will do everything possible to dig Tongguan, and this is just the beginning. In the future, he will definitely attract more excellent management talents to join. Vertical bar and GT semicolon and GT. Although I encountered a lot of trouble all at once, the company received a certain impact on the operation and business. However, this effect did not last long, and now the company has returned to normal in operation. As for the business, the domestic market is still hot, and even because of this incident, it has once again stimulated the patriotism of the people, making their sales of various products even higher. Although Wu Hao has never used any means of moral abduction, all of them are spontaneous. To this end, Wu Hao has left a message on his personal Weibo more than once to allow everyone to consume rationally. For this kind of enthusiastic support for the people, Wu Hao naturally did not disappoint and gave very generous feedback. Not only the price of each product is discounted, but also various value-added packages, such as some paid services and so on. And this also received a strong response from the market, making their sales continue to boom. As for the overseas market, this is not something that can be won in a short time. Wu Hao has also prepared for a long-term war. In the latest email to all employees of the company, he also made it clear that this is a war that will last a long time and cannot be won in a short time. I don't need to be pessimistic. Wu Hao gives various analysis results. First of all, their resistance failed, and the state of rice imposed very strict suppression and sanctions on them in real time. This has caused them huge losses in overseas markets, and all businesses have stagnated. Second, it still failed. Repression and sanctions were intensified. They collapsed in overseas markets and finally retreated to the domestic market. What's more serious is that the country will do its utmost to use all means to suppress, block their overseas funds, and supply channels for all parts. At that time, they can only rely on existing technology and resources to fight. However, under normal circumstances, this will not happen. The so-called Killing 1000 is self-damaging, and the set of rules for the operation of the international market was formulated by the United States. Now if it takes the lead in destroying it, then its losses will be even greater. And now Wu Hao has many important technology patents in their hands, such as new lithium battery technology, wireless remote charging technology, etc., which cannot be bypassed by companies in the country. At that point, if Shenzhen blocked each other, compared to their own company, the loss of rice would be huge. As far as there is a voice, it is said that a member of the State Council of Rice proposed not to recognize technology patents related to Hao for the purpose of protecting national security, and barred Hao from collecting U.S. patent licensing fees. This is completely self-harm operation. You should know that once the country dared to open this up, other countries would have reasons and excuses. Anyway, the companies with the most patents are still me enterprises. If you do not take the lead in protecting them, then how can you count on other countries to protect your patents? This is also one of the biggest hole cards that Wu Hao has in their hands. Before many companies in the United States came to seek their related patent licenses, he never agreed. Of course, their greatest strength comes from state support. There are nations behind it, and they have God's fear. These are all bad results. The good result is that the sanctions and suppression of Laomi have no effect. Relying on the huge market that they have established overseas, me country can't help them for a while. As he said before, the world today is no longer the world of 10 years ago, nor is the rice country. Of course, it is foreseeable that the country will not be reconciled, and some means and actions will continue to do so. For this reason, Wu Hao also solemnly told his family and Jiang Jun that the core personnel of these companies and their families should not go abroad for the time being. Who knows that the Congress will not play hooligans anymore and will hold people back, so they have to guard against it. The Migo Times quoted people from the e-commerce department as saying that they are working on a list of related parts and technology embargoes for us, and they are expected to be announced soon. Wu Hao and Jiang Jun said, "Come, sit." Wu Hao smiled at him and signaled, "This matter is already within our expectations, it is nothing more than that old trick, if you want to force us to submit." Jiang Jun smiled at Tong Wan. At this point, Hauser had thought of it in the first place, so our product parts supply chain avoided as far as possible the United States and overseas, and the largest possible domestic procurement. At present, 70% of the components in all our products come from domestic suppliers. Of the remaining 30%, 15% come from Laos. The remaining 15% comes from all over the world, and the remaining half comes from the United States. So the embargo will not affect us at all. I heard Jiang Jun's words. Tong Wan also relaxed. After receiving this news, she was very worried, and feared that once the embargo came down, they would immediately affect them. After all, Migo relied on this big stick but did not let other companies yield. But I did not expect that Wu Hao had already been prepared for a long time. Only after this incident happened, he seemed so calm. Reading www.uukanzu.com. When thinking of this, Tong Wan couldn't help sighing. If this is replaced by other companies, such as Korn, I am afraid everyone is already at risk. Although this trick is not useful to us, at this critical moment, it will still affect public opinion and affect us. In order to avoid some monsters taking advantage of the opportunity, we still have to respond. Speaking of this, Wu Hao turned to Jiang Jun and said, "Let people make a statement to respond. Although we are prepared and fearless, we have to show weakness when we show weakness, and we must strongly condemn this condemnation, conducive to getting more sympathy. And this is also a free advertisement, don't waste it." "Relax, I'll explain it immediately." Jiang Jun laughed. Wu Hao nodded, then looked at Tong Wan and smiled. "How about, come to the company for 2 days, do you adapt? If you need anything, let me arrange it." "No, it's already very good." Tong Wan shook her head and smiled. Since she came to Anxi, she has been taken care of. The first was to be picked up by a person to arrange for her to rest in the hotel. Then the company also arranged a high-level apartment for her as a temporary residence, and assigned her a car as a means of travel. There is no need to say anything else. It is very detailed anyway. I heard that the company will also arrange for children to attend school, which made her uneasy. Her child is still in Beijing. When the arrangements are in place, they will take over to reunite. As for the company, the atmosphere feels good. Most of the employees are young people, very energetic and comfortable working together. What surprised her even more was the company's benefits, especially all kinds of desserts and drinks. She is also a woman, and although she is 35 or 60, she still cannot resist. More than just her, many female employees in the company couldn't resist it. They hate and love these delicious desserts and drinks. Love is naturally delicious. Hate is because these things really affect weight. So the gyms set up in the company are very lively. Unlike the gyms in other companies, they are very popular with female employees. There are more female employees and naturally more male employees, so the popularity of the gym is very high. Then there is flexible working hours. In the company, employees are never required to work overtime, and employees are not even encouraged to work overtime. However, the enthusiasm of employees is usually very high, because there are overtime pay and related benefits. Compared with many employees' homes, the company's environment is more comfortable. So many people like to stay at the company after work. Some go to the gym to exercise, some go to the activity room to play, and some go to the drama and watch the drama by themselves. Of course, she definitely needs a long period of adaptation and integration when she first arrives. Now everyone is very kind to her. Although this kind is very good, it obviously has a sense of distance. I believe that slowly, this sense of distance will disappear. You live in this apartment, and then move out after you find a good place. The company's new headquarters is under construction, and we are expected to relocate in a year or two. So if you want to settle in, some of them are close to the company area, Wu Hao said with a smile, and Jiang Jun, who was next to him, smiled and waved after hearing his words. Don't have to worry so much. Isn't our community on the side of Lingwu under construction? If you like Tong, you can go and book a set directly. Then the environment is good and we can be neighbors with us. Alas, I'll take a look then. Tong Wan's eyes brightened and she laughed. Jiang Jun's ability to say such things means that she did not take her as an outsider, but she accepted her, which made her feel very happy. And it seems good to be a neighbor with Wu Hao. Wu Hao smiled and said, I'll let the secretary take you to see it someday. If you don't have any money to say, I'll give you some advance salary first. Tong Jun heard about and laughed. If you haven't done anything since you just arrived, you should give money first. Don't worry, I have saved some money these years, and buying a house is more than enough. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. That's good. Settle down early, and then concentrate on work. Your burden is very heavy, especially overseas. I plan to give you all this responsibility. I heard Wu Hao's words. Tong Wan could not help but be shocked. Has she just given Wu such an important job? However, Wu Hao saw Tong Wan's face with a different expression, and then smiled and explained. At present, our overseas markets are relatively messy. Basically, the persons in charge in each region are responsible for things in the region, and we will coordinate the supervision. This way, many problems and even contradictions will arise. I want you to take charge of this, that is to integrate overseas markets and solve the current series of problems. Rest assured, in this section, we will give you full support. Rest assured to do it. Jiang Jun heard the words and nodded. I was responsible for this part before, but I have a lot of things, so I can't take care of them. So there are so many problems. So Mr. Tong, you can take over responsibility. It's better. If you ask me if you have any questions, I will know everything. Thank you Mr. Jiang. Tong Wan quickly thanked him. Wu Hao continued with a smile. As for the domestic market, let Huang Ziwa be in charge first. He is familiar with this area. At present, the market is growing rapidly and it is not appropriate to make any big moves. You are just here. You need an adaptation phase. Clearly dividing your scope of work is conducive to your work. I still hope that you can take charge of the entire market operation part. As for Huang Ziwa, I have other arrangements. Tong Wan nodded after hearing the words. After all, I have just arrived, so I will coordinate with Director Huang on the relevant work. Rest assured, I will immediately begin to prepare relevant plans for overseas market integration and strive to submit them to you as soon as possible. Wu Hao smiled and waved. This is not anxious, take your time, he said. Wu Hao raised the teacup and took a sip gently. Tong Wan quickly stood up and yelled at him, General Manager Wu, if there is nothing, I'll go first. Go. Wu Hao nodded with a smile. Seeing the back of Tong Wan's departure, Jiang Jun said with a smile, this girl has calmed down Huang Ziwa as soon as she came to the company. She is very capable, and she has done things resolutely, very simply. Is this bad? Wu Hao filled the cup with water for both of them. Jiang Jun shook his head with a smile and said, I didn't say it was bad, but I was in a hurry. When I was in a new position, I wanted to make a result. I was afraid that I was too anxious and put the cart before him. Wu Hao smiled and shook her head. The newcomer will have the newcomer's sharp energy. www.mtnovel.com. Otherwise I will spend so much money asking her to do something. Now there is a very bad atmosphere permeating the marketing department, and it is necessary for such a person to come forward and take good care of it. The Office of Supervision and Audit has received a lot of reports about the problems in the marketing department. I have never let them move. I just want Tong Wan to move this and give her a hand. No wonder you told me not to speak up. It turned out to be this way, Jiang Jun said suddenly. Wu Hao looked at the clear sky outside the window and said, while Huang Ziwa has no major problems, there are still many minor problems. In the past, we reused him too much, giving him the illusion that he thought he was important and we were all relying on him. And he also believes that the company can achieve such brilliant results in the market, most of which are his credit. So I'm getting a bit arrogant in dealing with people, and many private employees report this. And I heard that he also received rebates from some agents. Okay. Zhang Jun heard his face change. This idiot, eat what is inside and outside. Otherwise, let's just clean him up. I have to remove his skin. Wu Hao shook his head and said, he is now the director of the marketing department. He has a lot of resources in his hands. If we don't, we may suffer a lot. So let Wan Wan take the lead first. And this is not a big problem. If you can save it, save it. After all, we came along with us. Out of the Great Hall, Wu Hao's mood has not calmed down. All this is like dreaming. Just recently, the ultra-large-scale cluster array control technology developed by him and related cluster array weapons and equipment developed therefrom won the first prize of the National Science and Technology Progress Award in the Security Project category. As the youngest of the winners, he has received a lot of attention. Although not on the stage, sitting among so many outstanding winners is a glory in itself. This time the relevant departments have declared the right items for them. Eventually, after fierce selection and competition, this project has been developed in 19 years, and it has been continuously improved and upgraded. It has also applied a number of cutting-edge technologies on weapons and equipment. Finally, he was selected from many nominations and won the first prize in the Security Project category. It is not easy to get this award. You must know that it competes with some major scientific research projects with national prefixes. And Wu Hao, as a private enterprise, also won the award in this category for the first time, which is very rare. General Manager Wu, can I take a photo with you? Several young girls ran over and asked him carefully. Yes. Wu Hao nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Wu. A few girls came to Wu Hao at once, and then they gestured to a very cute scissors hand on a mobile phone. General Manager Wu, take a picture with me. A middle-aged winner smiled at him. Of course, I am honored. Wu Hao paid 120,000 points of respect for such a great winner. Therefore, he naturally responded to the demands made by these winners. In the face of these old scientists who have made a lifetime contribution, he feels very small and even ashamed. He knows that this award has a lot of support for his care in it, so he is a little unworthy. However, since he was given it, he can't live up to the honor, let alone live up to the motivation and expectations. Xiao Wu, congratulations. I saw two old men wearing sky blue military uniforms came over. This was Zhao Hongs and Li Weigo. Today, the two of them rarely wore military uniforms and looked very straightforward and mental. Old Zhao, Li Suo, Wu Hao greeted them with a smile. Oh, Zhao Hongs looked at him with a smile on his face and said, how about, talk about the feeling of winning. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, it feels like dreaming. And it's over. It looks like so many people. I feel that this certificate in my hand is too heavy, and I can't afford it. Hee, since it can be awarded to you, it means you are worth it. Li Weigo smiled at him and said, besides, everyone sees what you have achieved. This award is totally qualified. Thanks for your support and care. Wu Hao said with a smile. Zhao Hongs waved his hand and said, it's you who are good enough. We want to take care of others, but others don't have your ability. Hee. Speaking of which, a few people laughed. Li Weigo said to Wu Hao, how many days do you plan to stay in Beijing? In an interview with CCTV in the afternoon, I hurried back to Anxi in the evening. Wu Hao said with a smile. So anxious? Zhao Hongs was surprised. Aren't you staying in Beijing for a few days? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Wu Hao shook his head and said helplessly, no way. The schedule is full. Oh, Zhao Hongs heard a regretful expression. Wu Hao immediately asked, do you have anything? Zhao Hongs nodded and said, we are more interested in your smart robotic arm. And there is also the new super solid-state battery. A group of old guys want to organize a related technical seminar. I hope I can invite you to sit down and talk to you. Wu Hao said with a regretful expression, this is really sorry, the schedule is full. Tomorrow morning, I have to go to the Anxi Hospital affiliated to the Air Force Medical College, and have made an appointment there. Huh? Zhao Hongs and Li Weigo both looked surprised when they heard him. Zhao Hongs looked at his body, and then asked Wu Hao, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Is it serious?" Wu Hao quickly waved and laughed. "I'm okay and healthy. This is not a joint project with orthopedic specialists in affiliated hospitals. Now this project has achieved excellent results, and I will go to a ceremony tomorrow." Huh? Medical projects are also related to orthopedics. Li Weiwei pondered for a moment and immediately said, "Is there a new development in the intelligent bionic electronic prosthesis you showed at the Pearl Air Show?" Wu Hao nodded and smiled. "Yes, we provided a smart bionic synchronous electronic prosthesis for a firefighter who accidentally lost his right arm during a firefighting task. At present, the soldier has completed the preparatory operations related to the previous stage and is recovering well. I will attend such a donation sympathy ceremony tomorrow." "That's really good. You're saving a guy directly." Zhao Hong sighed. And Li Weigo focused all his attention on this intelligent bionic synchronous electronic prosthesis. I saw him pressing Wu Hao with some urgency. "So you already have a smart bionic electronic prosthesis ready for commercial use?" Wu Hao shook his head and said, "This is just a preliminary attempt. There are still many problems that have not yet been resolved. Another one is that the cost is too high. The cost of such an intelligent electronic prosthetic limb is 8.9 million, which is difficult for ordinary people to afford." "So expensive?" Li Weigo frowned, and then looked at Wu Hao with a poor expression. "These people with disabilities generally have poor family conditions. How can there be so much money to afford such an expensive prosthesis?" "It is not easy for you to develop this intelligent electronic prosthesis, but you also have to consider the actual consumer market, not just for money." Wu Hao nodded www.mtlnovel.com and then said seriously, "I understand what you mean. So we used the method of donation this time and did not charge a penny. But you also know how expensive it is to develop such a high-tech intelligent electronic prosthesis. Moreover, the manufacture of such electronic prosthetics is not easy. Each person's arms are different in size, weight, and even skin color. In order to be acceptable to patients and flexible to use, we must customize the production, which is why the price of this intelligent bionic synchronous electronic prosthesis is so expensive. So we are currently working to solve these problems, and strive to put this intelligent bionic synchronous electronic prosthesis into medical applications. However, even if we try harder, the price may not drop too low. After all, the cost is still here. So how to help these disabled people is worth thinking about in all aspects of our society. After all, we are just a company and our capabilities are too limited." After hearing Wu Hao's words, Zhao Hongs and Li Weigo both became silent. Indeed, Wu Hao is not a philanthropist, and Hao Technology is not a charitable organization. Such a large part of the cost cannot be left to Wu Hao alone. And in itself, Wu Hao's development of this intelligent bionic electronic prosthetic limb is a great act. How can they ask someone else? "Xiao Wu, can you send me a copy of the information on this cooperative project, especially the introduction of this intelligent bionic electronic prosthesis?" Li Weigo said to Wu Hao. Wu Hao would naturally not refuse such a request, and then nodded. "I'll go back and ask someone to organize a copy for you." "Well, good." Li Weigo nodded and said, "The technical demonstration of your new super solid-state battery has come to an end. Experts have very high evaluation of this super solid-state battery. Now many departments and many major projects are very interested in your battery. I think someone will talk to you about the manufacturing of this battery later." "Why, is there any problem?" Wu Hao wondered. Li Weigo smiled and waved his hand. "No problem. Except that you have to keep the battery manufacturing technology strictly confidential and cannot reveal it. Later someone will come to you specifically to talk about this. Rest assured that you will not be treated badly. Understand?" Wu Hao nodded, be relieved. "That's okay. Let's leave first," Li Weigo said to Wu Hao, looking at the CMB commercial vehicle in the distance. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. I will come to visit you in person when I am busy. Ha ha, then I'm ready for tea. Li Weigo laughed. Standing next to him, Zhao Hongs looked at Wu Hao with kindness and said, now you are not the young boy who was just a few years ago. I have a kind of joy and pride in what you have achieved today. But remember, the more you do, the more modest and cautious you are. Maybe you don't feel anything, but your words and actions are affecting many people. The country is at the most critical stage of development. This is about the resurgence and rise of our entire country and our nation. Our generation has laid a solid foundation for you. How to continue to develop depends on your own efforts. We are old. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I will remember your teachings, Wu Hao said sincerely. He is really grateful that such an elder can say something to him that he really teaches. They have no blood relationship, not even a little apprenticeship or leadership relationship. Zhao Hongs was completely in love, only to take care of him like that. Now he gave him some advice and alertness. How could he not be touched? Gone. Zhao Hongs waved and walked over to the business car. Li Weigo smiled at him, and quickly followed up. And Wu Hao, holding some heavy red certificates in his hands, and watching the two leave, he set foot on his own journey. Back to the hotel for a while, Wu Hao welcomed the team of reporters who interviewed him. The reporter or host is Jiang Nan, his old friend. Sister Nan, Wu Hao greeted with a smile. General Manager Wu, congratulations. Jiang Nan quickly stepped forward and held Wu Hao's hand with a smile. Oh, thank you. Wu Hao smiled and greeted her and sat down in the rest area. I didn't expect it to be you this time. I thought they had arranged other reporters for me. Knowing that I am familiar with you, so I was here in the station. Besides, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so I plan to take the opportunity to meet you with you, Jiang Nan said with a smile. She and Wu Hao had seen this for the third time, and each time he felt differently. For the first time, Wu Hao was just a young talent. At that time, he was still very astringent, and he had not yet returned the kind of childishness of the students. And she just regarded him as a better young man, and didn't care much. The second meeting was very different. Wu Hagang just finished the new product launch, and the self-confidence and vigor that emanated from him made everyone moved. And she also started to take this very outstanding young man seriously, so in the second interview, she was very serious, facing the young man in front of her for the first time. And this time, although only a while later, the feeling that brought her was more different. The whole person seemed very relaxed, although casual, but the self-confidence of the successful man that emanated from the body had been inadvertently shown. It can be seen that a few young girls in her team have secretly taken out their mobile phones and filmed hilarious, with stars in their eyes. Even she took it seriously, and treated the other person as her most important interview guest. 3 times of meeting, 3 situations, 3 mentality changes, of which I am afraid that only she can taste. Mr. Wu, we may have to trouble you a lot this time. The stage attaches great importance to this interview with you, so we have sent a professional interview team composed of elite generals. We think this time is not just about you have a more detailed interview, and you want to follow your schedule to learn more about your life and work. Isn't it convenient? Jiang Nan laughed at Wu Hao. Wu Hao said with a smile and shook his head. No problem, but my schedule is relatively tight. I am going back to Anxi tonight. I am afraid you have to run with me. It's all right, we haven't done a special plane anyway. Jiang Nan laughed. The news is well informed. Wu Hao joked with a smile. This time he came to sit on a new plane purchased by the company, the Gulfstream 650 luxury business jet, which is probably the best business jet in the world. Since planning to buy a business jet, www.mtlnovel.com, Zhang Jun began planning. According to the normal process, it takes more than half a year for such an aircraft from order to delivery, which does not count as the queue time. But this Gulfstream 650 is a shortcut, in simple terms. Auctioning bad assets mortgaged by banks. The original customer of the aircraft belonged to a rich man in Laos. Later, because the bank loan could not be repaid, The aircraft was confiscated by the bank and finally auctioned. This aircraft was not very long since it was built. It is basically a brand new state, and it has been used very few times. When the aircraft was delivered, the rich had already encountered funding problems and had no time to manage it. So this business jet, which has been used only a few times, was pushed to the auction floor. Finally, through Jiang Jun through a professional commissioning company, after several rounds of bidding, the aircraft was photographed for 380 million yuan. After taking the picture, he flew back to China for professional maintenance and related modification. Remove some of the luxurious decorations that originally had this favorite style of the rich, and tried to restore it to a normal business style. This time, Wu Hao also performed the first flight mission after the aircraft was modified and maintained. The two sides talked for a while, and the interview was ready to begin. First, a professional makeup artist started to apply powder to Wu Hao, and then there was a director to communicate with his secretary, Shen Ying, to determine the general interview content. Although recorded and broadcasted, the content of these interviews must be determined to avoid possible awkward situations. For example, this time Wu Hao specifically requested to minimize some issues related to his personal life and relationships. "I've been busy for an hour." The interview was finally conducted near the coffee table near the window in the suite where he lived. Wu Hao, wearing a dark blue shirt, was sitting at the table, facing Jiang Nan. And Jiang Nan also put on a very professional look, holding the manuscript in his hands and looking seriously, doing the final preparations before the interview. The staff checked his microphone, and then he gestured for an okay pack at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan understood, and then said with a smile, "Well, Mr. Wu, our interview officially started. First of all, talk about your current feelings, especially after winning such a big award." Wu Hao said with a smile and nodded, excited. "Ashamed." "Ashamed?" Jiang Nan interjected and asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Yes, ashamed. There are still many old scientists and old scientific researchers who are nearly 100 years old. I have done too little compared to them. I think you are too humble, and the grades you have made are not worse than them. And I heard that in this application process, your projects are the most." Jiang Nan said with a smile. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "These are the results of everyone's joint efforts. I am only one of them." Jiang Nan looked at the manuscript, and then switched the topic and said, "Can you briefly talk to us about this award-winning technology? Why is it so important to win such a national award and it is still in the security technology category?" Wu Hao said with a raised hand and said, "In fact, this technology is not so mysterious. Use the most popular words in our current scientific and technological information field to compare it. You can think of it as a decentralized blockchain control technology. To put it simply, in the past we commanded 10,000 people and 10,000 people needed a central command system, relying on this central command system to command and control these people or equipment to work. And now relying on this technology, we no longer need such a central command and control system, or that everyone or every device is a central command system. We decentralize the functions of the central command system among all the equipment, so that these people or equipment can either think and operate independently, or many people or equipment can think together. The ability of so many people or such equipment to think together is naturally much stronger than one person and one central control command system. And more importantly, it is a strong ability to resist risks. We have an old saying that the big snake hits 7 inches and the thief captures the king first. The meaning is to hit the most lethal place of the target, such as the central control system, which is the so-called beheading that we often see in movies. After using this technology, there is no center, every device is the same, so this will not give people the key. Even if more than half of the 10,000 devices are destroyed, the remaining half can still form a whole for normal operation. Is this technology difficult? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, "It's difficult. How to make this 10,000 people or equipment cooperate with each other in an orderly manner without chaos. This is very difficult. Moreover, we control it in real time. These data are in so many people or so real-time transmission across multiple devices. This is even harder. Then what is the use of this technology? At present we seem to know only the field of drones. Is it closely related to our lives? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. At present, this technology is indeed used more in the field of drones, but in fact it can also be applied to multiple fields. For example, logistics transportation. The Intelligent Unmanned Storage System we cooperated with the Intelligent Unmanned Logistics System, and the Intelligent Unmanned Manufacturing Factory that we are already using, and the potential of this technology is still huge, and it is far from being tapped. For example, in our Intelligent Unmanned Farm in West Xinjiang, nearly 10,000 acres of arable land are all responsible for intelligent unmanned farming equipment, and no one is involved. This means that we can apply this intelligent unmanned farming system to more places, thereby ensuring the security of our domestic food supply. In fact, our country now imports a large amount of food from abroad every year. In addition to our own food, this food is also used as a large amount of livestock and poultry farming, for example, pig farms, cattle and sheep, chicken and duck farming, etc., so as to exchange food for livestock and poultry meat or dairy products that we prefer. With this intelligent unmanned farming system, we can reduce this dependence from overseas and help protect the security of our domestic food supply. In the past 2 years, everyone has been increasing the price of spit pork. There are many reasons for the increase in pork prices, one of which is the significant increase in the cost of food and feed. And our intelligent unmanned farming system can effectively reduce the related food and feed costs, so as to effectively alleviate the cost of raising pig farms, reduce the price of pork in the market, and ultimately benefit our ordinary people. This system is indeed widely used, but now there is a concern www.intelnovel.com that is to fear that this system is too advanced. Will there be bridges like the movie Terminator? The robot is with self-consciousness. He began to resist and enslave humanity. Secondly, many people are worried that after the large-scale application of this intelligent unmanned production technology, it can reduce the operating production costs of enterprises. But at the same time, a large number of people lost their jobs and lost their livelihoods. Jiang Nan stared at Wu Hao and asked a more acute question. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head with a smile. First of all, the first question is whether the robot has self-interest. Will it resist and enslave human beings? I don't think so. Because robots are made by us humans, how can it come to resist and enslave us humans? And what good is it to enslave us humans? Secondly, that is, how can we humans allow self-conscious robots to exist, and how should it be defined? Finally, it is a technical issue. It is impossible for existing technologies to create self-conscious robots. Even now we haven't even solved the problem of how our human self-consciousness is generated. How can we say that we can create a self-conscious robot? Finally, I think that we are imagining robots in the future with human thinking. Why don't we try to think about problems with robotic thinking? The good and evil we impose on it actually come from us to a greater extent yourself. Even if there is such a self-conscious robot, it will be like a blank piece of paper, or a newborn baby. It learns good and evil, it depends on what we humans teach it. After talking about this question, Wu Hao thought for a moment, then went on to say, as for the second question, this is also the topic that I have responded the most in the past. As I said before, do we have to ban machines because we take people's jobs because of them? This is like the past when rickshaw drivers wanted to ban cars and workers wanted to ban steam engines. Can it be banned? This society is constantly developing. Anyone who wants to stand in front will only be crushed by the wheels of history. Although we currently occupy the world's leading level in the field of intelligent unmanned manufacturing technology, we must not forget that a group of people are catching up with us. As long as we are a little stagnant, the people behind us will definitely catch up with us immediately, or even surpass us. At that time, countless cheap products entered the country, and we had no resistance. Second, although our population base is huge, with 1.4 billion people, in fact, with the advent of an aging society and the continuous rise in labor costs, there has actually been a very serious labor shortage. Every year after the Spring Festival, we all see that there are reports of labor shortages everywhere and no one can be found. Some manufacturing companies are also forced to shut down factories because they can't recruit people or because their labor costs are too high, or move factories abroad. And this intelligent unmanned production manufacturing technology will help us solve the difficult display problem of labor shortage and rising labor costs. Not only can it save a lot of companies that are on the verge of failure due to these two reasons, help them regain their vitality, and realize industrial technology upgrades, it can also leave those companies that intend to move or decide to move out, so that they can continue to produce in the country and continue to pay taxes in the country. Leave manufacturing at home. Jiang Nan nodded after hearing the words, then looked at Wu Hao. Leave the manufacturing industry in the country? Will this goal be too big? After all, this is a stage that many countries must go through. Can we really avoid this situation? Secondly, leaving these manufacturing industries so forcibly will not cause some other problems, such as pollution. Wu Hao shook his head and said, no, relying on the new generation of intelligent unmanned manufacturing technology, I can achieve this goal. There are only a few reasons for these manufacturing industries to leave. One is policy and the other is cost. Leaving the policy aside, let's talk about costs. Labor costs and raw materials are the two most important factors. Raw materials are easily solved with the current convenient transportation system, so the reason that affects the current factory relocation is labor costs. Now with this technology, although the investment is relatively large at one time, it has completely solved the problem of huge labor costs. In addition, the cost of this upgrade is actually less than the cost of the factory relocation. In this case, why not stay here? I think the bosses of these companies will figure this out. As for the pollution problem you mentioned, I think it can be completely avoided. Now the technology has solved the pollution problem produced by the factory very well. As long as we strengthen supervision, we can completely avoid this problem. Moreover, the intelligent unmanned production technology itself is more precise. The waste generated is controlled to the minimum, and most of it can be recycled and reused, which can minimize the emissions. Even some plants are capable of internal circulation for zero emissions. In the end, this technology will still affect some workers. How to solve the livelihood problems of these people who have been affected? Jiang Nan said a little at him. Wu Hao said with a smile, this is actually not a problem that I can solve by myself. It requires the entire society to discuss and work together. Second, not all manufacturing industries are suitable for this intelligent unmanned production technology, and some industries still need to be performed manually. In addition, this intelligent unmanned production system is relatively expensive, and many companies cannot afford this cost at once, so they will still take a manual approach. In the end, I think agricultural production, especially high-quality ecological organic agricultural production, will become a new direction for future development. Although we have an intelligent unmanned farm, this is only suitable for a large number of production jobs, and it cannot achieve the level of fine farming that is manual. With the continuous improvement of our material life, we people have high requirements for food quality. So these fine ecological organic agricultural products will shine in the future. This also responds to the country's strategic policy of revitalizing the countryside and developing the countryside. I think that future policies and social resources will also be tilted towards this area. I can see that you are very optimistic about this upcoming technological change. Jiang Nan smiled and praised him. Wu Hao nodded and said, I am always optimistic about the future. We have not been educated since we were children. We must face life positively and optimistically. and face the future. Why is it that everyone is not active now? Is it really an external factor or your own problem? I think everyone should reflect on this issue. Everyone's life is very stressful. www.mentalnovel.com. The pace is also getting faster and faster. But the more so, the more I have to stop and think about my life from time to time. Don't be so busy working all your life. Turn around and find yourself in your life like nothing else. Don't work for work, find something interesting and interesting for yourself. Jiang Nan nodded and smiled. I support this view of you. You can see that you are a person who understands the taste of life very much. But these statements of yours should not be able to be understood by your age group. But a bit like half a year, hundreds of people have a life perception. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "No, I'm not good at this. In fact, my life is very boring. In addition to work every day, sometimes I am very busy and I can't even go home. Therefore, my family actually has some opinions about me. They even hope that I can spend more time in my life and don't just care about work. It is precisely because of this contrast that I have some thoughts in my spare time. Of course, for me, I prefer my current job. Because of it, I did a lot of interesting things and changed the lives of many people." Chatting with Jiang Nan for a short while, then ended today's chat. Wu Hao has other things to deal with, and Jiang Nan's crew must prepare for the next trip. In fact, if time permits, he would like to stay in Beijing for a few days, visit some elder leaders, and meet friends. However, the schedule is full, and it will be troublesome if it is temporarily changed. It was getting dark, and Wu Hao and his team drove to the old airport to the north with Jiang Nan and their crew. Although the new airport will be put into use, most of the flights between Beijing will be adjusted at the new airport. However, the old airport is still operating normally, and passenger pressure is also very high. In the past, busy international airports like this have been reluctant to accept private jets. Now that the new airport is in use, the pressure on the old airport is not so great, so the old airport has become the main airport for private jets to and from Beijing. Private jets enjoy priority takeoff and landing. Wu Hao also heard that it didn't take long. I can't help but sigh. This is the bank notability. When they arrived at the airport, they didn't take long breaks in the VIP room, and then they were guided by the staff to the tarmac for boarding. Because it is a private jet, it is not docked at the airport bridge, but by a shuttle bus to the apron where the aircraft is located. For this method, the accompanying staff were all curious, and the host who picked up the smart hourglasses mastered the shooting. "Mr. Wu, good evening." Two sweet-looking flight attendants stood in front of the hatch and greeted Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded and boarded the plane. As for Jiang Nan, they boarded the plane and looked around. A flight attendant came over and asked him, "General Manager Wu, what can you drink?" "Give me a cup of hot tea. How about you?" Wu Hao asked Jiang Nan with a smile. Jiang Nan said with a smile, "Trouble me for a cup of coffee." "Okay. Please wait a moment." The flight attendant nodded, then turned and began to get busy. Looking at Jiang Nan's unexpected look, Wu Hao laughed. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Jiang Nan shook his head, and then looked at the entire cabin lane. "It feels like the aircraft is not as luxurious as we think." Wu Hao nodded. "Yes, this is what I asked for." The plane was renovated after it was bought back. "It's just too luxurious, and I let people dismantle it for this more ordinary style." "Don't like it?" Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "No, that style is actually quite beautiful, and everyone likes it. However, we didn't buy this plane back for pleasure, but for convenience. If it's just for myself, I would rather go on a civil airliner." The business warehouse is actually quite comfortable. The reason why we bought this aircraft was mainly to consider our employees who travel around. These employees are very hard. Basically, they are on the plane for 25 to 26 days a month, so we are considering equipping such a special plane for everyone to use. Therefore, the interior decoration of this aircraft is also practical, and even in order to increase the passenger capacity, we have replaced the aviation seats with smaller size in the rear row. Jiang Nan nodded. then took the coffee handed over by the flight attendant, and asked Wu Hao, why, supposedly you should not be short of money now, why not let yourself be better? We have noticed that it seems that you don't spend much after making money. Other people make luxury cars and luxury houses, yachts and private jets. As for you, there are no luxury cars and luxury homes. Judging from the news exposed last year, it seems that you live in an ordinary community where high-level white-collar workers live. There are no yachts. Private jets are bought for company employees. So what do you earn so much money for? So hard to do? Wu Hao took a sip of tea, then shook his head with a smile and said, in fact, I live well, compared with ordinary people. My living conditions are very good. As for why I didn't spend any money, I want to say that I am not interested in spending money. You may say that I really pretend to be sorry. Sorry, this word is indecent. But in fact, I really don't spend money. I don't know what to do with it. Every time I go to the supermarket, I have some worries. I don't know what to choose. He. Jiang Nan and the others on the plane smiled lightly. Wu Hao continued with a smile and said, second, there is no time to spend money. Really, there is no such opportunity at present, although many people have recommended me some very good money spending projects, but I have not sometimes. I actually want to go sometimes. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled. No time to spend. This is indeed the funniest joke he has heard recently. But suddenly, she felt that Wu Hao was a bit pitiful. How could she not have time to spend so much money? Wouldn't it have been hard work in recent years? Mr. Wu, the plane is about to take off. I will help you fasten your seat belts. The flight attendant came over and leaned softly at Wu Hao. Okay, thank you. With the assistance of the flight attendant, he and everyone, with the assistance of the flight attendant, will fasten their seat belts. The plane began to taxi, and Wu Hao and Jiang Nan also ended the conversation, sat in their seats, and waited for takeoff. The plane was piloted by a group of old pilots, so the whole takeoff process was very smooth, and everyone didn't feel any bumps and vibrations. After the plane took off, the flight attendant came over again and said to him, General Manager Wu, we have prepared Chinese and Western food for you. Chinese food includes Beijing roast duck, vegetarian fried rice, small Buddha jumping off the wall, clay pot rice. Western food has small steaks, fried cod with smoked sausage, salmon with sauce and cucumber, seasonal vegetable salad. We have red wine, Shaoxing's rice wine, and freshly squeezed fruit juice. So rich? Wu Hao asked with a smile, and then said to Jiang Nan, Sister Nan, please order first. Jiang Nan smiled when he heard the words, then thought for a moment and said, give me a small steak, seasonal vegetable salad, and then give me a glass of juice. Thank you. Wu Hao said with a smile, give a copy of Beijing roast duck www.mtnovel.com. Little Buddha jump over the wall and have another clay pot rice. In addition, like Sister Nan, have a glass of juice. Okay, please wait a moment. The flight attendant smiled softly with a smile. After seeing the flight attendant leaving, Jiang Nan smiled and said, it's the first time I have enjoyed a private jet meal, and it really is luxurious. Haha, this is my first time. Wu Hao smiled and said, in my opinion, eating is the most important thing, and it is much more reused than those house cars. Didn't our ancestors say that food is the heaven? The house can be absent. The car is not necessary, and the food can't be missed. If you don't eat it, you will lose energy. If you don't eat it for a day, you may become weak. If you don't eat for a week, I am afraid that my life will be in danger. On the contrary, a meal can bring endless power, can make people feel happy and invigorate. Therefore, in Heot technology, we may be somewhat inadequate compared to some companies in other aspects, but we definitely have this confidence in food. I think your employees must be very happy, Jiang Nan praised. Wu Hao quickly waved with a smile. We can't afford the word happiness. How can we say happiness in the company? What we do as much as possible is to allow employees to have a comfortable working environment in the company. As for getting them bored with the company and hated work, in fact, our measures have been successful. Since improving the company's meal level, the company's voluntary turnover has been greatly reduced. Among them, female employees only had less than 15 people last year. These were forced to leave for some personal reasons, such as going abroad for advanced studies, being admitted to a graduate school, or family factors. These people were very reluctant after leaving, and many of them also assured us that they would return to work in the company after studying abroad or after finishing their work. We also welcome this and promised to reserve positions for them. Speaking of this, Wu Hao smiled and said, "The other day, our director of human resources was still complaining to me, saying that because of the good food, many employees of the company were overweight. Despite this problem, we have tried to avoid it. For example, adding more nutrient-rich and vegetarian foods. Even some snacks and drinks have been replaced with coarse grains and sugar-free raw materials. In addition, the restaurant masters also prepared some low-calorie diet meals very carefully. But some employees have poor self-control, and still can't stand the temptation of good food. So this year we decided to equip the company restaurants with relevant nutritionists to achieve a more scientific food ratio. Let our employees not only eat well, but also eat healthy and safe." Secondly, on the one hand, we have increased the number of company fitness facilities. On the other hand, we have also adopted the weight of employees as a quarterly assessment standard. All unqualified employees, or those who continue to gain weight, must adjust their working conditions to help them lose weight. For example, we take 1 hour or 2 hours from his working time every day to exercise. Recently, there has been a boom in fitness in our company. Many employees have chosen a healthier, greener way to work and commute. For example, cycling or running. Even 2 new gyms have been opened around our company. "I want to go all," you said. "I don't know if your company can recruit people of my age." Jiang Nan laughed. Wu Haoan said immediately, "Recruit, as long as we have the ability. As long as the ability is recognized by us, we recruit." We have a lot of employees in our company, more than 40, 50, and they are all over the post, and there are scientific researchers, there are also managers, employees and so on. I always believe that sentence, as long as I have the ability, it will be reused everywhere. But will this increase your company's operating costs and affect its profitability? Jiang Nan immediately raised a more targeted question. Wu Hao shook his head and was about to speak, but the flight attendant pushed over the dining car and put the food on the table in front of them. The food was fresh and steaming. It should be freshly heated. The dishes looked good and appetizing. Wu Hao then greeted with a smile, "Let's eat and talk." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded, then picked up the knife and fork. Wu Hao took a sip of juice, then picked up a piece of roast duck and ate it. The company's operating cost is actually divided into many aspects. It is huge and actually very large. It is a considerable amount every year. But for a company with a healthy operation, this operating cost is actually nothing. And this part of our promotion does not have much cost. It only accounts for a small part of the total operating cost, even insignificant. But these are great benefits for our company. First of all, the turnover rate of the first employee is reduced. This means that our talent recruitment pressure is not so great, and there is no need to worry about the loss of the company due to excessive brain drain. Secondly, our employees' work enthusiasm has improved a lot, and their efficiency has also improved a lot. The value they create is far higher than this cost. So we didn't actually lose anything. On the contrary, we made a lot. Since it's good for us all, why not do it? But there are some companies that have more pressure on operating costs and can't do so much for you. Do you have any good suggestions for this type of company? Jiang Nan put down his knife and fork and took a sip of juice. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. Each enterprise's situation are different, and our set of operating methods is not suitable for all enterprises. And I'm not a successful entrepreneur. What qualifications do I have to coach them? If I am forced to give advice, I think it is still human. What does the company depend on? not just people. There are a number of highly qualified and cohesive employees. Why worry about the company's unprofitability? Such employees are not recruited, nor are they dug up, but cultivated by themselves. Therefore, I think the key to the development of an enterprise is to cultivate talents. Of course, this is just a little bit of my fallacy, not necessarily correct. You are humble, and you are saying very well. No wonder you can develop HAO technology to the way it is today. Jiang Nan praised him. While eating, Wu Hao smiled and shook his head. I'm not alone, but the result of everyone's joint efforts. My strength is actually very limited, and sometimes I still make some mistakes. It is everyone who tolerates me, supports me, and everyone works together to develop the company to the present. And in the development process, in fact, we also have a lot of ups and downs, and also experienced many setbacks and failures. www.intelnovel.com and even regrets. Fortunately, we have survived this storm. Excessive humility is also a kind of pride. I think you are proud. Jiang Nan joked with a smile, then looked at Wu Hao and asked, what is the biggest or most serious mistake you have made? Well, the problem is really sharp. Wu Hao glanced at Jiang Nan, and then thought for a moment. It should still go back to the cluster array control technology. At that time, this technical post was developed, and we were still not graduated students. Exhibiting in Hangzhou itself is based on seeking investment. So after the exhibition, I contacted some venture capital and cooperative companies, and one of them was a well-known foreign company. They are willing to spend nearly $200 million to buy all our technology and invite us to work abroad. To be honest, we were so excited at that time that I was even a little excited and almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, with the help of a very respected elder of mine, I was awake and finally left this technology in China and applied it to the advanced equipment fields such as national defense. If anyone would like to pay $200 million, you haven't graduated yet. It is understandable to hear that number and not hold back the temptation. Jiang Nan smiled and comforted. Wu Hao shook his head and said, in fact, we had no concept of this number at that time. But we were stunned, knowing that we don't have to fight in our next life. With this money alone, we can have a carefree life. It's true. $2 billion are converted into $1 billion. Even if you were divided evenly at that time, each of you could get hundreds of millions. Jiang Nan nodded and asked, why did you give up in the end? What a great opportunity for you to change your mind and keep this technology at home. It's mainly some elders' solutions. Of course, we also encountered some accidents. The hotel where we stayed in Hangzhou was invaded by a business spy. We saw several of our laptops, USB drives, and some information stolen. Now, Wu Hao said with a bitter smile. Jiang Nan was a little surprised when he heard his words, and then quickly asked, what should we do? Did you find it? Wu Hao nodded. In fact, after we finished the show, we already realized the security of the data and technology, so we prepared in advance. The stolen laptops and USB flash drives did not save relevant technologies. Real technologies, the information is kept by us elsewhere. As for notebooks and USB flash drives, they were finally recovered with the assistance of public security organs. Hearing Wu Hao's past, everyone on the plane heard the sound quietly. Although they have heard the version of the story countless times, this is the first time that Wu Hao has personally described that exciting past. After the fact, we learned that this spy may have a direct relationship with an overseas intelligence agency. So after serious consideration, we gave the technology to the relevant research department. Of course, we have not been treated badly. Not only have we been praised, but they have also provided us with a generous startup fund. It is also through this fund that our company has developed little by little. Jiang Nan nodded after hearing the words, and she couldn't follow up on this issue, so she nodded with a smile, and then started eating. After the two had finished eating, the flight attendant came over to clean up and gave them tea again. Jiang Nan looked at the starry sky outside the window and said, it's the first time I've seen the starry sky on an airplane, and it's beautiful. Wu Hao nodded and said, It's really beautiful. This should be our closest distance to those stars. Jiang Nan turned his head and looked at Wu Hao. I heard that your company is currently working on the development of the aerospace industry. Last year, several commercial launch vehicles were launched. Can you tell us something about this? Are you or your company very optimistic about the aerospace industry? What are your future development goals? Good guy. So many questions asked in a row. Wu Hao glanced at Jiang Nan, then nodded and smiled. The aerospace industry is now also an important industry that the country is focusing on and encouraged to develop. Since private enterprises have been allowed to enter this field, many related aerospace technology companies have been established in China. Most of these companies are carrier rocket manufacturing companies and satellite manufacturing companies. At present, we only have these two types in China. As for higher-level commercial manned spacecraft, no related news has been heard in China, and no such company has heard of such a plan. As for the foreign commercial aerospace industry, the most popular one in recent years is the Commercial Aerospace Company from the United States, and the leader among them is the SPX company. Each year, more than 80% of the global space payload comes from this company, Star Chain project. And even the number of launches at a time can catch up with the number of satellites launched by other countries in a year or even years. To be honest, our domestic aerospace sector is too far behind them. It is also because of this that we have to catch up. We have what others have, and we have what others don't. The reason why we want to enter the commercial aerospace industry is to see the huge market and great development prospects in this field. We used to say that whoever controls the ocean controls the world. All modern world powers have a very strong maritime power. It is also by virtue of this powerful maritime power that it can become the world hegemon. And now, whoever controls space, whoever controls the world, the real world. Compared to the vastness of space, the ocean is nothing more than a drop of seawater in the ocean. Of course, as a commercial company, we have no intention of fighting for space supremacy. This is a national matter. What we are looking for is the rich resources and unlimited business opportunities in this vast universe. For example, in the near future, what we are looking at is the development and expansion of domestic and international commercial space launch projects, such as research and development of satellites, research and development of commercial launch vehicles, and commercial development launch projects. In the medium term, we may be inclined to undertake some commercial space transportation projects, such as helping some scientists to go to space, or helping them to go to the moon and go to Mars, or help them to go to a comet or asteroid, or even collect a sample on a planet to return to Earth and other items according to their intentions. As for the long term, we will focus on the development of some space minerals, such as the rich reserves of helium-3 on the moon, as well as the rich mineral deposits on other planets and asteroids. For example, NASA once discovered an asteroid rich in gold in the asteroid belt. If we can manage to capture this asteroid and bring it back to Earth, the benefits will be huge. Very ambitious plan. Jiang Nan was excited and praised www.mtlnovel.com. This is definitely the most important gain in today's interview. I am afraid that this news alone will cause a sensation after it is broadcast. For the first time, people traveling on the plane heard Wu Hao's so comprehensive and far-reaching exposition on the space project, and they couldn't help but be excited. Being able to participate in such a great project, everyone thinks about it with passion. This plan is too ambitious. Do you think you can achieve it in your lifetime? Jiang Nan asked immediately. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, I'm just a pioneer. This project is huge. It may last for decades or even hundreds of years. It can't be achieved by our generation or even generations. It takes us generation by generation. This is also the dream of our human beings. It is precisely with so many unknowns and so many goals that can inspire us to go all the way. It is also officially this way that we have evolved from the primitive society like Mao Yani into a very developed human society. society today. Then when do you think we humans can really get out of the Earth and soar in the solar system? Jiang Nan asked at him. Aren't we out of the Earth now? Wu Hao said with a smile, and then thought for a moment, and then said, I think it should be very fast at the current development rate. The more mature and reliable the carrier rocket technology is, the lower the cost is, and the market is getting more and more hotter. This will greatly attract huge amounts of capital and resources to be transferred to this field, and will also catalyze the development of human space technology. Now every aerospace company in each country has its own ambitious space development plan. I think the next 2 or 3 decades will be the stage of concentrated explosion of space projects. In this regard, I think we can actually refer to the birth of other new technologies, such as airplanes and computers. It has not been too long since they were just born. Jiang Nan nodded after hearing his answer, then looked at the manuscript, then asked him, now many science fiction movies have some bridges and content related to space, such as the Moon or Mars Immigrants, and there are alien invasions and so on. Let me say one. First talk about Space Immigrants. What do you think? Wu Hao drooled, then shook his head and said, I don't actually like this project or imagine that in the next 200 to 300 years, there should be no conditions for large-scale emigration to an alien planet, even Mars or the Moon so close to us. Why? Wu Hao shook his head and said, cost. Cost determines everything. First of all, we need to understand why we have to emigrate people to those desolate, grass-free alien planets. What good are these alien planets? Second, even if we have the ability to transport humans to these alien planets on a large scale, how do these humans survive? In the end, why should we leave such a good Earth uninhabited, and choose paranoid planets that are desolate and inanimate? Therefore, I don't think this will happen in the past 200 or 300 years, even if there are some skilled application immigrants. For example, an alien planet base similar in nature to the Antarctic Research Station, or an outer space station for temporary repair by space operations technicians. The Outer Space Station is an interesting name. Jiang Nan laughed. Wu Hao laughed. It's like a temporary repair supply point for miners or crew members. It is set up on some space routes or on asteroids, and supplies spaceships and astronauts to repair supplies. Of course, there may also be many small towns. However, this life is not necessarily good for them. The Earth is home. You're right, the Earth is our home. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile, and then continued to ask, where are the aliens? Will we be invaded and attacked by aliens? It's like those bridges in the recent hit 3 Body, the aliens directly destroyed our planet. He. Wu Hao laughed lightly and waved his hand. These are film and television dramas, and as I said before, we humans are imagining unknown targets with our narrow minds, such as robots, such as aliens. Just ask how long a civilization that can carry out the long-distance aerospace era is cognitively ahead of our human beings. How can it be as brutal as our human beings? Even if these aliens really want to destroy us, do you think that we can really fight against the civilization of the aerospace era with our current human strength? Therefore, I don't think it is necessary to think about this issue, let alone worry, because this is nothing to worry about. The innocence has collapsed. Is it what we can bear? Of course, you don't have to be overly alarmed. The universe we currently know has more than 100 billion stars. I don't know how many of these stars have living planets. The solar system in which our Earth is located is just remote in the galaxy. The relatively desolate places did not attract anyone's attention. As for our Milky Way, it is the same. It is also in a relatively desolate place in the entire universe, so trying to find us is as difficult as finding a needle in the sea. Ha ha ha, Jiang Nan smiled and said, it's too far away, let's talk a little closer. Tell me about your plan in the past 2 years, when will the first commercial launch vehicle be officially launched? I think everyone will care about this. If all goes well, this summer or autumn, We will launch the first commercial launch vehicle with a formal payload. Is it so fast? I heard that the development and manufacture of a rocket is very troublesome. Do you actually get everything so fast? Jiang Nan was surprised. Wu Hao laughed. We have a mature and strong R&D team, and these people have related research work before joining us, which has saved us a lot of time. Secondly, in fact, the rocket technology is not complicated or mysterious. It is nothing more than letting it fly. This aspect is very easy to achieve, and its real difficulty is in carrying weight, reliability and cost. This is the technical field we will focus on and overcome now and in the future. Well, let's look forward to your company's first commercial launch vehicle launch, and wish you success. Jiang Nan laughed. Thank you. Jiang Nan flipped through the manuscript, and said to Wu Hao, I have talked so much, I believe you are tired. Let's talk a little easier, and then end today's visit. Seeing Wu Hao nodded, Jiang Nan then asked with a smile, talk about your life. What hobbies do you have, except for work? How is your life? Everyone is full of interest in your life. Wu Hao thought about it, and then laughed. In fact, I have a lot of hobbies, like music and movies. www.mentalnovel.com. Many of my inspirations actually come from these movies, and among them www.mentalnovel.com. Second, I usually do some sports and fitness, such as jogging, or practice boxing with my driver. Then there is a beautiful afternoon to go fishing or something. In the end, it's food. This is probably the best known to the outside world, and it's also the most powerful of everyone. Yes, I'm a foodie. Hearing him, not only Jiang Nan, everyone in the cabin laughed lightly. I usually stay at home and I will make some meals and share them with family and friends. How is the craft? Jiang Nan interjected. Wu Hao shook his head and said, it can only be a hand that can still be said to be quite delicious, but can also get into the mouth. Too modest. I watched Miss Lin's updated Weibo. Your craft is great, Jiang Nan praised. Wu Hao shook her head with a smile and said, she has added filters to the beauty of those food photos, but it's not that pretty. Is that honest? Jiang Nan smiled. Wu Hao spread his hands with a smile. Even if I am dishonest, do you think everyone can't see it? But it is always good. It is rare for young people to have such good cooking skills. Jiang Nan praised with a smile. Wu Hao shook his head and said, it's still quite a lot, but everyone is usually busy with work and no time. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled, and suddenly showed a gossip expression. I can see that you and your girlfriend Miss Lin Y have a good relationship. Can you talk about your life? Wu Hao heard and glanced at the camera next to her. Jiang Nan quickly said, it doesn't matter, just talk casually, we can cut it out later. Wu Hao nodded, and put on a smile again. In fact, it is the general relationship between couples. Our two get along well. So far, there is no big dispute. Both of us can understand each other and support each other's cause. As for life, the current focus is still on career. Usually at home, I will discuss some things in the two companies and exchange opinions. I have a lot of good solutions and strategies come from her. It can be said that I am my wife, female Zhuge. What about marriage? Have you considered this matter? Do you have plans for this? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. At present, the two of us are still young, and it is still a critical stage for our career to rise, so we must not worry about the matter of getting married and getting married. Of course, as you said, there are plans. Wait for 2 years for the company to enter. When we are on the right track, we will consider leaving more time for life, and at that time, it may be the case. Is your company still on track? It's very good. Jiang Nan was surprised. Seeing that she had shifted the subject, Wu Hao was a bit more relaxed. He didn't want to expose his private life too much in front of the camera, especially his girlfriend Lin Y. Immediately, he shook his head and said, not yet. We are currently in a rapid development stage, and each project is being carried out one after another. So this also requires me and my company's colleagues to work harder. We will face many challenges, crises there are many, and it is far from time to share the fruits of victory. The bumps and crises you are talking about refer to your investigation and possible preparations for the country. Jiang Nan looked at him and asked. Wu Hao shook his head. This is only a small part of it, and we will face many challenges. When a company rises rapidly, it will inevitably touch other people's cheese. How can others be willing? How do you think about this time? How do you deal with it? Do you have the confidence to survive this crisis? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao took a slow sip of water. In fact, he also gave himself time to organize his words, and then said, in fact, this so-called crisis and the threat of sanctions against us have little impact on our company. For example, its Commerce Department said that it is necessary to embargo the relevant parts and components of our products, and we are not worried at all. A few days ago, there have been related reports on the internet for analysis. The parts from our country used in our products account for only about 5% of all parts, and they are some non-core parts. In other words, if we need these parts, they can be replaced with similar products from other companies. Second, our products are limited by some of their unfair treatment. It has never entered the rice market, so how much does it differ if we sanction or not sanction us? I think the only people affected will be some rice consumers who bought our related products abroad. In this regard, I also regret that whoever lets them live in the country has such a rogue 20. However, we also promise that these consumers can enjoy the same rights and services as other consumers in other countries by virtue of the relevant purchase document vouchers. Of course, we must also see the strong influence of the country in the world. I think this will be a long and difficult struggle, and we are always ready to meet even more severe challenges. Speaking of this, Wu Hao paused, then aggravated his tone. What I want to say is that this kind of rogue behavior can't beat us, nor can it force us, because we have a strong country behind us and a huge domestic market. With these, we will not lose our square footage no matter what difficulties we encounter outside. Finally, we are not without countermeasures, such as the technologies we have developed, whose intellectual property rights are completely in our hands. If the state of me is trying to sanction us from this aspect, I can guarantee that it will lose more. You mean that a member of the United States of America recently proposed to ban your company's patents on the grounds of national security, and does not recognize technology patents related to HAO technology and prohibits HAO technology from collecting U.S. patent licensing fees? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, it's a response. A country that doesn't even follow the rules of the game by itself, how can you expect other countries to follow the rules of the game? If that is the stage, I believe other countries will be happy to see this ridiculous scene happen. Fantastic? Jiang Nan asked. Yes, it's ridiculous. Wu Hao said, I don't think this member is as good as an old village chief in a mountain village in China. He. Finally, talk about your products. I am very interested in the smart hourglasses you released this time. www.mtlnovel.com. I also bought a pair of them specifically, and they feel very good to use. And my son and husband are particularly enamored. Your VR equipment. For this reason my son's performance has declined. Jiang Nan complained at him. Wu Hao said a little awkwardly, we actually have very strict protection measures for minors. Each minor can only log into the system for 2 hours on the school day. The system will automatically lock after 2 hours. As for weekends and festivals, the time will be longer. After all, it is a rest day. Jiang Nan nodded and said a little helplessly, it can only be played for 2 hours, but it is too playful, and even he secretly took my ID card to register an account, but fortunately was discovered by his father. In response to this problem, we have also received complaints from related parents. Although we have improved some technologies to make the actual name verification more stringent, but it also requires the active cooperation of parents. It is too limited for us to do it alone. It's too passive, Wu Hao explained, rubbing his nose. It's probably not a good experience to be blamed by a parent in front of the camera. After thinking about it, Wu Hao then added, now many parents like to blame the reasons for their children's poor learning to the game, and even some directly anger the game company. This is wrong, at least not absolutely. Adolescent children are full of curiosity about new things. When real life can't satisfy their curiosity, they will find new things through the internet and pursue excitement. In fact, the gameplay and entertainment of many games are not the main motivation to attract these players. It's because he met a group of like-minded friends during the game. This is the main reason for their addiction. Therefore, I think that for these young people who are addicted to games and the internet, parents and society should be more attentive and spend more time with their children to do something interesting and rich in content. When the real life is more exciting than the internet and more than games, these people naturally stay away from games. Many parents now have more or less such a stage after the 1980s, the 1990s and even after the zero. How did you spend that time? And your children are in this state, so be patient. Of course, I don't deny that some game companies are profit-making, which will violate relevant laws and regulations and industry ethics to deliberately or targetedly promote some game entertainment content to youth groups. Many of these contents are unhealthy in order to satisfy teenagers' curiosity. Therefore, I think we must not only have stricter and clearer laws and regulations to strengthen supervision in this area. On the other hand, the game industry should also do a good job of self-cleaning, and jointly resist the emergence of such games. However, I also hope that everyone will not discriminate against or even resist the entire gaming industry because of some individual incidents. The game industry, like many internet cultural industries, is a highly inclusive and complex industry. It cannot be simply classified or managed rudely. The development prospects of this industry are very great. In fact, in the past 10 years, the game industry has developed rapidly around the world and has a huge market. It is the same in China. We must not ignore the industry and market value it affects and drive, let alone its potential huge influence. Jiang Nan nodded after hearing his remarks. In fact, I only complained a few words. I still like this VR device you introduced very much. For example, we can use it to enjoy some high-definition huge screen movies and TV series, and my husband prefers to use it to watch those 3D special effects movies. To be honest, I was really shocked to see this particularly realistic movie for the first time. But when you get used to it, it is really a treat, which is not possible with traditional screening. What did you think about? And suddenly you made a VR product, and you can still do so well all of a sudden. Thank you, Wu Hao thanked and said with a smile. In fact, the research and development of this product or related technology did not happen suddenly. It also experienced a very long and tedious research and development process. When we got the venture fund to form a company, an urgent question was before us, and that was what we were going to do. Is it just the technology and product development related to cluster array control technology? No, this is too simple. And this is by no means what we want. So a few of us thought about it, and made a deductive sketch of the products that our humans expect in the future that can affect our human lives, and analyzed them one by one from the aspects of practicality, technology, economic value, and so on. In the end, we circled a list as our main development direction for our future company. What kind of list? Jiang Nan interjected. The sensitivity of her career made her realize that this was definitely a piece of heavy news, and Wu Hao had never disclosed it before, and it was definitely newsworthy. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "The list is actually a piece of papyrus we randomly sketched. In addition to some of our casual writing, there are various alterations, sketches, and traces of additions, which are very messy." Then this paper, is it still kept? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, "It's preserved. I originally wanted to throw it, but considering that this is also a kind of memorial for our joint venture, we have kept it. Because it involves the development direction of many companies and the content of some core projects, this paper is now in the company's archive safe." "Oh, I also said that I wanted to take a look." "It's really a shame," Jiang Nan said with a disappointed expression. "There will be a chance, after the end of the confidential period, if our company still exists at that time, Maybe it will be put into our company's exhibition hall for external display. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled, and then motioned him to continue. Wu Hao nodded and then talked. Actually, our VR and AR projects were established very early, which can be traced back to when we started the research and development project of the first generation of intelligent voice assistants. So early? Wu Hao nodded. The development time of a product is very long, so we must hurry up. Of course, our main experience at that time was still on the Smart Voice Assistant project, and VR and AR projects are just pre-research in advance. The real start of research and development was after the release of the first generation of intelligent voice assistants, and we achieved very good results. At the time of celebration, I announced that it was time to start the relevant plans. That is to say, if your first product was not successful at the time, it means that you cannot start the next series of projects. Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao shook his head and shook his head. Maybe we will temporarily stop www.mentalnovel.com and restart these projects when the conditions are ripe. So confident, you must be confident that you will succeed. Wu Hao smiled lightly. If you don't even have this confidence, what kind of business can you create? Fortunately, we have good luck and finally succeeded. Jiang Nan shook his head. This is not only luck, but strength. A person's success once or twice can be regarded as luck, but there must be reasons and secrets for successive successes. So, I wonder if you can share with you the secret of your success? Wu Hao thought about it, then shook his head and said, there are many secrets of success, and every successful person has his own set of so-called success theories. I won't say it, lest it be treated as poisonous chicken soup. I don't think we should be too affected by these poisonous chicken soup. Everyone's life is a unique road, suitable for him, not necessarily for you. Now that's the way that suits you. This is the basis for your possible success. I didn't want to talk about these chicken soup, but I didn't expect to say it was chicken soup in the end. With this awareness, he stopped talking anymore. Jiang Nan, who was sitting opposite him, naturally felt keenly, and then switched the topic. Talk about your company and your technical R&D team, why they are so good. In just a few years, we can develop such a major project. Pound Technology, is it because of your guidance? No. Wu Hao shook his head and said, the role I played in it is actually very small, and most of it is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I think the reason why we can come up with so many excellent technologies in a short time is because we have such an excellent and willing team. Really, everyone is really great. Everyone is so talented, and their ideas are wild. I think my biggest role or achievement is to bring these people together, and then let them make the most of their talents. The other is the company's relaxed and excellent working environment, which will help them find inspiration and develop their abilities. You know, our company actually discourages overtime and even opposes overtime. But this group of people really forget themselves once they get to work. To this end, we have also specified related systems to limit their excessive overtime. Jiang Nan nodded and said, we know this before. I heard that your company's employees are reluctant to leave after work and stay in the company. I also heard that you have formulated a relevant restriction system that stipulates daily rest. Employees less than 8 hours are not allowed to continue working. In addition, a hotel has been contracted around the company all year round to send these employees to rest. When we checked the news online, it was said that a workaholic was your company's R&D department. I haven't rented a house in Anxi after working in your company for 2 years, and I am back and forth between the company and the hotel, and I heard that there are not a few of them. Is this the case? Wu Hao took a sip of tea and then nodded. It's like this. We are helpless when facing such employees. We even specially arranged the staff of the administrative department to help these employees find a suitable house to settle down. But these people all moved to the hotel after a few days of living. Why is it lack of money? Jiang Nan wondered. Wu Hao shook his head and said, these people are not short of money. Their annual salary is hundreds of thousands or even millions, let alone renting a house. There is not much pressure to buy a house. In addition, the company also has a related benefit. which is to provide interest-free loans to those who are ready to buy a house and unable to pay the down payment to help them live in Anxi. Then why are these people so reluctant to settle down? Jiang Nan was puzzled. Wu Hao said angrily, because the hotel is so comfortable. These people are not willing to go back to live in their own house. The main part is that these people are science and technology personnel. Most of them are single. When they return home, they are alone. They don't want to do housework or cook. So they think it's better to stay at home than stay in a hotel. Not only comfortable, but also close to the company, easy to go back and forth. What's more important is that it's free. So many people return their rented houses, and some even rent out their own houses. That's too much. Haven't you thought about it? Jiang Nan grinned. Not only she, but even the staff in the cabin laughed. Oh, why not? Wu Hao said helplessly. Some people suggested that I want some people to charge a certain cost of living, but I refused. First of all, this is originally a benefit for employees. If money is attached, the nature and meaning will change. So it is not good. Secondly, these people are all high-income earners, at least on the Anxi side. They are not short of this money. Even because they paid the money, they lived better. After most discussions, we stipulated that all employees staying in hotels must have reasonable reasons and must apply to the administrative department before they can check in. Of course, this application process is very simple. It mainly depends on whether you have a valid reason and whether it is necessary. Secondly, that is, each person can only live for 6 consecutive days at a time, which is 1 week. And it can only last up to twice a month. In this way, these employees who stay in the hotel will have no choice but to move out and settle down. Speaking of this, Wu Hao then quickly explained, of course, we do this for their good. After all, each of us has a life in addition to work. I don't want them to ignore life because of work, or even to do so. We also have many interest classes in the company. There are baking, wood art, sculpture, calligraphy and painting, etc. Everyone can choose freely according to their own preferences. I can analyze a story for you here. This is a real thing and everyone can verify it for themselves. There was a little girl in our administration department. After graduating from college, she entered the company to work. She was very interested in ground coffee and tea with milk, so she enrolled in related interest classes and has been studying in the interest classes ever since. She suddenly resigned last fall, went to southern Yunnan with her boyfriend, and opened a cafe on the Erhai Lake. The reason given when she resigned was that working in the company was too boring. She didn't want to be like this forever. She wanted a richer life. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Nan laughed lightly, which is indeed an interesting thing. Wu Hao went on to say, there are many small interest forums set up because of interests in our company's internal community. These people eventually became good friends because of their acquaintances. For example, one of the most popular projects in our woodworking group is making baby strollers. Many dads are learning and studying how to make baby cots. www.mentalnovel.com. It is so interesting. I finally understand why the employee turnover rate will be so low. It is really warm. Jiang Nan praised. Oh, Wu Hao smiled, and then slightly proud. In fact, I am not a professional to learn company management. Entrepreneurship is also a halfway monk. I have not systematically studied the company's management and operation. If I had to position me, I should be an optimistic technician. So in management company, I am more casual. I don't like to be bound by any rules and regulations. Therefore, in the management and system of the company, I try to break these restrictions. Except for some necessary rules, others can be used to break. For example, fixed working hours, such as suits and leather shoes that must be worn, and structural relationships with strict grades. Although it may seem a bit ridiculous, fortunately, the company has not had any big troubles so far, and the results are pretty good. The interview on the plane has come here for the time being. Wu Hao has already said too much, and the effect of the interview is not very good. Moreover, Jiang Nan also felt tired of Wu Hao's face, so he ended the interview on his own initiative. After the interview, Wu Hao finally relaxed a lot. Several cameras pointed at him before, making him uncomfortable. That feeling was like countless eyes staring at himself, making him look more restrained and his expression more tense, for fear of saying something inappropriate. Even though Jiang Nan had told him that he would re-edit and cut off some bad content later, he still didn't dare to care. I believe journalists. Wu Hao shook his head. The most unbelievable thing in the world is to believe that journalists can keep secrets for you. As the world's fastest private jet, the speed of the Gulfstream 650 is indeed amazing. Not long after finishing the interview, they were notified by the crew that they should fasten their seat belts again and the plane was about to land. When the plane landed at Anxi Airport, it was completely dark. Wu Hao, they came out of the VIP passage, and the vehicle was already waiting outside. After Wu Hao sent Jiang Nan and his team to the car, he smiled at the accompanying team members. Okay, it's hard enough for you two to toss with me for 2 days. Let's go back to the car and rest early. Let's take a day off tomorrow. Remember to come to work the day after tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Several accompanying persons cheered. Wu Hao waved his hand and got in the car. The vehicle drove out slowly, and he finally put on his smart eyeglasses. Compared to the version on the market, this one belongs to a customized version in-house. At present, only 30 or 40 copies are produced. In addition to being used by company executives, it is also given to some partners with good relations. For example, Lao Ma and Tao Zhengyang have one pair. Not long ago, the old horse wore these glasses to make an appearance at an event, which caused many tech media to dig deeper, and finally decided that this should be a private custom version. Of course, compared to other smart eyeglasses, he is more special, because it is not equipped with the smart eye system on the market, but his personal assistant Coco identified that after putting on his smart eyeglasses, a beautiful figure of Coco appeared in front of his field of vision, and saw it smile at Wu Hao. Good evening, sir. Your journey is hard. Compared to the original Coco, after several years of learning and evolution, and technical upgrades, the current Coco expression is richer and more delicate, and it is also smarter, or it is more like a person. During your flight, you received 5 calls, 19 text messages, and 67 emails. Apart from the work content mail, most of them are congratulations on your winning content mail. 19 text messages came from several of your relatives and friends, and there are also some greeting messages. Finally, there were 5 missed calls. 2 of them came from Miss Lin Wai, 1 from your father, the other from Miss Lin Wai's mother, and the last from your friend, Mr. Zixia Dong. At the same time as Coco introduced, the contents of these emails and messages, as well as call records, also appeared in front of him. Dong Tsai, what's the matter with him? Wu Hao wondered, then said, help me connect with Zixia Dong's phone. Okay, I'm helping you connect. After a few blind sounds, Zixia Dong appeared in his field of vision. Like him, Zixia Dong also brought a pair of customized smart eyeglasses. Through the host of smart eyeglasses, they can realize video calls. Coco, congratulations. Zixia Dong laughed in the video. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. Oh, thank you. Where are you now? Are you still in Zhengzhou? Well, I just returned from the factory to the hotel. Zixia Dong signaled the environment behind him. It's hard. Why are you alone without a girl? Wu Hao laughed and teased. Zixia Dong heard the words and rolled his eyes. I'm so busy right now, girl. There are plant flowers. Do you want them? The factory flowers are also good. You just need to like them. You look at the fat man. Now you find a female researcher, and now she loves every day. Wu Hao teased. Get off. Zixia Dong waved his hand and said to him, speaking of business, on the one hand, I call you to congratulate you on winning, and on the other hand, to report to you the situation of the factory here. Isn't this spring? Major manufacturers are releasing new products, so the demand for output is also increasing significantly. Several factories found me today and offered to suspend some of our production lines and then switch to other manufacturers' products. I didn't agree, but the attitudes of these factories are relatively tough. The original part of the production line was reserved for these manufacturers before we started to switch production because we needed it urgently. Now we have to change back to deal with this crisis. It is true that people are taking care of it, and I am not good at rejecting it. I deduce that this matter needs to be reported and studied, and I will reply to them as soon as possible. This matter is indeed unreasonable. Wu Hao nodded. This part of the production line probably accounts for how much of our output in these foundries, about 20% in each home. Xiaodong said with a serious expression. www.mtlnovel.com. Wu Hao frowned, thinking for a while and then returned, give them, after all, they belong to others. It's enough to be able to borrow us urgently for a while, and we can't force them anymore. But I lost more than 20% of the output at once. I'm afraid the market supply will be in a hurry again. Xiaodong was worried. Wu Hao shook his head, and then sighed. The impact will not be too great. Due to the impact of this incident, our sales growth abroad has slowed significantly, so the supply pressure is not too great. I just took this opportunity to make adjustments, and our own new factory will soon be put into production. Since that's the case, then I can rest assured. I'll call back the leaders of these factories in a while, they are still waiting. Xiaodong smiled, because he was sitting at the factory side to urge production during this time. His pressure was also very great. Every day a huge amount of reminder information came in like a tide, and he hardened it, especially in the days of the New Year, the most difficult. Because the workers are going home for the Chinese New Year, there is a shortage of labor in the factory. Even if the factory promised 3 times the wages, it would not be able to retain these workers who want to go home to celebrate the New Year. So he also worked with him to do his best to ensure production. For the longest time, he only slept for 2 or 3 hours a day for a week, and his weight dropped off 10 pounds directly. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the workers returned 1 year later. But even so, he has been staying at the factory. He hasn't been back yet, let alone going home. Wu Hao looked at some vicissitudes of Xiaodong on the screen. Now the production at the factory has stabilized, and you don't need to keep it there. Arrange the things over there, come back and repair for a while. Go out for a tour or go home and spend time with your parents. Then come back and I will leave it to you. What is it? Xiaodong was interested. Wu Hao shook his head slightly and said, wait until you're finished trimming and come back. Rest early, just like that, hang up. It's true that production at the factory has stabilized, and it doesn't make much sense for Xiaodong to stay there. It's better to tune back and arrange more important things for him to do. After I hung up the phone, using this time in the car, he quickly dealt with some of these tasks. The people who sent emails and text messages also gave a unified reply. No matter what the purpose of these people, but it is also a good intention to be able to send a congratulatory letter at this time. Of course, thanks should be given. Of course, many people sent him congratulatory letters and congratulations, far more than that. It's just that these people are more important people, so they can know his private email account. Hello, Dad. When you called me, I was being interviewed on the plane and it was not convenient for you to answer your call. Wu Hao looked at his father in the video. Wu Jianhui in the video shook his head with a smile and said, it's okay. We have read the news. I'm really glad to learn that you won the award. Your uncles, your cousins, and yours are all calling to congratulate you. I did a good job and won the honor of our old Wu family. Hee. This is all the care of the leader. Wu Hao smiled and said, what about Aunt Zhang and Xiaotong? She's cooking. I'm very happy to see you win the prize. She said it was going to cook a few good dishes. Let's celebrate it. Xiaotong went to study by himself last night and they asked to study by himself. Wu Jianhui laughed. It can be seen that he is in a very good mood now. I'll come back to see you after I've been busy for a while. You and Aunt Zhang must take care of your body. And Xiaotong, let her study hard. Wait for the college entrance examination. I take her to travel. Wu Hao apologized. What's more, Wu Jianhui waved her hand. Take care of yourself. We don't need to worry about you. We are all right here. You don't need to worry about it. This award is an affirmation of your past efforts, and a summary. Don't stay silent in past achievements. Keep awake and look forward. After taking a political class for more than 10 minutes, Wu Jianhua waved his hand and ended the call. Wu Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, and this conversation with his father kept him stressed every time. He originally planned to call the mother-in-law of the old lady, but when she was about to arrive home, she gave up. When he waited downstairs, Wu Hao sent Cao Wei away and walked into the house. Lin Wei, who was listening to the sound, came in from the kitchen, watching Wu Hao smile, and said, "I'm back. I called you too, and didn't bother you if I didn't answer you. I was interviewed on the plane, but I didn't care about it." Wu Hao laughed. "What is delicious? I'm still hungry." "Did you eat anything on the plane?" Lin Wei smiled and looked at him. "Speak all and eat. Then you can sit down and drink some saliva for a while, and the food will be ready right away." Lin Wei greeted him, and then quickly entered the kitchen. Although both of them are very busy now, they have never asked for a babysitter, mainly because they do not want an outsider in their private life. Secondly, the smart housekeeper and smart robotic arm at home can help them do a lot of housework, and in fact do not need a nanny to do anything. I'm afraid they cook the most every day, but cooking is never a burden, but a pleasure, which is why Wu Hao insists on not developing a robot with cooking functions. He took off his jacket and unbuttoned his neckline, and Wu Hao sat comfortably on the sofa. The smart robotic arm took a can of beer from the refrigerator and handed it to him. Snapped. Opening the beer, he took a refreshing sip, and he couldn't help but take a nap. Sometimes when people are tired, relaxing with a can of beer is really a treat. Time to eat. Lin Wei came out with vegetables and shouted at him. Wu Hao nodded, and then threw out the drink can, and a smart manipulator caught it very flexibly, and then threw it into the trash can. "So rich." Wu Hao looked at the rich food on the table, and his appetite was agitated. "You won the prize. We can't help but celebrate it. This is a national award." Lin Wei smiled sweetly, then said to him, "Open a bottle of wine bar." "Okay, let's have a little celebration," I said. Wu Hao turned and came to the freezer, and took out a bottle of red wine from the agent of Laogo. It is said that it was produced by a famous winery, and it was produced in 12 years. "Come, toast." Wu Hao raised his glass and laughed at Lin Wei, who sat down. "Cheers, congratulations." "I read the news. You are really handsome on the screen." Lin Wei raised the glass and touched it slightly, then smiled at Wu Hao. "Really? I have always been handsome." Wu Hao laughed. "Well, boast you a few words and pant." Lin Wei gave him a white look, then took a sip of red wine, then picked up chopsticks and greeted. "Taste it. This is the first time I make back-boiled meat. www.intelnovel.com. See how it tastes." "Well, okay." Wu Hao nodded, then picked up a piece of hot pot meat and ate it. "How does it taste?" Lin Wei asked expectantly. "It's delicious. You taste it." Wu Hao smiled and praised. Lin Wei shook her head. "Don't eat. It's too fat and oily." "I really don't understand why you like to eat hot pot meat so much." Hee. Wu Hao smiled and said, "In high school and college, we are all poor students. We have no money. So every time I go to the cafeteria for dinner, everyone likes to order this back-boiled rice bowl, except for the fast food without oil and water. Because it is more rice, and it has oil and water. More importantly, it can add more rice. So it's not just me. Many boys like to eat." Lin Wei shook her head and said she could not understand. No wonder, she did not have such experience in a superior family. Wu Hao had an awkward moment with his family at that time, so when he was in high school, he didn't go home very much, so his life was more difficult. Although she couldn't understand, she heard Wu Hao's words, and she still showed a distressed expression. Then he picked up his chopsticks and gave him a piece of hot pot meat. "Since you like to eat, eat more. This plate is yours. No one will grab you." Yeah. Wu Hao nodded, then smiled. "I still hurt my wife." "Go with." Lin Wei rolled her eyes and smiled at him. "Many people call me today." "Congratulations, there are relatives, friends, partners, and many unfamiliar people. It seems like you have the whole world all at once. Same, really too. In the early morning, Wu Hao walked down the building with some soft legs. Some madness calmed Lin Huai's excited heart and let him completely release the pressure that he had accumulated before. It turned out that it was a little too much. Sin. Wu Hao read a few words silently. Lin Huai is still sleeping, but he has to get up early because of important activities this morning. I walked into the kitchen, first heated a few loaves of bread, and fry a few slices of bacon and eggs. Then take out some fruits and vegetables to make a salad, pour myself a glass of milk, and then walk to the table to eat. If it's normal, he might patiently make something delicious. But today is too late, so he can only be lazy. Wu Zheng was eating breakfast while watching the news. I saw Lin Huai walking downstairs lazily, and she was very weak. Wake up! Why not sleep more? Wu Hao smiled at her. Lin Huai yawned, then sat down on the table with her buttocks, saying, "There will be a meeting in the morning, so you can't be absent. I'll make a simple breakfast. You eat something." Wu Hao smiled at her. Lin Huai nodded, then picked up a knife and fork to pick up a piece of salad and ate it. Wu Hao shook her head with a smile, then walked back to the kitchen to fry her eggs and bacon. By the time he came out, Lin Huai had eaten all the contents of his plate. "Are you so hungry?" Wu Hao laughed. "I was tossing all night. My stomach was already hungry." Lin Huai glanced at him. Wu Hao was a little unhappy when he said, "Hey, how can you blame me for this? And I don't know who worked so hard last night. I asked for it several times, and I almost got weak in the morning." "Oh, this is only a few times. It will not work. Is it time to make up?" Lin Huai joked at him. Wu Hao heard that a fierce fire broke out from Dantan, and then in a provocative tone, "I don't know who cried my father and called my mother last night, and forgot it now. If I don't try again, I won't believe it. Uniform, can't you this fairy?" After saying that, Wu Hao pretended to pounce on it. Lin Huai quickly got up and dodged when she saw it. Okay, don't make any noise. It's late, and there's business." Wu Hao heard this, then put away the offensive, and then sat down again. "Wait for me to come back and see how I can clean up you." "Come, who has to clean up is not necessarily." Lin Huai watched him lick his lips and said, "Sigh." Wu Hao ignored it directly. He was afraid that he could not control the evil in his body. 23:5:2, and after eating his breakfast, Wu Hao stood up and said, "I'm leaving now, all are waiting." "Wait a minute." Lin Huai stood up, then walked up to him, straightened the wrinkles on his shirt, and fixed his clothes. "Otherwise, tie it up so you can look more formal." Wu Hao shook his head when he heard the words and said, "Let's just do this. Feel free to not only feel comfortable, but also the other person. This is a normal ritual, too formal, and patients will feel uncomfortable." Lin Huai nodded after hearing the words, then raised her toes and nodded on his mouth. "What do I want to eat at night? I go to the supermarket to buy food. If you are busy, you don't need it. I'll do it when I come back." Wu Hao smiled and supported the other's waist. "It's okay, I'm fine today." Lin Huai shook her head, drawing a circle on his chest. "Then it's simple, you watch it." Wu Hao nodded his head, then released Lin Huai, took off his coat and put it on. Gone. Lin Huai looked at the figure of Wu Hao leaving. Lin Huai smiled, then could not help thinking of the fierce fighting last night, could not help flushing. This bad guy always has so many new tricks. I came downstairs. Li Wenming was already waiting in front of the car, and when he saw him, the door opened. "How come you drove yourself today?" Wu Hao was a little surprised. Li Wenming laughed. "It's not all right, so just follow it." "And I heard that the target of today's activity is a firefighter who accidentally lost his right arm during a firefighting task, so I want to see it. Send it to our veterans. Respect." "Oh, let's go." Wu Hao nodded with a smile. Firemen are also soldiers, and soldiers admire heroes most. That's why Li Wenming took the initiative to ask him to follow him this time, just to meet the fire hero who made outstanding contributions in ordinary posts. The vehicle first arrived at the company, gathered with the people waiting here, including Jiang Nan, and then went to Anxi Hospital affiliated to the Air Force Medical College. I was speechless all the way. When they arrived at the hospital's reception leaders and journalists who had been waiting for a long time were all crowded up. General Manager Wu, this is the Vice President of our hospital Huang. Then someone smiled and introduced to him. Hello, Dean Huang. Wu Hao shook hands quickly. Haha, President Wu, welcome and welcome. Finally, I look forward to seeing you. It's really not as famous as meeting. It's too young and promising. Vice President Huang said enthusiastically at him. Where are you laughing? Wu Hao said in 2 sentences. Next, the Vice President Huang introduced it on his behalf, and saw that he pointed to a more than 60 and very old doctor. This is Director Zhao, the leader of orthopedics in our hospital, expert professor. This time this project is what he supports. Hello, Director Zhao. Wu Hao stepped forward and shook hands enthusiastically. President Wu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. I have always wanted to talk to you about intelligent bionic prosthetics. www.mtlnovel.com. I just have no chance. Today you have to fulfill my wish. Director Zhao holding his hand enthusiastically. Where we discuss each other, you are an expert in this field, and we also hope to hear a lot of better opinions and suggestions from you, which will help us improve and optimize our products. General Wu, let's go in and talk. Vice President Huang greeted. Wu Hao nodded, then walked into the hospital surrounded by the crowd. Our hospital is a key hospital belonging to the Air Force, and also undertakes the education and training of Air Force medical staff. From the establishment of the hospital, he walked into the hospital, and Vice President Huang introduced the basic situation and glorious history of the hospital to him enthusiastically. Wu Hao, in this endless introduction, learned the glorious history of this hospital or this university, and could not help being filled with respect. Wu was supposed to have a brief welcome meeting, but was rejected by Wu Hao. In his words, today is definitely a big day for the injured firefighter. I am afraid he and his family did not sleep well last night. Since everyone is here, don't let them wait for a long time. The more they come, the more tortured by this waiting mood. Patient-oriented, this made the doctors at the scene nodded and could not help but love Wu Hao even more. They have received many bosses and participated in many similar donation activities. Like Wu Hao, who is not a show, is for the sake of patients. This is still the first place, so I can't help admiring everyone.